Section 34 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. The Rise and Fall of the First Bulgarian Empire, 679 to 1018. Like the Serbs, but unlike the Albanians, the Bulgarians are not autochthonous inhabitants of the Balkan country to which they have given their name. It was not till 679 that this Finnish or Tartar race, after numerous previous incursions into the Balkan provinces of the Byzantine Empire, definitely abandoned the triangle formed by the Black Sea, the Dnieper, and the Danube, the modern Bessarabia, and settled between the Danube and the Balkans, the ancient Moesia. Thus, the first Bulgarian state practically coincided with the Bulgarian Principality, created 1,200 years later by the Treaty of Berlin. The Finnish or Tartar invaders found this country already peopled with Slavs, immigrants like themselves, but of different customs and languages. As time went on, the conquered, as so often happens, absorbed the conquerors. The Bulgarians adopted the Slav speech of the vanquished. The country received the name of the invaders and became known to all time as Bulgaria. Still, after the lapse of more than 12 centuries, the Bulgarians, as this amalgam of races came to be called, possessed qualities differing from those of their purely Slav neighbors, and, during the recent European War, Bulgarian political writers reminded the world that the Bulgarian people was not of Slavonic origin. The patriarch Nicephorus has left the earliest account of this Bulgarian invasion and settlement. He tells how the Bulgarians originally lived on the shores of the Sea of Azov and on the banks of the river Kuban, how their chief Kovrat, identified with the Kurt of the earliest list of Bulgarian rulers, left 5 sons, the third of whom, Asparuk or Isparik, migrated to Bessarabia. There he and his Bulgarians might have remained, had not the Emperor Constantine IV Pogonatus undertaken an expedition for the purpose of punishing them for their raids into the borderlands of his dominions. The strength of the Bulgarian position in a difficult country and an attack of gout obliged the emperor to retire to Mesembria. A panic seized the troops left behind to continue the siege. The Bulgarians pursued them across the Danube as far as Varna. Neither Greeks nor Slavs offered resistance. The emperor had to make peace and pay a tribute in order to save Thrace from invasion. The Bulgarians established their first capital in an entrenched camp at Pliska, the modern Turkish village of Aboba to the northeast of Shumla. Recent excavations have unearthed this previously unknown portion of Bulgarian history and have laid bare the great fortifications, the inner stronghold, and the palace of the Sublime Khan, as the primitive ruler was called. Unlike modern Bulgaria, early Bulgaria was an aristocratic state, with 2 grades of nobility, the Bulgarin and the Eugain, but leading nobles of both orders bore the coveted title of Bagatur, hero. As in Albania today, the clan was the basis of the social system. The official language of the primitive Bulgarian chancery was Greek, but not exactly the Greek of Byzantium, a native tribute to the far more advanced culture of the empire. The first 2 centuries of Bulgarian history, down to the introduction of Christianity, are an almost continuous series of campaigns against the Byzantine Empire, for which, with scarcely an exception, our sources are exclusively Greek or Frankish. Justinian II began these Greco-Bulgarian wars by refusing to pay the tribute to Isparik, and narrowly escaped from a Bulgarian ambuscade. Yet this same emperor, after his deposition and banishment to the Crimea, owed his restoration to the aid of Isparik's successor, Tervel. Escaping to Bulgaria, he promised his daughter to Tervel as the price of his assistance, and bestowed upon his benefactor a royal robe and the honorary title of Caesar. 3 years later, however, in 707, he so far forgot the benefits received as to break the peace and again invade Bulgaria, only to receive a severe defeat at Anchialos, whence he was forced to flee by sea to Constantinople. Once more we find him appealing, not in vain, for Tervel's assistance, and, during the brief reigns of Justinian II's 3 successors, hostilities were spasmodic. But when Leo the Isaurian had firmly established himself on the throne, Tervel found it useless to renew the part of kingmaker and attempt to restore the fallen emperor, Anastasius II. Indeed, after Tervel's day and the reigns of two shadowy rulers, the overthrow of the Bulgarian reigning dynasty of Dulo, to which Kurt and his successors had belonged, by the usurper Kormasash of the clan of Ukil, led to civil war, which weakened the hitherto flourishing Bulgarian state at the time when an energetic emperor, Constantine V Copronymus, sat upon the Byzantine throne. In the intervals of his struggle with the monks, the iconoclast emperor conducted 7 campaigns against the Bulgarians, whom he had alarmed by planting Syrian and Armenian colonists in Thrace. He took vengeance for a Bulgarian raid to Constantinople by invading Bulgaria, but on a second invasion suffered a severe defeat at Varagava, now the Verbitsa Pass between Shimla and Yamboli. Another dynastic revolution prevented the victors from reaping the fruits of their victory. The usurper disappeared from history, but the old dynasty did not profit by his removal from the scene. On the contrary, a general massacre of the house of Dulo ensued, and a certain Telets of the clan of Eugain was proclaimed Khan. Telets was, however, defeated by the emperor near Anchialus, and his disillusioned countrymen put him to death, and restored the dynasty of Kormasash in the person of his son-in-law Sabin. The latter's attempt to make peace with the emperor was followed, however, by his deposition, and it was reserved for his successor Bayan to come to terms with Byzantium, where Sabin had taken refuge. But Bayan had a rival in his own country, Umar, Sabin's nominee, and to support him the emperor invaded Bulgaria and defeated Bayan's brother and successor Toktu in the woods near the Danube in 765. Both brothers were slain, most of the country was plundered, and the villages laid in ashes. Next year, however, the Greek fleet was almost destroyed by a storm in the Black Sea, but the emperor routed the Bulgarians at Lithosauria during a further punitive expedition known as the Noble War, because no Christians fell. These sudden reverses of fortune are characteristic of Bulgarian history. The next Bulgarian Khan, Telerig, warned by these events of the existence of a Byzantine party in Bulgaria, obtained by a ruse from the emperor the names of the latter's adherents, whom he put to death. Constantine was in an ecstasy of rage, but died in the course of a fresh expedition against the barbarian who had outwitted him. Telerig, however, was obliged to seek refuge with the next emperor, Leo IV, who conferred upon him the rank of patrician and the hand of an imperial princess, besides acting as his godfather when he embraced Christianity. Telerig's successor, Cardam, after defeating Constantine VI, wrote to him an insolent letter threatening to march to the Golden Gate of Constantinople unless the emperor paid the promised tribute. Constantine sarcastically replied that he would not trouble an old man to undertake so long a journey, but that he would come himself with an army. The Bulgarian fled before him, and for 10 years there was peace between the Greeks and their already dangerous rivals. In the first decade of the 9th century, the first striking figure in Bulgarian history mounted the throne of Pliska. This was Krum, a name still familiar to readers of Balkan polemics. Krum, whose realm at his accession embraced Danubian Bulgaria and Wallachia, Bulgaria beyond the Danube, coveted Macedonia, the goal of so many Bulgarian ambitions in all ages. He invaded the district watered by the Strymon, defeated the Greek garrisons, and seized a large sum of money intended as pay for the soldiers. More important still, in 809 he captured Sardica, the modern Sofia, then the northernmost outpost of the empire against Bulgaria, put the garrison to death, and destroyed the fortifications. The Emperor Nicephorus I retaliated by spending Easter in Krum's palace at Pliska, which he plundered. He foresaw Bulgarian designs upon Macedonia and endeavored to check the growth of the Slav population there by compulsory colonization from other provinces. He then resolved to crush his enemy and, after long preparation, marched against him in 811. Proudly rejecting Krum's offer of peace, he again occupied Pliska, set his seal on the Bulgarian treasury, and loftily disregarded the humble petition of Krum. Lo, thou hast conquered, take what pleaseth thee, and go in peace. Krum, driven to desperation, closed the Balkan passes in the enemy's rear, and the invaders found themselves caught, as in a trap, in an enclosed valley, perhaps that still called the Greek Hollow, near Razboina. Nicephorus saw that there was no hope. Even if we become birds, he exclaimed, none of us can escape. On 26 July, the Greek army was annihilated. No prisoners were taken. For the first time since the death of Valens 4 centuries earlier, an emperor had fallen in battle. And, to add to the disgrace, his head, after being exposed on a lance, was lined with silver and used as a goblet, in which the savage Bulgarian pledged his nobles at state banquets. Yet the lexicographer Suidas would have us believe that this primitive savage was the author of a code of laws, one of which ordered the uprooting of every vine in Bulgaria to prevent drunkenness, while another bade his subjects give to a beggar sufficient to prevent him ever feeling the pinch of want again. To complete the disaster, Nicephorus's son, the Emperor Stauracius, died of his wounds. This was not Crum's only triumph over the Greeks. In 812 he captured Develtus and Mesembria as the war party at Constantinople, headed by Theodore of Studian, declined to renew an old Greco-Bulgarian commercial treaty of some 50 years earlier, which had permitted merchants duly provided with seals and passports to carry on trade in either state, and under which the Bulgarian ruler was entitled to a gift of clothing and 30 pounds of red-dyed skins. The treaty also fixed the Greco-Bulgarian frontier at the hills of Miliona, well to the south of the Balkans, and stipulated for the extradition of deserters. When the Emperor Michael I marched against him in 813, Crum inflicted a severe defeat at Versinicia near Hadrianople, and the rare circumstance of the Bulgarians defeating the trained hosts of Byzantium in the open country led to the suspicion of treachery on the part of the general, Leo the Armenian. At any rate, he profited by the disaster, for he supplanted Michael on the throne, and thus the rude Bulgarian could boast that he had slain one Roman emperor and caused the death of another and the dethronement of a third. He now burned to take the imperial city, but this was a task beyond his powers. His strange human sacrifices before the Golden Gate, his public ablutions, and the homage of his harem did not compensate for lack of experience in so formidable a siege. He then claimed to erect his lance over the Golden Gate, and when that insolent request was refused, demanded an annual tribute, a quantity of fine raiment, and a certain number of picked damsels. The new emperor, Leo V, offered to discuss these last proposals in order to set an ambush for his enemy. Crum unsuspectingly accepted the offer, and narrowly escaped assassination, thanks, so a monkish chronicler expresses it, to the sins of his would-be assassins. The smoking suburbs of Byzantium were the testimony of his revenge. The palace of St. Mamas perished in the flames. The shores of the Hellespont and the interior of Thrace were devastated. Exactly 1100 years later, another Bulgarian army reached Chalandon, the last bulwark of Constantinople, and the Bulgarian siege of 813 was exhumed as an historical precedent. Hadrianople succumbed to hunger. Its inhabitants and those of other Thracian towns were carried off to Bulgaria beyond the Danube, among them the future Emperor Basil I. But by one of those sudden changes of fortune with which the recent Bulgarian history has familiarized us, Leo inflicted such a crushing defeat upon the Bulgarians near Mesembria that the spot where he had lain in wait was long pointed out as Leo's Hill. To avenge this disaster, Crum prepared for another siege of Constantinople, and this time intended to appear with a complete siege train before the walls. But, as in the case of the great Serbian Tsar, Stefan Dusan, death cut short the Bulgarians' enterprise. On 14 April 814, Crum burst a blood vessel. After a brief period of civil war, Crum's son, Omertag, became Sublime Khan and concluded a 30 years' peace with the empire, of which a summary has been preserved. By this treaty, Thrace was partitioned between the Greeks and the Bulgarians, and the frontier ran from Develtus to the fortress of Makrolivada, between Hadrianople and Philippopolis, whence it turned northwards to the Balkans. It was not a paper frontier such as diplomacy loves to trace on maps, but consisted of a rampart and trench, known to Byzantine historians as the Great Fence, and to modern peasants who still tell strange stories of how it was made, as the erkesia, from a Turkish word meaning a cutting in the earth. Thus guaranteed against a conflict with the Greeks, the Bulgarians turned their attention westward, and for the first time came into touch with the Frankish Empire, which had established its authority as far south as Croatia. In 824, a Bulgarian embassy appeared at the court of Louis the Pious in order to regulate the Franco-Bulgarian frontiers, which marched together near Belgrade. The Western Emperor, knowing nothing about the Bulgarians and their geographical claims, sent an envoy of his own to make inquiries on the spot, and, after keeping the Bulgarian mission waiting at Aix-la-Chapelle, finally sent it back without any definite reply. Omertag, anxious to maintain his prestige over the Slavs beyond the Danube, who had shown signs of placing themselves under the protection of his powerful neighbor, invaded Pannonia and set up Bulgarian governors there. In fact, Sirmia and eastern Hungary remained Bulgarian till the Magyar conquest. A Greek inscription on a pillar of the Church of the 40 Martyrs at Turnovo commemorates the works of the sublime Khan Omertag, the house of high renown which he built on the Danube, and the sepulchre which he made midway between that and his old house at Pliska. Of these two constructions, the former has been identified with the ruined fortress of Katty near Turtukai on the Danube, the Bulgaro-Romanian frontier, according to the Treaty of Bréhier of 1913, the latter with a mound near the village of Munzilar. Another Greek inscription, recently discovered at Chatalar, records a still more important creation of this ruler, a palace on the river Tutsa, intended to overawe the Greeks. This palace, founded, as the inscription informs us, in 821-22, was none other than the future capital of Bulgaria, Great Preslav, or the Glorious, a little to the southwest of Shumla. Despite the prayer uttered in this inscription that the divine ruler may press down the emperor with his foot, Omertag, so far from attacking the Greek Empire, actually aided Michael II in 823 against the rebel Thomas, who was besieging Constantinople. Thus, Byzantium, besieged by one Bulgarian ruler, was 10 years later relieved by another. There is little continuity of policy in the Balkans. Omertag, who was still alive in 827, was succeeded by his son Prisium, or Malamir as he was called in the increasingly important Slavonic idiom of Bulgaria. His reign is important historically because it was unfortunately marred by the first of the long series of Serbo-Bulgarian wars, of which our own generation has seen 3. Characteristically, it seems to have arisen out of the Bulgarian occupation of Western Macedonia. The Serbian prince Vlastimir, during a 3 years' struggle, inflicted heavy losses on the Bulgarians. Prisium's nephew and successor, the famous Boris, who began his long reign in 852, was again defeated by Vlastimir's 3 sons, and his own son Vladimir, with 12 great nobles, was captured. Boris had to sue for peace to save the prisoners. He was no more fortunate in his quarrel with the Croats, and he maintained toward the Greeks the pacific policy of Omertag. The name of Boris is indelibly connected with the conversion of the Bulgarians to Christianity. Sporadic attempts at conversion had already been made, and with sufficient success to provoke persecution by Omertag, whose eldest son is even said to have become a proselyte. But in the time of Boris, Christianity became the state religion. In the Near East, politics and religion are inextricably mingled, and it is probable that political considerations may have helped to influence the Bulgarian ruler. Boris, placed midway between the Western and the Eastern Empire, had played an equivocal part between Louis the German and Rostislav of Moravia, now supporting the German, now the Slav. The Moravian prince pointed out to Byzantium the danger to the whole Balkan peninsula of a Bulgaro-German alliance, especially if Boris, as his German ally desired, adopted the Western faith. Michael III at once saw the gravity of the situation. He made a hostile demonstration against Bulgaria, whose ruler submitted without a blow, agreed to accept the Orthodox form of Christianity, thus becoming ecclesiastically dependent on the ecumenical patriarch, and received as a slight concession a small rectification of his frontier in the shape of an uninhabited district. Boris was baptized in 864-65. The emperor acted as his sponsor, and the convert took his sponsor's name of Michael. Other less mundane reasons for his conversion are given. It is said that, during a severe famine, he was moved by the appeals of his sister, who had embraced Christianity during her captivity in Constantinople. and by the arguments of a captive monk, Theodore Couperus, to become a Christian. Another story represents him as terrified into acceptance of the faith by the realistic picture of the Last Judgment painted for him by a Greek artist, Methodius. His attempt, however, to force baptism upon his heathen subjects led to a revolt of the nobles. He put down this insurrection with the utmost severity. He executed 52 nobles with their wives and families, while sparing the common folk. The celebrated patriarch Photius sent a literary essay to his well-beloved son on the heresies that beset, and the duties that await, a model Christian prince, and missionaries, Greeks, Armenians, and others, flooded Bulgaria. Perplexed by their different precepts and alarmed at the reluctance of the patriarch to appoint a bishop for Bulgaria, Boris craftily sent an embassy to Pope Nicholas I, asking him to send a bishop and priests, and propounding a list of 106 theological and social questions, upon which he desired the Pope's authoritative opinion. This singular catalogue of doubts included such diverse subjects as the desirability of wearing drawers, which the Pope pronounced to be immaterial, the expediency of the sovereign dining alone, which was declared to be bad manners, the right way with pagans and apostates, and the appointment of a Bulgarian patriarch. Nicholas I sent Formosus, afterwards Pope, and another bishop as his legates to Bulgaria with replies to these questions, denouncing the practice of torturing prisoners and other barbarous customs, but putting aside for the present the awkward question of a patriarch. Bulgaria was, however, to have a bishop, and later on an archbishop. Photius, in reply, denounced the proceedings of the Roman Church in Bulgaria and the reluctance of the new Pope Hadrian II to nominate as archbishop a person recommended by Boris made the indignant Bulgarian abandon Rome for Byzantium, which gladly sent him an archbishop and 10 bishops. The Archbishop of Bulgaria took the next place, after the Patriarch, at festivities. Boris's son, the future Tsar Simeon, was sent to study Demosthenes and Aristotle at Constantinople. One further step towards the popularization of Christianity in Bulgaria remained to be taken: the introduction of the Slavonic liturgy and books of devotion. This was, towards the end of Boris's reign, the work of the disciples of Methodius, one of the 2 famous Slavonic apostles, when they were driven from Moravia. Boris in 888 retired into a cloister, whence 4 years later he temporarily emerged to depose his elder son Vladimir, whose excesses had endangered the state. After placing his younger son Simeon on the throne in 893, Boris lived on till 907 and died in the odor of sanctity, the first of Bulgaria's national saints. With Simeon began again the struggle between Greeks and Bulgarians. 2 Greek merchants who had obtained from the Emperor Leo VI the monopoly of the Bulgarian trade diverted it from Constantinople to Salonika and placed heavy duties upon the Bulgarian traders. The latter complained to Simeon and Simeon to the emperor, but backstairs influence at the palace prevented his complaints from being heard, and forced him to resort to arms. He defeated the imperial forces and sent back the captives with their noses cut off. Leo summoned the Magyars across the Danube to his aid. Simeon was defeated and his country devastated up to the gates of Preslav. But when the Magyars withdrew, he defeated a Greek army at Bulgarophygos, near Hadrianople, and ravaged the homes of the Magyars during their absence on a distant expedition. An interval of peace ensued, during which the classically educated ruler endeavored to acclimatize Byzantine literature among his recalcitrant subjects. Simeon collected and had translated 135 speeches of Chrysostom. Constantine, a pupil of the apostle Methodius, translated another collection of homilies, and, at Simeon's command, 4 orations of St. Athanasius. John the Exarch dedicated to Simeon his Shestadnev, or the Hexameron, a compilation describing the creation from Aristotle and the Fathers. A monk, Grigori, translated for him the Chronicle of John Malalas with additions, while several unknown writers drew up an encyclopedia of the contemporary knowledge of Byzantium. There was nothing original in this literature, but if it was not the natural product of the Bulgarian spirit, it diffused a certain culture among the few, and reflected credit upon the royal patron, whom his contemporaries likened to the Ptolemies, for his promotion of learning. Simeon had learned also at Constantinople the love of magnificence as well as of literature. If we may believe his contemporary John the Exarch, his residence at Great Preslav, whither the capital had now been removed from Pliska, was a marvel to behold, with its palaces and churches, its paintings, its marble, copper, gold, and silver ornaments. In the palace sat the sovereign in a garment studded with pearls, a chain of coins round his neck, and bracelets on his wrists, girt about with a purple girdle, and with a golden sword at his side. Of all this splendor, and of a city which Nicetas in the 13th century described as having the largest circuit of any in the Balkans, a few scanty ruins remain. Alexander, the successor of Leo VI, mortally offended Simeon by rejecting his offer to renew the treaty concluded with his father. The accession of the child Constantine Porphyrogenitus gave him his opportunity for revenge. In 913, a century after Crum, he appeared with an army before Constantinople. Next year he obtained Hadrianople by treachery, and on 20 August 917 he annihilated the Byzantine army at Anchialus, where half a century later the bones of the slain were still visible. Bulgaria by this victory became for a brief period the dominant power of the Balkan peninsula. Simeon's dominions stretched from the Black to the Ionian Sea, except for a few Byzantine fortresses on the Albanian coast. Nice and Belgrade were Bulgarian, but the Aegean coast remained Greek. In 923, Simeon besieged Constantinople, and Hadrianople again surrendered to the Bulgarians. The title of Sublime Khan, or even that of Prince, seemed inadequate for the ruler of such a vast realm. Accordingly, Simeon assumed the style of Tsar of the Bulgarians and Greeks, receiving his crown from Rome, while, as a natural concomitant of the imperial dignity, the head of the Bulgarian church became Patriarch of Preslav, with his residence at Cilicia. Simeon's career closed in the midst of wars against the Serbs and Croats, in the course of which he had laid Serbia waste but had been defeated by the Croats. He died in 927, and, like most strong Balkan rulers, was succeeded by a weak man. He had excluded his eldest son Michael from the succession and confined him in a monastery, but his second son, Tsar Peter, had the temperament of a pacifist. His first act was to marry the granddaughter of the Byzantine co-emperor, Romanus I Lecapenus, thus introducing for the first time a Greek tsaritsa into the Bulgarian court. He obtained by this marriage the recognition of his imperial title and of the Bulgarian Patriarchate. But the war party in Bulgaria, headed by the Tsar's younger brother John, revolted against what they considered a policy of concession to the Greeks, and when John was defeated, Simeon's eldest son emerged from his cell to lead a fresh rebellion. Upon his death, a far more serious opponent arose in the person of the noble Shishman of Turnovo and his sons. Shishman separated Macedonia and Albania from Old Bulgaria and established a second Bulgarian empire in the western provinces. Torn asunder by these rivalries, Bulgaria was also menaced by her neighbors, the Serbs, the Patsanaks, and the Magyars, while the Bogomil heresy spread through the land from the two parent churches of the Bulgarians proper and of the Macedonian or Thracian Dragovici. In Bulgaria, as in Bosnia, the Bogomil tenets aroused vehement opposition, the leader of which was the presbyter Cosmas. Apart from their beliefs, the Bogomils, by the mere fact of dividing the nation into two contending religious factions, weakened its unity and prepared the way for the Turkish conquest. Even today, the name of the Babuni, as the Bulgarian Bogomils were called, lingers in the Babuna Mountains near Prilep, the scene of fighting between the Bulgarians and the Allies in the late war. Simultaneously with this important religious and social movement, there arose a race of ascetic hermits, of whom the chief, John of Rila, became the patron saint of Bulgaria. Native of a village near Sofia, and a simple herdsman, he lived for 20 years now in the hollow of an oak, now in a cave of the Rila Mountains, an hour climb above the famous monastery which bears his name. Here the pious Tsar Peter visited him, and here he died in 946. His body was removed by Peter to Sofia, but restored to Rila in 1469. End of section 34. Section 35 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. The Rise and Fall of the First Bulgarian Empire, 678 to 1018, Part 2, by William Miller. The last years of Peter's weak reign coincided with the great revival of Byzantine military power upon the accession of Nicephorus II, Phocas. The Bulgarians had the tactlessness to demand from the conqueror of Crete, just returned from his triumphs in Asia, the customary tribute, which Byzantium had paid to the strong Tsar Simeon. The victorious emperor, so the historian of his reign informs us, although not easily moved to anger, was so greatly incensed at this impertinent demand that he raised his voice and exclaimed that the Greeks must indeed be in a sorry plight if, after defeating every enemy in arms, they were to pay tribute like slaves to a race of Scythians, poor and filthy to boot. Suiting the action to the word, he ordered the envoys to be beaten, and bade them tell their master that the most mighty emperor of the Romans would forthwith visit his country and pay the tribute in person. When, however, the soldierly emperor had seen with his own eyes what a difficult country Bulgaria was, he thought it imprudent to expose his own army to the risks which had befallen his namesake and predecessor in the Balkan passes. He therefore contented himself with taking a few frontier forts, and invited the Russians, on payment of a subvention, to invade Bulgaria from the north and settle permanently there. Sviatoslav, the Russian prince, was only too delighted to undertake this task. He landed in 967 at the mouth of the Danube, drove the Bulgarians back into Silistria, and took many of their towns. This Russian success made Nicephorus reflect that a Russian Bulgaria might be more dangerous to Constantinople than a weak native state. The same argument led to the Berlin Treaty, so he offered to help the Bulgarians to expel his Russian allies, and requested that 2 Bulgarian princesses should be sent to Byzantium to be affianced to the sons of the late Emperor Romanus, one of whom was destined to be the slayer of the Bulgarians. Peter sent the princesses and his 2 sons as hostages, but his death, the assassination of Nicephorus, and the withdrawal of the Russians in 969, menaced by the Petsinaks at home, ended this episode. The biblically named sons of Shishman, David, Moses, Aaron, and Samuel, endeavored to avail themselves of the absence of the lawful heir, Boris II, to reunite eastern and western Bulgaria under their dynasty, but the arrival of Boris frustrated their attempt. It was reserved for the new Byzantine Emperor, John I, Tzimices, to end the Eastern Bulgarian Empire. Sviatoslav had been so greatly charmed with the riches and fertility of Bulgaria that he returned there, no longer as a Byzantine ally, but on his own account, preferring, as he said, to establish his throne on the Danube rather than at Kiev. He captured the Bulgarian capital and the Tsar, crossed the Balkans, took and impaled the inhabitants of Philippopolis, and bade the Greek government either pay him compensation or leave Europe. The warlike Armenian who sat on the Greek throne invaded Bulgaria in 971, traversed the unguarded Balkan passes, took Great Preslav, and released Boris and his family from Russian captivity, saying that he had come to avenge the Bulgarians for what they had suffered from the Russians. But when Silistria, the last Russian stronghold, fell, and the Russians had evacuated Bulgaria, Tzimisces deposed Boris and the Bulgarian Patriarch and annexed eastern Bulgaria to the Byzantine Empire. Boris was compelled to divest himself of his regalia and received a Byzantine court title. His brother was made a eunuch. Great Preslav was rebaptized Ioannopoulos after its conqueror. The Eastern Bulgarian Empire was at an end. Western Bulgaria, under the sons of Shishman, remained, however, independent for 47 years longer. Of these 4 sons, the so-called Komitopuli, or young counts, David was killed by some wandering Wallachs. Moses was slain while besieging Ceres, and Aaron, with most of his family, was executed for his Greek sympathies by his remaining brother Samuel, who thus became sole Bulgarian Tsar. His realm, at the period of its greatest extent before the Greek campaigns of 1000 to 1002, included a considerable part of Danubian Bulgaria, with the towns of Great Preslav, Vidin, and Sofia, and much of Serbia and Albania, but was essentially Macedonian, and his capital, after a brief residence at Sofia, was moved to Moglina, Vodina, and Prespa, where an island in the lake still preserves the name of his castle, and finally to the lake of Okrida, the swamps of which he drained by 100 canals into the river Drin. Upon the death of Tzimisces in 976, the Bulgarians rose. Both Boris II and his brother Roman escaped from Constantinople, but the former was shot by a Bulgarian in mistake for a Greek, while the latter, being harmless, received a post from Samuel, who overran Thrace, the country round Salonika and Thessaly, and carried off from Larissa to his capital at Prespa the remains of Saint Achilles, bishop of Larissa in the time of Constantine the Great. The ruined monastery of the island of Achille in the lake still preserves the memory of this translation. Samuel even marched into continental Greece and threatened the Peloponnese, but was recalled by the news that the young Emperor Basil II had invaded Bulgaria. The first of his Bulgarian campaigns, that of 981, ended, however, ingloriously, for the future conqueror of the Bulgarians. Whilst on his way to besiege Sofia, he was defeated at Shtiponi near Iktiman and with difficulty escaped to Philippopolis. 15 years of peace between the hereditary enemies ensued, which Samuel employed in making war upon John Vladimir, the saintly Serbian prince of Dioclea, in ravaging Dalmatia, and in occupying Durazzo. Bulgaria thus, for a brief space, for Durazzo was soon recovered by the Greeks, became an Adriatic power. The Serbian prince, carried captive to Prespa, won the heart of Samuel's daughter Kosara, who begged her father to release him and allow her to marry him. Samuel not only consented, but allowed him to return and rule over his conquered land. In 996 began the second war between Basil II and the Bulgarians. Basil, free at last from the cares of the civil wars, had appointed Terranites governor of Salonika for the special purpose of checking Samuel's raids. The new governor, however, fell with his son into a Bulgarian ambush and was killed, whereupon Basil sent Nicephorus Uranus to take his place. Meanwhile, Samuel, elated at his success, had marched again through the Vale of Tempe as far as the Peloponnese, ravaging and plundering as he went. But this time he was not to return unscathed. On his way back, Uranus waited for him on the bank of the swollen Spercheius, and, crossing in the night, fell upon the sleeping Bulgarian soldiers, who had believed it impossible to ford the river. Samuel and his son, Gabriel Radomir Roman, were wounded and only escaped capture by lying as if dead among the corpses which strewed the field, fleeing when it was dark to the passes of Pindus. From that moment Samuel's fortune turned. His next loss was that of Durazzo, betrayed to the Greeks by his father-in-law, the chief man of the place, and by the captive son of Terranites, who had obtained the affections of another of the Tsar's susceptible daughters, and had been allowed to marry her and had received a command at that important position. The Greeks everywhere took the offensive. In 1000 they entered and again subdued Danubian Bulgaria, taking Great and Little Preslav and Pliska, which is now mentioned after a long interval. Next year, Basil cleared the Bulgarian garrisons out of the South Macedonian towns of Bréhier, Servia, and Vodinia, out of the Thessalian castles, removing them to Voleros at the mouth of the Maritsa. To this campaign we owe the first description, which enlivens the prose of Cedrenus, of the waterfall of Vodinia, the Tivoli of Macedonia. In 1002, Vidin and Skopelje fell, and Samuel, believing that the Vardar could not be crossed, once again nearly became the prisoner of the Greeks. Hostilities dragged on, and Basil, for the next 12 years, annually invaded the western Bulgarian Empire, which was now reduced to part of Macedonia, Albania, and the mountains round Sofia. But in 1014, the third and last Bulgarian War of the Reign broke out. On 29 July, Nicephorus Xiphias turned the strong Bulgarian position of Cleidion, the Key, in the Struma Valley near the scene of King Constantine's victories over the Bulgarians 900 years later. Samuel escaped, thanks to his son's assistance, to Prilep, but Basil blinded the 15,000 Bulgarian captives, leaving 1 man in every 100 with 1 eye, so that he might guide his totally blinded comrades to tell the tale to the fugitive Tsar. Samuel fainted at the ghastly sight, and 2 days later expired. The Western Bulgarian Empire survived him only 4 years. His son, Gabriel Roman, by a captive from Larissa, succeeded him, but excelled him in physique alone. Barely a year later, Gabriel was murdered by his cousin, John Vladislav, Aaron's son, whose life he had begged his father to spare when Aaron and the rest of his family were put to death. The ungrateful wretch likewise assassinated his cousin's wife, blinded her eldest son, and invited the Serbian prince, John Vladimir, to be his guest at Prespa, and there had him beheaded. Having thus removed all possible rivals in his own family, the new Tsar began to treat with Basil, whose vassal he offered to become. Basil, mistrusting the murderer, marched upon his capital of Otrida, blinding all the Bulgarians whom he took prisoners on the way. He captured Otrida and was on his way to relieve Durazzo, which was invested by the Bulgarians, when a sudden defeat, inflicted upon a detachment of his army by the Bulgarian noble Ivats, caused him to retire on Salonika. The Bulgarians continued to make a vigorous defense of their difficult country. Pernik successfully resisted a siege of 88 days. The Tsar even endeavored to make an alliance with the Patzinaks from beyond the Danube against the Greeks. But he fell by an unknown hand while besieging Durazzo in 1018. Bulgaria, left without a head, was divided into 2 parties, one headed by the widowed Tsaritsa Maria, the patriarch David, and Bogdan, the commander of the inner fortress. The other and weaker party, led by the late Tsar's son Fruyan and the soldierly Ivats. Upon the news of the Tsar's death, Basil marched into Bulgaria to complete the subjection of the country. At Strumitsa, the patriarch met him with a letter from the Tsaritsa, offering, on certain conditions, to surrender Bulgaria. Bogdan was rewarded with a Byzantine title for his treachery, and then the emperor proceeded to Otrida, where he confiscated the rich treasury of the Tsars. In his camp outside there waited upon him the Tsaritsa with her 6 daughters and 3 of her sons, a bastard son of Samuel, and the 5 sons and 2 daughters of Gabriel Radomir Roman. The conqueror received her kindly, as well as the notables who made their submission. Her 3 other sons, however, of whom Fruyan was the most prominent, had fled to Mount Tomor near Berat, where they endeavored to maintain the independence of Bulgaria in the Albanian highlands, where Ivat held out in his castle of Pronishta in the same mountainous region. The young princes, however, were forced to surrender and compensated with court titles. The brave Ivats was treacherously seized and blinded. The last 2 nobles who still held out then surrendered. After nearly 40 years of fighting, Bulgaria was subdued. The Bulgar Slayer, as Basil II is known in history, celebrated his triumph in the noblest of all existing churches, the majestic Parthenon, then Our Lady of Athens. On his march he gazed upon the bleaching bones of the Bulgarians who had fallen by the Spercheus 22 years before, and upon the walls erected in the pass of Thermopylae to repel their invasions. The great cathedral he enriched with offerings out of the Bulgarian treasury, and 900 years later the Athenians were reminded of his triumph there. Thence he returned to Constantinople, where the ex-Tsaritsa, Samuel's daughters, and the rest of the Bulgarians were led through the Golden Gate before him. Bulgaria, a Byzantine province, 1018 to 1186. Bulgaria remained for 168 years a Byzantine province. Her nobles had lost their leaders. Her princes and princesses had disappeared amidst the pompous functionaries of the Byzantine court. Only her church remained autonomous, but that only on condition that the Patriarchate, which during the period of the Western Bulgarian Empire had had its seat successively at Vodinia, Prespa, and finally at Otrida, was reduced to the rank of an archbishopry. In 1020, Basil II issued 3 charters confirming the rights of the Archbishop of Bulgaria. The additional title of Justiniana Prima was added in 1157, whose residence continued to be at Otrida, whither it had been moved by Simeon. He expressly maintained intact the rights and area of its jurisdiction as it had been in the times of both Peter and Samuel, which therefore included 30 bishoprics and towns, such as Otrida, Castoria, Monastir, and Skopje in Macedonia, Sofia and Vidin in Old Bulgaria, Belgrade, Nice, Prizren, and Rasa in what is now Yugoslavia, Canina above Avlona, Chemara, Butrinto, and Joanina in South Albania and northern Epirus, and Stagi, the modern Kalabaka in Thessaly. We may therefore safely assume that in the palmy days of Peter and of Samuel, these places were included within their respective empires. In 1020, these 30 bishoprics contained 685 ecclesiastics and 655 serfs. But after Basil II's reign, the number of these suffragans was reduced practically to what it had been in the time of Samuel, and after the first archbishop, no more Bulgarians were appointed to the see of Otrida during the Byzantine period. The head of the autonomous Bulgarian church was always a Greek, and often a priest from St. Sophia itself, except on one occasion when a Jew was nominated, and the list includes the distinguished theologian and letter writer Theophylact of Euboea, who felt as an exile his separation from culture in the wilds of Bulgaria, and John Kamatirus, afterwards Ecumenical Patriarch at the time of the Latin conquest of Constantinople. The Bogomil heresy made great progress during this period, especially round Philippopolis, despite its persecution by the Emperor Alexius I. For the civil and military administration of Bulgaria, a new Bulgarian theme was created under Pronotius, and also a duchy of Pastritium, while the neighboring themes had their territory enlarged. The various governors, holding office usually for only a year, made as much out of their districts as possible in the customary Oriental fashion, but the local communities retained a considerable measure of autonomy, and we are expressly told that Basil left the taxes as they had been in the time of Samuel, payable in kind. The Bulgarians did not, however, remain inactive during this long period of Byzantine rule. A succession of weak rulers and court intrigues followed the death of Basil, the Bulgar slayer. The Bulgarian prince Fruyan and his mother, the ex-Tsaritsa, were mixed up in these intrigues, both imprisoned in monasteries and the former blinded. In 1040, a more serious movement arose. Simultaneous insurrections broke out among the Serbs of what is now Montenegro and the Bulgarians, who found a leader in a certain Peter Delian, who gave himself out to be a son of the Tsar Gabriel Radomir Roman. Greeted enthusiastically as Tsar, he had the country at his feet, so lively was the memory of the old dynasty. But a rival appeared in the person of the warlike Tikhomir, who was acclaimed Tsar by the Slavs of Durazzo. Delian invited his rival and the Bulgarians that were with him to a meeting, at which he told them that one bush could not nourish two redbreasts, and bade them to choose between Tikhomir and the grandson of Samuel, promising to abide loyally by their decision. Loud applause greeted his speech. The people stoned Tikhomir and proclaimed Delian their sole sovereign. He marched upon Salonika, whence the Emperor Michael IV, the Paphlagonian, fled, while his chamberlain, Ivats, perhaps a son of the Bulgarian patriot, went over with his war chest to the insurgents. One Bulgarian army took Durazzo, another invaded Greece, and defeated the imperial forces before Thebes. The entire province of Nicopolis, except Naupactus, joined the Bulgarians, infuriated at the exactions of the Byzantine tax collector and at the substitution by the unpopular finance minister John, the emperor's brother, of cash payments for payments in kind. But another Bulgarian leader now appeared in the person of Alucian, younger brother of the Tsar John Vladislav and Delian's cousin, whom the grasping minister's greed had also driven to revolt. Delian wisely offered to share the first place with this undoubted scion of the stock of Shishman, for his own claims to the blood royal were impugned. But a great defeat of the Bulgarians before Salonika, which was ascribed to the intervention of that city's patron saint, Saint Demetrius, led him to recriminations and suspicions. Alucian invited his rival to a banquet, made him drunk, and blinded him. The double-dyed traitor then betrayed his country to the emperor. The revolt was speedily crushed, and Delian and Ivats were led in triumph to Constantinople. Another Bulgarian rising took place in 1073, and from the same cause, the exactions of the imperial treasury, which continued to ignore the wise practice of Basil II and the lessons of the last rebellion. Having no prominent leader of their own to put on the throne, the Bulgarian chiefs begged Michael, first king of the Serbian state of Dioclea, to send them his son, Constantine Bodin, who they proclaimed as Tsar of the Bulgarians at Prizren, under the popular name of Peter, formerly born by Simeon's saintly son. But there was a party among the Bulgarians hostile to what was doubtless regarded as a foreign movement. The insurgents made the mistake, after their initial successes, of dividing their forces and were defeated at Pawn, the Peacock Castle, on the historic field of Kosovo, where Bodin was taken prisoner. Frankish mercenaries in Byzantine employ completed the destruction by burning down the palace of the Tsars on the island in the lake of Prespa and sacking the church of St. Achilles. Worse still were the frequent raids of the Patzinaks and the Cumans, while Macedonia was the theater of the Norman invasion. But except for occasional and quickly suppressed risings of Bulgarians and Bogomils, there was no further serious insurrection for over 100 years. Under the Comnenian dynasty, the Bulgarians were better governed, and they lacked local leaders to face a series of energetic emperors. End of section 35.
Section 36 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4. The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4. The Eastern Roman Empire. The Greek Church. Its relations with the West up to 1054. Part 1 by Louis Bréhier. After the festival in honor of the restoration of the images, 11 March 843, the last religious differences between the East and West seem to have disappeared, and yet the course of events during the iconoclast controversy had seriously modified the conditions under which the relations between Rome and Constantinople had been hitherto maintained. The papacy emerged from that long dispute completely emancipated politically from the Byzantine Empire. After the accession of Paul I, 757, the Pope no longer applied to the Emperor of Constantinople for the ratification of his election, but to the King of the Franks, and after the year 800, to the Emperor of the West. After Pope Hadrian, the year of the reign of the Eastern Emperors no longer appears in the papal bulls, and nothing is more significant than this breaking with an ancient tradition. It cannot be disputed that after the Second Council of Nicaea, 787, held in the presence of the papal legates, relations had been renewed between Rome and Constantinople, which continued until the second abolition of image worship, 815. But neither the Empress Irene nor her successors dreamt of revoking the edict of Leo the Isaurian, which had deprived the Roman Church of its patrimony in the East and of its jurisdiction over southern Italy and Illyricum. A still more illuminating fact is that, when the Empress Theodora restored image worship in 843, she did not treat with the Pope as Irene had done, and the new Patriarch Methodius ordered the anathema to be launched against the iconoclasts without the cooperation of Rome. Two distinct and opposed attitudes towards the Pope may, in fact, be seen in the Greek Church. On the one hand, the superior clergy, largely recruited from among laymen, ex-governors or high officials, steeped in the doctrines of Caesaropapism, could not show much enthusiasm and indeed felt considerable misgivings towards a pontiff who, since the events of the year 800, had been a mainstay of the emperors of the West, regarded at Byzantium as usurpers. A large number of these prelates had adhered to the iconoclast doctrines, and in 843 many of them tried to obliterate this past by a reconciliation with orthodoxy. On the other hand, these high official clergy were confronted by the monks, and especially the Studites, who had defended image worship even to martyrdom, and were resolute opponents to the interference of the emperors in the affairs of the Church. Their fundamental doctrine was complete liberty, as against the state in matters of dogma no less than of discipline. But the one effective guarantee of this liberty for them was the close union of the Greek Church with Rome. They recognized in the successor to St. Peter the spiritual authority denied to the emperor. Theodore of Studion, in his correspondence with the popes and sovereigns, emphasizes the necessity of submitting to the arbitration of the Pope all the difficulties which may perplex the Church, and for a long time the monastery of Studion was considered the stronghold of the Roman party at Byzantium. For these reasons, the restoration of image worship in 843, even if it was an undeniable victory for the Studites, was not so complete a success as they had wished, and the Patriarch Methodius, himself formerly a monk, but animated by conciliatory spirit and desirous above all things of restoring peace in the Church, made several vigorous attacks on their uncompromising policy. On the other side, the elevation to the Patriarchate in 846 of Ignatius, son of the Emperor Michael Rangabe, who during his brief reign had been the protector and almost the servant of the Studites, seemed to assure definitely the triumph of their doctrines. Brought up in exile on Prince's Islands, Ignatius was a true ascetic and had fervently embraced all the principles of Studite reform. Friendly relations with Rome seemed therefore assured, but a significant incident showed that the new patriarch, however well disposed he might be towards the Pope, did not propose to abandon one jot of his autonomy. Gregory Asbestos, Archbishop of Syracuse, having taken refuge at Constantinople, was condemned by a synod for certain irregularities. He appealed to Pope Leo IV, who commanded Ignatius to send him the acts of the synod. The patriarch refused, and the matter remained unsettled. Benedict III, who succeeded Leo IV in 899, refused to confirm the deposition of Gregory Asbestos and contented himself with suspending him until he had seen the evidence. Thus, though the relations between Rome and Constantinople had once more become normal, and the goodwill of Ignatius and the Studites towards the Pope was manifestly great, the long separation due to the iconoclastic dispute had borne fruit. The Greek Church had become accustomed to complete autonomy, so far as Rome went, and its bishops, who fostered feelings of distrust and even hostility against her, only awaited an opportunity to shew them. The crisis in the Patriarchate, which was the result of the deposition of Ignatius, soon supplied them with the desired opportunity. Ignatius had made many enemies for himself by his uncompromising character and his unbending austerity, which did not spare those who held the highest places. In 858 he dared to attack the Caesar Bartus, whose profligacy was a public scandal, and refused to administer the sacrament to him. Bartus avenged this insult by banishing Ignatius to the island of Terebinthus, after having implicated him in an imaginary plot against the emperor, 27 November 858. Then, being unable to extort from him an act of abdication, and without even waiting for the result of the trial which was pending, Bartus raised to the patriarchal throne a layman, the Protois Secretus Photius, one of the most renowned teachers in the University of Constantinople. Photius, if we can believe his letters, appears to have hesitated at first to accept the post, but ended by allowing himself to be persuaded, and within 6 days was professed a monk and received all the ecclesiastical orders. On 25 December 858, he was consecrated Patriarch in St. Sophia. He represented the party of the high clergy which had adopted once more the traditions of Tarasius, Nicephorus, and Methodius, and he met at once with violent opposition from the monks, especially from the Studites, whose abbot Nicholas of Studion refused to take the communion with him and was banished. He therefore thought it expedient to consolidate his power by a reconciliation with Rome. In 860, a solemn embassy, consisting of 4 bishops and a high lay official, was sent to Pope Nicholas. Its object was to invite the Pope to assemble a council to settle the dispute as to image worship, and more especially to obtain the papal recognition of Photius as lawful patriarch. This step in itself shows that Photius at that time accepted generally the jurisdiction of the Pope. But Nicholas I refused to recognize the election of Photius without fuller information, and after protesting against the deposition of Ignatius, he dispatched to Constantinople 2 legates, Redoed, Bishop of Porto, and Zacharias, Bishop of Anagni, with instructions to hold an inquiry and to treat Ignatius provisionally as lawful patriarch. No efforts were spared at Constantinople to conceal this news. The legates, as soon as they arrived February 861, were secluded and prevented from communicating with Ignatius and his partisans. Pressure was brought to bear on them by threats and even by bribes. They allowed themselves to be persuaded and, contrary to their instructions, they consented to preside at a council which was convened at the Holy Apostles, May 861, and pronounced the deposition of Ignatius, after suborned witnesses had been produced to affirm that the accused had been elected, contrary to the canons. But when the legates returned to Rome, loaded with presents from Photius, the Pope received them with indignation and repudiated all their acts. In an encyclical addressed to the 3 Eastern Patriarchs, he declared that the deposition of Ignatius was illegal, and that Photius improperly held the seat of Constantinople. In answer to a letter from Photius, brought by an imperial secretary in which the patriarch seemed to treat with him on equal terms, the Pope reminded him that the See of Rome was the supreme head of all the churches. Finally, at the request of some partisans of Ignatius, including the Archimandrite Theognostus, who had succeeded in escaping to Rome, he called a council at the Lateran Palace, April 863, which summoned Photius to resign all his powers on pain of excommunication. The same injunction was laid on all the bishops consecrated by Photius. The dispute thus entered the domain of law, and the issue at stake was the jurisdiction of the Pope over the Church of Constantinople, before taking the final step in embarking on schism. Photius seems to have hesitated and to have adopted diplomatic means at first. He induced the Emperor Michael to write a letter to the Pope, which was in the nature of an ultimatum. The Emperor threatened to march on Rome in the event of Nicholas refusing to revoke his sentences, and repudiated the doctrine of the supreme jurisdiction of the papacy. Nicholas, making the widest concessions, offered to revise the judgment of the council if Ignatius and Photius would consent to appear before him at Rome. Photius, on his side, was fully posted in Western affairs, and knew that the uncompromising character of Nicholas roused keen opposition in those parts. He had favorably received a memorandum from the archbishops of Cologne and Treves, who had been deposed by the Pope for having consented to the divorce of Lothar II. In the course of the year 863, Photius addressed letters to the Western clergy and to the Emperor Louis II to demand the deposition of Nicholas by a council of the Church. This was not yet rupture with the West, since by acting as he did he hoped to find a more conciliatory Pope than Nicholas. Nevertheless, when he learned of the arrival of Roman legates in Bulgaria, considering their interference with this newly founded church as an encroachment on the rights of the Patriarchate, he convoked a synod, 867, which formally condemned the Latin uses introduced into the Bulgarian Church, and more particularly, the double procession of the Holy Ghost. This was the first step in an antagonism which was destined to end in schism. Matters came rapidly to a head. In November 866, the Pope resolved to address a final appeal to Constantinople, and dispatched fresh legates with orders to put letters into the hands of the emperor and principal personages of the court. Photius then took the decisive step, and it is possible that this decision was influenced by the raising of Basil to the imperial throne as colleague to Michael after the murder of Bardas. He wished to confront the future emperor, whose hostility he anticipated with an accomplished fact. In the course of the summer of 867, a council presided over by the Emperor Michael pronounced the excommunication of Pope Nicholas, declared the practices of the Roman Church to be heretical as opposed to Greek use, and stigmatized the intervention of that church in the affairs of Constantinople as unlawful. The resolutions of the council were sent by Photius to the Eastern Patriarchs in the form of an encyclical, in which he bitterly condemned all the peculiar usages of the Western churches, the addition of the Filioque to the creed, the Saturday fast, the use of eggs in Lent, the custom of the clergy of shaving the beard, and others. 2 bishops went to take the acts of the council to Italy. The Pope, desirous of justifying Western uses, commanded Hincmar, Archbishop of Reims, to convoke provincial councils in order to answer the objections of the Greeks. The split between the East and West was thus effected. It is clear that the differences in the uses quoted by Photius were not the real cause of the schism. From the dogmatic point of view, the East and West participated in the same faith, that of the ecumenical councils. The addition of the Filioque to the creed modified in appearance the idea which was formed of the relations between the persons of the Trinity, but in no respect changed the dogma itself. It was not impossible, as indeed subsequent events showed, to come to some agreement as to church discipline and the liturgy. At the close of the year 867, the two apostles of the Slavs, Constantine Cyril, a pupil of Photius, and his brother Methodius, arrived at Rome, bringing with them the relics of St. Clement. Pope Nicholas was dead, and it was his successor Adrian II who consecrated them bishops 5 January 868, and by giving the name of Cyril to Constantine, paid homage to the great patriarch of Alexandria, who had formerly been the connecting link between the East and Rome. He further approved the translation of the scriptures made by the two apostles, as well as their liturgy in the Slavonic tongue. No act shows more clearly the conciliatory spirit of the two churches in the matter of uses. The cause of the separation cannot therefore be found here, but must be attributed to the regard for its autonomy, which inspired the Church of Constantinople. Photius, by championing this cause, easily led with him the bishops who, like himself, refused to admit the supreme jurisdiction of the Pope in disciplinary matters. We shall further see that even on this question, the Greeks were far from being obstinate, and admitted the intervention of the Pope when it served their interests. Their attitude towards Rome was, in reality, always dependent on the vicissitudes of their own disputes. It was a palace revolution in the end which overthrew Photius and revived relations with Rome. Some months after the council held by the Patriarch, the murder of Michael III brought Basil, the Macedonian, to the throne. The new emperor disliked Photius, possibly because he had been a favorite of Bardas. He saw also that the reinstatement of Ignatius, whom the people esteemed a martyr, would conduce to his own personal popularity. The very day after his accession, 25 September 867, he had Photius imprisoned in a monastery, and with great ceremony reinstated Ignatius in the patriarchal chair, 23rd November 867. All the bishops and archmandrites exiled by Photius were recalled. Thus, to obtain his political ends, Basil formally recognized the jurisdiction in the Pope by sending him a double embassy composed of partisans of Ignatius and of Photius, with instructions to ask him to reestablish peace in the Church of Constantinople by calling a council and effecting a reconciliation with the bishops consecrated by Photius. In a synod held at St. Peter's at the close of the year 868, Pope Adrian II, the successor of Nicholas I, solemnly condemned the Council of 867 and convoked a council at Constantinople. Stephen, Bishop of Nepi, Donatus, Bishop of Ostia, and a priest, Marinus, were chosen to represent him there. After a difficult journey, the legates entered Constantinople by the Golden Gate on 29 September 869. Basil received them with the greatest honors and testified in their presence to his veneration for the Church of Rome, the mother of all the other churches. But it was manifest from the very first sittings of the council, which opened on 9 October 869 and took the title of ecumenical, that a misunderstanding existed between the emperor and the legates. The emperor, solicitous for the interests of the state, wished first and foremost to reestablish peace in the church. He had been surprised to see that, differing from Nicholas I, Pope Adrian II had condemned Photius unheard, and on the sole evidence of the partisans of Ignatius. In order that the peace might be permanent, and to prevent Photius and his followers from being able to plead an abuse of justice, it was necessary that the council should revise the sentence and deliver a full and detailed judgment. This was the purport of the instructions given to the patrician Bonds, president of the lay commission which represented the emperor of the council. The Pope's standpoint was quite different. His legates had only been instructed by him to publish the sentence against Photius, pronounced by his predecessor and confirmed by him. They had the further duty of reconciling with the church those bishops, followers of Photius, who should consent to sign the Libellus Satisfactionis brought by them. The jurisdiction of the Pope, differently understood in the East and the West, was the real matter at issue. Bonds won an initial success by demanding that Photius and his followers should be brought before the council to tender their defense there. On 20 October, Photius appeared, but remained mute to all interrogations. His condemnation was then renewed, but the legates observed that they were not retrying the case but were merely publishing the sentence already formulated. Basil accepted this compromise, which was tantamount to a defeat for him, and came in person to preside at the concluding sessions of the council, which broke up on 28 February 870. Thus the ecumenical council, which was intended to smooth out the religious difficulties, only ended increasing the distrust between Rome and Constantinople. Basil certainly lavished friendly words and assurances of orthodoxy on the legates at the ceremony, which marked the closing of the council, but his acts discounted his speeches. Some days previously, to gratify the old partisans of Photius who regretted having signed the Libellus Satisfactionis, he had seized all the copies of that document at the house of the legates, in spite of their protests, but then consented to allow them to be deposited with Anastasius, the librarian, ambassador of the Emperor Louis II at Constantinople. Farther, this scholar was requested by the legates to compare the Greek and Latin texts of the Acts of the Council, when he perceived with astonishment that a letter of Pope Adrian had been tampered with, and that the compliments which he paid to the Emperor Louis II had been suppressed. The most grave incident occurred 3 days after the close of the council. The Bulgarians had received baptism from the Greek missionaries sent by Photius, but their Tsar Boris, whose ambition was to see an ecclesiastical hierarchy founded in Bulgaria, with the patriarch at its head, being unable to obtain it from Constantinople, had applied to Rome. Nicholas I had sent a mission to Bulgaria under the direction of Formosus, Bishop of Porto, who replaced the Greek ritual everywhere by the Latin, and Photius had on other occasions protested against this interference. But when Boris called upon the Pope to create Formosus patriarch, he met with a flat refusal. Then it was that, turning to Constantinople, he sent an embassy to implore the council to decide to which church Bulgaria should belong. The emperor assembled once more the fathers of the council and tried to obtain from the legates the formal recognition of the jurisdiction of the Patriarch of Constantinople over Bulgaria. The legates protested vehemently that they had not received any instructions on this point, and that Bulgaria was besides directly amenable to the See of Rome. Hardly, however, had the legates left when the Patriarch Ignatius consecrated an archbishop and 10 bishops for Bulgaria. Photius would not have acted otherwise, and nothing shows more clearly than this affair the inherited misunderstanding which separated the leaders of the two churches. When the legates took leave of the emperor, so strained were the relations that Basil was mean enough not to make any arrangements for facilitating their return. Their journey, which lasted 9 months, was most arduous. They were captured by Slav pirates and lost all their archives, and only reached Rome on 22nd December 870. By good fortune, Anastasius the librarian, who had embarked for the same destination, had safely brought the acts of the council and the copies of the libellus satisfactionis. Adrian II wrote an indignant letter to Basil, in which he complained of the manner in which his legates had been treated on their return, and also the interference of Ignatius in Bulgaria. But nothing came of it, and the Bulgarian church remained definitely attached to Constantinople. Finally, as a mark of his dissatisfaction, the Pope refused to pardon the followers of Photius, for whom the emperor had interceded. But soon, by the usual reversal of Byzantine opinion, Photius, who had been imprisoned in a monastery, succeeded in regaining the good graces of Basil, and was recalled to Constantinople. Ignatius continued to govern the church, but 3 days after his death, which took place on 23 October 877, Photius was reinstated on the patriarchal throne, and according to the Vita Ignati, he began by banishing and ill-treating the principal adherents of Ignatius. But what was to be his attitude towards Rome? Logically, he ought to have refrained from any relations with the Pope. He did nothing of the kind, and asked Pope John VIII to recognize his reinstatement. The emperor who supported this request had evidently no wish for a rupture with Rome, and placed at the same time his fleet at the disposal of the Pope to defend Italy against the Saracens. The circumstances were therefore favorable for the union. John VIII consented to recognize Photius as patriarch, on condition that he should ask pardon before a synod for his past conduct and should abstain from any interference in Bulgaria. A council then opened at Constantinople in November 879, but Basil, overwhelmed with sorrow at the loss of his only legitimate son, Constantine, was not present and did not even send a representative. Photius, having thus a free hand, easily outwitted the legates, who were ignorant of Greek and were unaware that the Pope's letter, translated into that language, had been garbled. The patriarch gave a lengthy defense of his conduct and was rapturously applauded by the 383 bishops present. The question of the Bulgarian church was referred to the decision of the emperor. The council refused to admit the prohibition, desired by the Pope, of nominating laymen to the episcopate. Finally, by pronouncing the anathema against all who should add anything to the faith of Nicaea, it once more brought up the question of the Filioque. Photius had triumphed. It was only 3 years later, in 882, that the Pope, thanks to an inquiry made by a new legate, Marinus, who was sent to Constantinople, learned what had really happened at the council. John VIII, in indignation, declared the legates of 879 deposed and excommunicated Photius. The rupture was complete, and the two churches were thus separated by a new schism, which persisted unto John's successors, Marinus, Hadrian III, and Stephen V, who exchanged letters full of recriminations with Basil. End of section 36. Section 37 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. The Greek Church, Its Relations with the West up to 1054. Part 2, by Louis Bréhier. The death of Basil in 886 was followed by an astonishing coup d'état, and Photius was once more disgraced. Leo VI, the heir to the throne, who passed for an illegitimate son of Michael III and Eudoxius in Garina, was fired with an intense hatred of Photius. Although he had been his pupil, he had quarreled with him. He charged him with having intrigued with Basil to deprive him of the throne, and there was even talk at Byzantium that the ambitious patriarch had contemplated either himself assuming the imperial throne or giving it to one of his relations. The fact remains that Leo VI had hardly attained to power before he pronounced the deposition of Photius. The strategist Andrew and the superintendent of the post, John Hagiopolitus, were commanded to go to St. Sophia, where the synod had been assembled. They read out a long recital of all the crimes of which Photius was accused. The patriarch was then stripped of his episcopal vestments and conducted to a monastery, where he lived for another 5 years, 886 to 891. An assembly of bishops elected Stephen the emperor's brother as patriarch. At the same time, one of Photius's principal followers, Theodore Santaparinas, was arrested in his diocese of Ucata, conducted to Constantinople, and put into solitary confinement. The emperor tried to induce him to accuse Photius of plotting against him, but when confronted with the ex-patriarch, the abbot revealed nothing. Leo VI was furious and ordered him to be scourged and banished first to Athens, where his eyes were put out, and thence to the eastern frontier. Photius thus came out of the struggle apparently defeated, and left the Greek church more rent asunder than at his accession. Some hagiographic documents drawn up at this period throw strong light on the divided attitude of the Greek clergy towards the question of relations with Rome. The author of the Life of St. Joseph, the hymn writer, Theophanes the Sicilian, who wrote in the last years of the 9th century, when nearing the end of his work, praised the saint to ask Christ for the cessation of the disputes and for the restoration of peace in the church, and later he vehemently urges Joseph to obtain by his prayers the boon that orthodoxy remain inviolate. Such was indisputably the desire of a large part of the Greek clergy, and of the monks of Studion in particular, where Ingumen, Anthony, had passed almost the whole patriarch of Photius in exile. On the other hand, the life of Saint Euthemius, the younger of Thessalonica, strikes a somewhat different note. The author Basil, Archbishop of Thessalonica, admittedly a supporter of Photius, gives a brief but very partisan account of the vicissitudes of the struggle between Photius and Ignatius, and throws all the responsibility for the schism onto the imperial policy. If he abstains from attacking Ignatius, he nonetheless considers Photius to be a saint. The iconoclast heresy, he says, was already extinct. St. Methodius, after having governed the church for 5 years, had returned to the Lord. Ignatius the Holy had been raised to the episcopal throne of Constantinople. He governed it for 10 years. In consequence of the persecution of those who then reigned, he left his throne and his church, the one voluntarily, the other under compulsion. He retired to a monastery and published an act of abdication. The news of this forced abdication soon spread, and in consequence many refused to take communion with the new patriarch. The very holy Nicholas of Studion, not wishing to have any dealings with him, preferred to leave his monastery, the new patriarch being orthodox, and invested with all virtues. This was the blessed Photius, the torch to Photos, whose rays illuminated the ends of the earth. Then follows a eulogy of Photius and his incomparable life and an account of his miracles. This curious testimony gives us the version of the events which had been prepared by the adherents of Photius. It shows us the deep impression which this man, who had nothing of the apostle in him but was first and foremost a politician and a diplomatist, had produced by his intrepidity. He had posed as a champion of orthodoxy against Rome, and had thus bequeathed to his successors a formidable weapon, which was destined to render any new agreement between the two churches unstable and precarious. Immediately after the deposition of Photius, Leo VI had opened negotiations with the Pope for the re-establishment of religious union, but it was only 12 years later, in 898, that any agreement was reached. The chief difficulty was the question of the bishops consecrated by Photius, whose powers the popes refused to recognize. The popes, Stephen V, 885 to 891, Formosus, 891 to 896, and Boniface VI, Stephen VI, Romanus, Theodore II, all refused any concession. In the end, an agreement was reached between Pope John IX and the Patriarch Anthony Claudius, a former monk of Olympus in Bithynia, 898. A general amnesty was proclaimed and Concord reigned once more in the church. Normal relations revived between Rome and Constantinople. Important evidence on this point is supplied by Theodosius, the Atriclinus, in the work which he has left on the ceremonial of the imperial court under the title of Cletophrologian. He mentions the arrival at Constantinople in 898 of the papal legates, Bishop Nicholas and Cardinal John, and he gives the interesting detail that in the course of the ancient ceremonies, they took precedence of the first order of civil dignitaries, the magistracy. Another passage of the same work proves that a permanent papal embassy was re-established at Constantinople. The order of precedence at the imperial table was fixed thus. After the magistracy comes the Cincellus of Rome, then that of Constantinople, followed by those of the Eastern Patriarchs. Peace seemed therefore definitely restored, but Leo VI intended to employ this alliance with Rome for the furtherance of his personal aims, and thus to violate the conditions of the agreement, as had already happened under Constantine VI. It was the private conduct of the emperor which stirred up new dissensions in the church. After divorcing Theophany in 893, Leo VI married Zoe, daughter of Stylianius. Then, on the death of Zoe, he married Eudocia Bréhier in 889. This third marriage was disapproved by the clergy, since the laws against third marriages, sanctioned even by Leo himself in his novels, were very strict. But the crowning scandal was when, after the death of Eudocia in 901, it was rumored that the emperor proposed to take as his fourth wife his mistress Zoe, the Black-Eyed. So great was the indignation that plots were hatched for dethroning the emperor, and in 902 he narrowly escaped assassination in the church of St. Mopius. A patriarch, Nicholas Mysticus, was consulted but flatly refused his approval. When, however, Zoe gave birth to a son, the future Constantine Porphyrogenitus, a patriarch and the bishops consented to baptize the child if the emperor undertook not to live any longer with the mother. The baptism took place with much ceremony in St. Sophia on 6 January 906. 3 days later, Leo VI violated his promise and had his marriage with Zoe celebrated by a clerk of his chapel. The bishops immediately forbade Leo to enter the churches, and he appealed to the judgment of the Pope and the Eastern Patriarchs. Sergius III, who then occupied the pontifical throne, an unworthy creature of Theophylact and of Theodora, returned a favorable answer to Leo VI. On these tidings, the patriarch Nicholas Mysticus, who appeared at first to have sought some means of solving the difficulties, openly declared against the emperor. On Christmas Day, in the presence of the whole court, he forbade the emperor to enter St. Sophia, 25 December 906. Leo VI lost no time in revenging himself on Nicholas Mysticus, implicated in the conspiracy of Andronicus Nucus, who had fled to the Saracens. Secret correspondence between the patriarch and the rebel was seized. On 6 January 907, the feast of the Epiphany, when the patriarch had once more forbidden the emperor to enter the church, Leo yielded, but at the imperial banquet which followed the ceremony, he violently harangued Nicholas Mysticus, and in the presence of all the metropolitans, taxed him with treason. At that moment, the Roman legates arrived at Constantinople. Nicholas refused any dealings with them, but a considerable section of the bishops abandoned him. The synod released the emperor from all ecclesiastical penalties, and Nicholas Mysticus, compelled to abdicate his office, was sent to a monastery in Asia. Euthemius was appointed patriarch, and the rival headship divided the Greek church. Several bishops were banished or imprisoned. On 9 June 911, Euthemius appointed the son of Zoe, Constantine Porphyrogenitus, emperor. Seized with remorse in his last moments, Leo VI reinstalled Nicholas Mysticus on the patriarchal throne and gave orders that Euthemius should be deposed 911. His brother Alexander now became sole emperor, and chafing at the obscurity in which he had been kept, did his best also to reverse all that had been done in the previous reign. Zoe was driven from the palace. Euthemius struck in the face in the presence of the emperor, and Nicholas Mysticus solemnly reinstated. His first care was to send to Pope Anastasius a memorandum in which he traduced the character of Leo VI, blamed the weakness of Sergius III, whom his legates had misled, and claimed reparation for the scandal. On the death of Alexander, 6 June 912, the patriarch, being marked out as the head of the Council of Regency for the young Constantine Porphyrogenitus, was all-powerful for several months. In October 913, Zoe succeeded in ousting him from the government, but could not induce Euthemius to resume his office. Subsequent events in which Byzantium was engrossed for 7 years, war with the Bulgarians, the revolt and coronation of Romanus Lecapenus, caused the affair of Leo's fourth marriage to sink into the background. It was only in 920 that Nicholas Mysticus, probably instigated by Romanus Lecapenus, petitioned Pope John X to send new legates to Constantinople. The Entente which Rome was restored. The memory of Euthemius, who had died in the interval, was vindicated. In the presence of the emperors Romanus and Constantine, Nicholas Mysticus solemnly promulgated a Tomos Unionis, reconciling the two parties. Leo's good name was sacrificed for this agreement. He was declared absolved on special conditions, and the church stigmatized in severe terms the fourth and even the third marriage. Peace then seemed to reign once more between Rome and Constantinople, and the Greek church had again accepted the arbitration of the Pope. But the excessive leniency of the court of Rome towards Leo VI by no means increased its prestige. On the other hand, the emperor had set an example which could not be lost on his successors. The alliance with the Pope had only been a device for calming the agitation produced by his fourth marriage. The same emperor who had written letters to Rome emphasizing his zeal for the See of St. Peter had addressed to his people veritable homilies in which he savagely attacked the doctrine of the double procession of the Holy Ghost, a policy hardly likely to conduce to a lasting peace. And so it turned out. The relations between the two churches was constantly dominated by the political affairs of Byzantium, at home and abroad. Except for the ephemeral schism of Sergius, concord existed officially between the two churches for 134 years, from 920 to 1054. It must be added that this concord was real. This is the impression produced if the official relations are neglected, and only those of the ordinary members of the two churches are considered. It may safely be said that the large majority of the Westerners and of the Greeks dreaded schism, and that the two parties, far from mutual hatred and excommunication, considered themselves members of the same church. The influx of Eastern monks into Rome, Italy, and the entire West at this period. Episodes such as the reception of St. Nilus at Monte Cassino and his establishment at Grotta Ferrata, 1004. The numerous Western pilgrims passing through Constantinople and the cordial welcome they received there show conclusively that the faithful of the two cults were animated with the true spirit of charity, one towards the other, and did not attach too great importance to the difference in their customs. Neither of them desired schism. It was their pastors and princes, not they themselves, who were solely responsible for it. But however favorable the circumstances were for the union, it was during this period that the definitive separation was prepared. Not that the causes of divergence were multiplied, but historic events modified the situation and favored the rupture. First of all, there was the diminishing prestige of Rome. After the end of the 9th century, feudal anarchy attacked the church and did not spare even the throne of St. Peter. The papacy became a fief for which the barons of the Roman Campagna disputed. It was the sinister epoch of an Alberic, a Theodora, a Marazia, and the Crescentia. Then, dating from the coronation of Otto 962, the popes were creatures of the Germanic emperors. Rome became a field for intrigues in the Byzantine emperors. Rivals in southern Italy of the Germanic emperors naturally sought to win partisans for themselves there and to influence the election of the popes. The papacy became a tool of the temporal princes, was on the verge of seeing the Catholic character of its power disappear. It had lost all moral authority, and events were destined to disappoint. Sadly, the reliance of the Studites on Roman supremacy. At this moment, with the papacy weakened, the Patriarch of Constantinople saw his influence increase. That was the inevitable consequence of the policy of victorious expansion, which the Macedonian dynasty followed. It was not merely the victories of Nicephorus Photis, of John Trimesis, and of Basil II, but also the success of the missions to Slav countries, and in particular the conversion of the Russians, which helped to spread the jurisdiction of the Patriarchate of Constantinople. The recovery of southern Italy was followed by the reconstitution of a Greek ecclesiastical hierarchy in Apulia and in Calabria, where colonies of Basilian monks were founded. After the baptism of Vladimir, 989, the clerics of Constantinople had organized the Russian Church, whose metropolitan bishop was strictly subordinated to the Patriarchate. Similarly, Basil II, after terminating the independence of Bulgaria 1018, substituted an archbishop, a suffragan of Constantinople, for the Patriarch of Ochrida. The military and diplomatic successes of the same emperor in Armenia, and later the annexation of that country by Constantine IX, resulted in drawing more closely and more cordially the bonds of union between the Greek and Armenian churches. Finally, in Palestine, the protectorate over the holy places and the Christian inhabitants passed at the beginning of the 11th century from the Franks to the Byzantine emperors. While the Roman Church was ravaged by schism, simony, and nepotism, the Patriarch of Constantinople bulked more and more as the spiritual head of the East. Although many of the patriarchs had been monks and some had issued even from the monastery of Studion, they had been accustomed to despise the papacy, enjoying virtual autonomy as regards Rome. They actually tried to obtain official recognition of the fact. The emperors, far more than the patriarchs, maintained unbroken relations with Rome, and for them it was always political interests, internal or external, that were at stake. Thus, when Romanus Lecapenus, desirous of placing his power on a secure basis and assuring the future of his dynasty, undertook to raise his son Theophylact, a mere child, to the patriarchal dignity, he applied to Rome. On their side, Pope John XI, son of Marizon, and his brother Alberic, Prince of the Romans, sought this alliance. The young Theophylact, aged 16 years, was consecrated patriarch on 2nd February 933 in the presence of 4 papal legates. To arrive at this result, Romanus Lecapenus had extorted an act of abdication from the patriarch Tryphon, but there is no indication that this scandalous act raised the slightest protest from the clergy. Theophylact, devoid of the slightest ecclesiastical vocation, led an absolutely worldly life while filling the patriarchal chair, trafficking in dispensations and bishoprics, surrounding himself with pantomimists and dancers, and showing a consuming passion for horses, which he bred at great cost. He survived the palace revolution, which overthrew his father in 944, and died in 956, owing to a fall from his horse. End of section 37. Section 38 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4. The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4. The Eastern Roman Empire. The Greek Church. Its Relations with the West after 1054, Part 3, by Bréhier. After the middle of the 10th century, a strong current of asceticism swept through the Greek Church. This was the epoch when St. Anastasius, the spiritual director of Nicephorus Phocas, founded the convent of St. Laura on Mount Athos, 961. Which was to become the most important monastic center of the East. All the successors of Theophylact in the Patriarchate, Polyeuctus, 956 to 970, Basil the Scamandrian, 970 to 974, Anthony of Studion, 974 to 980, were monks of great austerity, whose uncompromising attitude led often to conflicts with the imperial power. It does not appear that in these disputes the court of Rome ever tried to arbitrate, or that it was ever asked to do so. The relations between Rome and Constantinople seem under Constantine VII, Nicephorus Phocas, and John Zimisces to have been exclusively political. Constantine Porphyrogenitus, allied with King Hugh of Italy, sent a fleet to his help to protect Provence and central Italy against the Saracens. Under Nicephorus Phocas, southern Italy was the debatable point, and the unfortunate embassy of Liutprand, Bishop of Cremona, sent by Otto I in 968, illustrates the barrier of misunderstanding and prejudice which separated the Greeks from the Westerners. In purely religious questions, on the contrary, where the authority of the Pope was concerned, the emperors and patriarchs took the most important steps without paying any attention to Rome. In 964, Nicephorus Phocas published his celebrated novel on the monasteries, which aroused violent opposition amongst the clergy, without its opponents even attempting to support their cause by calling it Rome, as the Studites had formerly done. Similarly, without consulting the Pope, Nicephorus Phocas altered the ecclesiastical divisions of southern Italy by creating the province of Otranto and by attempting to Hellenize Apulia. No protests were raised by Rome, but we have the testimony of Liutprand to shew what dissatisfaction was caused among the Latin clergy by this act. The feeling which seemed to dominate more and more the Greek Church was a certain contempt for these Latins, whom it considered mere barbarians, while the Patriarch of Constantinople, whose authority had been founded by the ecumenical councils, had been able to keep inviolate the orthodox faith entrusted to him. This is shown by the curious conversation which the Patriarch Polyeuctus held with Luitpold at the imperial table on 6 July 968, and by the contemptuous tone in which he questioned him on the number of councils held in the West. He spoke scoffingly of the Saxon Council, too young yet to figure in the canonical connections. Nothing, however, shows more clearly the way in which the authority of the papacy was despised than the incident caused by the arrival of the legates, whom Pope John XIII had sent to support the negotiations of Luitpold, with a view to an alliance between the two empires, 19th August 968. Nicephorus Phocas had just started for the army in Asia, but when his cabinet dealt with the Pope's letter, it discovered with indignation that Otto had been designated in it as August Emperor of the Romans, and Nicephorus as Emperor of the Greeks. This was a gross blunder which might well be taken for an insult. The Byzantine emperors proudly vaunted the tradition which connected them with the Caesars of ancient Rome, and the term Hellenes had acquired at Constantinople the sense of pagans. The hapless legates were thrown into prison pending the decision of the emperor, and Luitpold himself, held responsible for this wanton affront, was forced to promise formally that the objectionable word should be corrected at Rome. At the end of the 10th century, proofs of the enmity of the patriarchs of Constantinople towards Rome grew more numerous. Whatever their origin, whether laymen elected to the patriarchate like Sisinus, physician and magister 996 to 998, or monks like Sergius, Ignumen, of the monastery of Manuel 998 to 1019, they shewed the same hostility. In 997, Cisnius published a regulation against unlawful marriages, which condemned by implication the authorization granted by the popes to Leo VI to contract a fourth marriage. In an encyclical to the bishops of Asia Minor, the same patriarch revived the already ancient dispute about the double procession of the Holy Ghost. His successor, Sergius, went a step further. In 1009, he assembled a synod at Constantinople, confirmed the ordinances of Photius against Latin usages, and erased the name of the Pope from the diptychs. It must be borne in mind that at this moment, the organization of a Greek hierarchy in Russia had singularly increased the power of the patriarchate. This extraordinary increase of prestige may possibly have stimulated the patriarch to claim for himself entire freedom from any spiritual jurisdiction of the papacy. This may be inferred from the subsequent course of events. The act of Sergius does not seem to have affected a schism in the proper sense, and it may even be doubted whether it came to the notice of Rome. Further, we do not know at what moment the name of the Pope was restored to the diptychs. In his letter addressed in 1054 to Michael Cerularius, Peter, the Patriarch of Antioch, states that 45 years previously, on his way to Constantinople, in the time of the Patriarch Sergius, he had heard the name of the Pope in the liturgy with those of the other patriarchs. But this journey of Peter to Constantinople was in 1009, the very year in which Sergius had, probably some months previously, ordered the name to be struck out. The proof that this act was, after all, not followed by any lasting rupture is the step taken by Sergius's successor, the Patriarch Eustathius, at the court of Rome in 1024. It is only from Western sources that we learn of this curious attempt. Pope John XIX, who, although a layman, had just succeeded his brother Benedict VIII, received an embassy sent by the Emperor Basil and the Patriarch Eustathius. Its aim was to obtain from the Pope a declaration that the Church in Constantinople should be styled universal in its sphere, just as the Church of Rome was in the universe. The question at issue was to obtain from the Pope autocephalia, that is, the complete autonomy of the Greek Church, over which he would cease to exercise his jurisdiction. A compromise accepted by both parties was preferred to a violent rupture like that of Photius. The occasion seemed favorable. The embassy brought splendid presents which were not without their effect upon John the 19th. He looked around, therefore, for a method of giving satisfaction to the Greeks without arousing attention abroad. But the news of the scandal rapidly spread in Italy and through the entire West. At this moment, the powerful congregation of Cluny had begun to push triumphantly forward the principles of the reform of the Church. Many of its chief adherents came to Rome, as did Richard, abbot of St. Van's, or wrote like William of Vulpania, of St. Benignus of Dijon. Indignant letters to the Pope, they felt more than John the 19th himself that it was the very unity of the Church that was imperiled, and the Pope, intimidated by their angry protests, did not grant the Greek embassy what it asked. This curious episode throws vivid light on the religious policy of the emperors and patriarchs of Constantinople in the 10th century. The Greeks had no wish for a schism, which they knew to be unpopular, but they hoped to profit by the weakness of the papacy and by the anarchy prevailing at Rome, in order to build up new legal foundations for the patriarchal power. The actual phrase of Rodulphus Glaber, Quantinus cum consensu Romani pontifex, licerit ecclesiam Constantinopolitatum in som orba, sicut Roma in universalem dici Herberi, certainly appears to show that the primary object was to obtain from the Pope that title of ecumenical, which had hitherto been refused to the Patriarch of Constantinople, and which denoted full legal autonomy. It seems, then, that there may have been a connection between the erasure of the Pope's name from the diptychs ordered by Sergius in 1009 and the step taken in 1024. Unfortunately, the available sources only supply some fragmentary details. A new fact, at any rate, the consequences of which were to be important, emerges from their evidence. For more than a century, ever since the reign of Leo VI, the emperors and the patriarchs met with nothing but friendliness at Rome. Thanks to their alliances with the all-powerful members of the Roman nobility, they obtained nearly all that they wished from the weak popes, who only held office at the bidding of an Alberic or a Crescentius. It was in 1024, therefore, that the court of Constantinople encountered an unexpected resistance, that of the party of ecclesiastical reform, finding a center in Cluny, whose doctrines were then beginning to spread over the entire West. These reformers, realizing more clearly than John the 19th the true interest of the Church, defended the Pope against himself by forcing him to resist the Byzantine claims. This was only a preliminary skirmish between the spirit of the Western Reform and the Patriarchate of Constantinople, but it was significant and forecasted the stubborn disputes which followed soon after. The embassy of 1024 would not appear to have been entirely fruitless in results for the Greek Church, if it is correct that John the 19th consented to recognize the title of Metropolitan, assumed by the Bishop of Bari, the capital of the Byzantine possessions in Italy. At this juncture, the Catapan Basil Bienonis reorganized the civil and religious administration of the Italian conquest. John the 19th, by recognizing the ecclesiastical province of Bari, with its 12 suffragan bishoprics, appeared to sanction the religious constitution established in southern Italy by the Greek emperors. The prestige of the Byzantine emperors was now at its zenith, Basil II having conquered the Bulgarians and having nothing more to fear from the Arabs and Russians, may have contemplated the reestablishment of his imperial authority at Rome and in the West. Such a contingency would have been of incalculable consequence for the relations between the two churches. But these plans were frustrated by the death of the emperor in 1025. On his deathbed, Basil had designated as successor to Eustathius in the Patriarchate Alexius, abbot of Studion, who governed the Church of Constantinople until 1042. There are no signs of any hostility towards the popes evinced by this patriarch, although their names had not been restored on the diptychs of the Church of Constantinople. It may at least be said that there was no official schism between East and West before 1054. In 1026, the emperor and the patriarch offered the most cordial welcome to Richard, abbot of St. Van's, the very man who 2 years previously had wrecked the attempt of the Greek Church to win recognition of its autonomy. Churches of the Latin Rite existed at Constantinople, such as St. Mary of the Amalfitans, founded by the famous family of the Moreau, St. Stephen, due to the magnificence of the King of Hungary, and finally the Church of the Varangian Guard, composed of Scandinavians and Anglo-Saxons. There is no evidence that these had been more disturbed than the churches of the Greek Rite, which existed at Rome. Still less was there any desire on the part of the other Eastern patriarchs to break with Rome. Only 2 years before the definitive rupture with Rome in 1052, Peter, elected Patriarch of Antioch, sent in accordance with traditional custom his synodica, his profession of faith, to Pope Leo IX. This letter, entrusted to a Jerusalem pilgrim, was slow in reaching its destination, but the answer, dated 1059, is extant, in which Leo IX, after congratulating the patriarch on his election and approving his profession of faith, sent him in return his own. The agreement concluded in 898 and renewed in 920. Between the two churches had on the whole been observed, and if the opinion of the large majority of the ordinary members of the two communities had found means of expression, schism would have been permanently averted. But during this long period, which was a period of eclipse with the papal power, the patriarchs of Constantinople, whose influence had been strengthened by the external successes of the empire, had grown accustomed to almost absolute independence of Rome. Far from repudiating the tradition of Photius, they had continued to manifest their hostility to the Latin usages. Peace prevailed officially, but in reality the champions of the two rituals were secret enemies. The Greek missionaries who instructed Vladimir in the faith at Cherson in 989 were solicitous to warn him against Latin errors, and went the length of forging for the purpose of explaining them a veritable romance, full of calumnies as hateful as they were coarse. Finally, even in an attempt made in 1024 by Eustathius to obtain official recognition of the autonomy of the Greek Church had miscarried, it shows that on the question, as on others, the patriarch had remained loyal to the program of Photius. This peace, equivocal as was its nature, might have lasted longer had not fresh historical conditions at the middle of the 11th century tended to modify the character of the relations between the patriarch and the pope, and to accelerate the rupture. The schemes of the patriarch of Constantinople had encountered in 1024 the resistance of the Western party of ecclesiastical reform. This party had for the first time a champion on the papal throne in Leo IX, 1049. In his diocese of Toul, he had already favored reform, and when made pope he determined to extend it to the church and to claim vigorously the rights of the papacy to universal jurisdiction. Precisely when Leo IX was thus proposing to restore the pontifical authority, the patriarchal throne of Constantinople was occupied by a man whose character was as inflexible as his own, Michael Celerius, who had succeeded the patriarch Alexius in 1043, belonged to a family of bureaucratic nobility long established at Constantinople, destined to fill, as his ancestors had done, some high civil post. He, as well as his brother, had been carefully educated. But in 1040 he was entangled in a conspiracy against Michael IV and John Orphan Trophus. Denounced and arrested with his brother, he suffered close confinement on Prince's Islands. His brother, unable to endure prison, committed suicide, and as a result of this tragic event, Michael became a monk. Recalled to Byzantium after 1041, he won the favor of Constantine IX, a former conspirator like himself, and became one of his counselors. Having been for some time Cincilis of the Patriarch Alexius, he was selected by the emperor to succeed him, and was consecrated patriarch on 29 March 1043. His contemporaries, and especially Celis, represent him as a man of strong and haughty character, ambitious of playing a prominent part in the church and even in the state. Of an unforgiving nature, he had his ancient persecutor, John Orphan Trophus, deprived of his sight in his prison 1043. The anger and the spite of the patriarch pursued any man who had once resisted him, at an interval it might be of 10 years or more, and even if submerged among the masses. From the first days of his government he assumed towards the emperor an attitude by no means customary with the patriarchs. He was not so much a submissive subject as a power who was on an equal footing with the emperor. Constantine seems to have been afraid of him, and it is noteworthy that after the death of the Empress Zoe, he did not venture on a fourth marriage, in spite of the senile affection which he shewed for his alien favorite. Fear of the patriarch, no doubt, restrained him. Such was the man who was destined to face Leo IX. It required the contact of two characters so headstrong and so unyielding to kindle the conflict. End of section 38. Section 39 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. The Greek Church, Its Relations with the West up to 1054, Part 4, by Louis Bréhier. The occasion for schism was found when the two powers met in southern Italy. The Norman adventurers, who had first of all supported the revolt of the Lombards against the empire, were not slow to work for their own hand, and ruthlessly ravaged the rich country of Apulia. Desirous of ending their pillaging, Leo IX, after vain recourse to spiritual arms, set about enrolling bands of soldiers and took the offensive against the Normans. But his interests have coincided with those of the government of Constantinople. So at the close of 1051, a military alliance was concluded between the Pope and the Lombard Argyrus, who, at first chief of the Normans, had entered the service of the empire and received the command of the imperial armies in Italy. Now this alliance had been concluded against the will of the patriarch, who was eager to uphold the jurisdiction of Constantinople over southern Italy, and feared to see Leo IX restore the authority of Rome over the bishoprics of Apulia. This same year, 1051, the inhabitants of Benevento had driven out their prince and had submitted themselves to the Pope, who had sent them two legates, Cardinal Herbert and the Patriarch of Grado. Thus the interests of the empire were in formal contradiction with those of Michael Serularius, and it was at the very moment when the imperial government needed the support of the Pope that the Patriarch showed his enmity to the Roman Church. The course of events can be pieced together from the actual correspondence of the Patriarch and the Pope. Argyrus left Italy in 1046 and came to Constantinople, where he stayed until 1051. He was well received by the emperor and was a member of his council, at the moment of the revolt of Leo Tornicius, 1047. It was then that he quarreled with the patriarch as a result of the dispute with him about the Latin ritual, and in particular on the use of unleavened bread in the Eucharist, when it is borne in mind that, even in Calabria, was completely Hellenized. Apulia had remained to a large extent faithful to the Latin ritual. The cause of this controversy is explicable. Argyrus had come to Constantinople to inform the emperor of the state of southern Italy and to urge him to conclude an alliance with Leo IX. His duty then was to defend a policy of conciliation and prudence towards the Latin ritual prevailing in Apulia. He himself, besides being by birth a Lombard, belonged to the ritual, and as he declined to be convinced, Michael Cerularius boasted of having refused him the sacrament more than 4 times. In spite, however, of the patriarch, Argyrus returned to Italy in 1051 with the mandate for the signature of a treaty of alliance between the empire and Leo IX. But at the very time when this alliance was going to produce its effect, Michael Cerularius commenced hostilities against Rome. It cannot be denied that he had adopted a policy in contradiction to that of the emperor. In 1053, indeed, he writes to the new patriarch of Antioch, Peter, expressing surprise that the name of the Pope is always mentioned in the liturgy of Antioch. He falsely declares that this name did not appear in the diptychs of Constantinople after the Council of 692, but Peter, who had just submitted his profession of faith to Leo IX, had no difficulty in pointing out the intentional inaccuracy. In the same letter, Michael Cerularius related his dispute with Argyrus about unleavened bread. At the same moment, a former cleric of Constantinople, Leo, Archbishop of Rottger in Bulgaria, addressed to an Apulian bishop, John of Trani, a letter which was a veritable indictment of Latin uses. It was no longer, as in the time of Photius, a question chiefly of the double procession of the Holy Ghost, but of ritual and discipline. The use of unleavened bread for the Eucharist and the Saturday fast were quoted as regrettable instances of persistence in the Mosaic law. Through the agency of the Bishop of Trani, a rival of the Archbishop of Bari who was devoted to the Holy See, Michael Cerularius tried to draw the other bishops of Apulia into a dispute with the Pope. The letter was communicated by John to Cardinal Herbert, who had it translated into Latin and forwarded to Leo IX. Cerularius further took care that a treatise written in Latin by a monk of the monastery of Studium, Nicetus Stethatus Pectoratus, was circulated. The attacks on the Latins were presented in it under a more violent form than in the letter of Leo of Orcreta. He not only denounced the use of unleavened bread and the Saturday fast, but, and this point must have gone home to Leo IX and the Western reformers, he condemned the celibacy of priests as contrary to ecclesiastical tradition. These charges, interspersed with coarse insults, were bound to cause keen irritation to the Westerners and to embitter the quarrel. Finally, to cut short any attempt at conciliation, the patriarch took a decisive step. On his own initiative, he ordered the closing of the churches of the Latin Rite, which existed at Constantinople. The abbots and monks of the Greek monasteries grouped round these churches were commanded henceforward to follow the Greek ritual, and on their refusal were treated as Asamites and excommunicated. Some of them resisted, and scenes of violence ensued in the course of which Nicephorus, the sacralarius of the patriarch, trod underfoot the consecrated host. While Michael Cerularius was thus entering on the contest, the alliance between the Pope and the Emperor had met with a decisive check. Argyrus, defeated by the Normans February 1053, had been forced to abandon Apulia and to fly northwards. Some months later, Leo IX, in his turn, was defeated and made prisoner at Cbteddy, and it was no other than John, Bishop of Trani, whom Argyris dispatched to Constantinople to ask for help against the Normans. These events naturally led to correspondence between the Pope and the Patriarch, and pontificate legates were sent to Constantinople, but opinions differed as to the exact order of the facts. According to some authorities, even before Leo IX had replied to the attacks of the Archbishop of Crito, that is to say, after the close of 1053, Michael Serularius wrote the Pope a letter very conciliatory in tone, in which he protested his zeal for unity and proposed a new alliance against the Normans. By so acting, he demonstrated his goodwill towards the political alliance between Pope and Emperor, but he remained obdurate on the matter of the customs which he condemned as heretical. It was not until after he had sent this appeal for conciliation that Michael Serularius received the two letters addressed to him by the Pope. The first was an indignant refutation of the attacks of Leo for Crito on the Roman uses. In the second, the Pope accepted the proposed alliance, but refused to treat with the Patriarch as an equal, and reminded him that every church which broke with that of Rome was only an assembly of heretics, a conventicle of schismatics, a synagogue of Satan. But this manner of presenting the facts does not at all explain the express contradiction which exists between the violently aggressive acts of Michael Serularius against Rome and the extremely conciliatory letter which he wrote to the Pope. The text of this letter, it is true, is no longer extant, but the purport of it can easily be gathered from the answer of Leo IX and the allusions which Michael Serularius himself makes to it in his correspondence with Peter of Antioch. It is hard to believe that the Patriarch, who had wished to break with Rome in so startling a manner, wrote it of his own free will. Further, the position of the imperial army in Italy at the end of 1053 was so desperate, and the cementing of the alliance with Leo IX appeared so necessary, that we are led to believe in some governmental pressure being brought to bear on the Patriarch. It was almost certainly by order of the Emperor, and at the instigation of Argyris, that he consented to this effort at conciliation. But no compromise was possible between the obduracy of Leo IX and that of Michael Serularius. Determined to obtain the submission of the Patriarch, the Pope sent to Constantinople 3 legates, whom he chose from among his principal counselors: Cardinal Herbert, Frederick of Lorraine, Chancellor of the Roman Church, and Peter, Bishop of Amalfi. Before departing, they had an interview with Argyris, who posted them up in the political situation in Constantinople, and this fact was made use of later by the Patriarch, who alleged that these legates were mere impostors in the pay of Argyris. The legates arrived at Constantinople towards the end of April 1054, and were given a magnificent reception by the Emperor, who lodged them in the Palace of the Springs outside the Great Wall. They visited the Patriarch, but this first meeting was the reverse of cordial. Michael Serularius was deeply affronted to see that they did not prostrate themselves before him, according to Byzantine etiquette. At the ceremonies they claimed to take precedence of the metropolitans, and contrary to custom, appeared at the palace with staff and crosier. This attitude conformed to the tone of the 2 letters which they brought from the Pope. We know already that in the letter intended for the Patriarch, Leo IX, while thanking him for the desire for unity, which he expressed, sharply reproved him for his attacks on the Roman Church. The letter addressed to Constantine IX was, on the contrary, couched in deferential terms. With consummate skill, he contrasted the project of alliance against the Normans with the attitude of Michael Serularius towards him. After enumerating his principal grievances, he threatened to break with the Patriarch if he persisted too long in his obstinacy. In conclusion, He adjured the emperor to help his legates to restore peace in the church. It was clear, therefore, that the Pope looked only to the authority of the emperor to get the better of the patriarch. Discussions were opened. The legates Herbert and Frederick wrote rejoinders to the treatise of Nicetas Steadfastus on the question of unleavened bread. While defending the Roman Church, they vigorously attacked certain uses of the Greek Church, but the treatise, especially addressed to Nicetas, was written in coarse and violent language. The ill-starred monk was overwhelmed with epithets such as Sarabeda, veritable Epicurus, forger. Then, on 24 June 1054, the emperor and the legates went across to the monastery of Studion. After the treatise of Nicetas, translated into Greek, had been read, a discussion followed, as a result of which the monk declared himself vanquished. He himself anathematized his own book, and all those who denied that the Roman Church was the head of all the churches. The emperor then ordered the treatise to be committed to the flames. The next day, Nicetas went to visit the legates at the Palace of the Springs. They received him cordially and removed his remaining doubts by answering all his questions. After he had renewed his anathema against all the enemies of Rome, the legates declared that they received him into communion. The patriarch naturally did not take any part in these steps, which constituted an absolute defeat for him. The monastery of Studion became once more, as of old, the stronghold of the Roman party. Michael Cerularius shrank from this open attack and declined to meet the advances of the legates, protesting that they had not the requisite authority for treating with him. Pope Leo IX died on 19th April 1054, and the papal see remained vacant for a year, as Victor II was only elected in April 1055. The fact of Leo's death was known at Constantinople, as is shown by the first letter of Michael Cerularius to Peter, Patriarch of Antioch, in which he represented the legates as forgers in the employ of Argyrus. The tactics of the Patriarch of Constantinople were obvious. By refusing to recognize the powers of the legates, he protracted the negotiations and was preparing against the Roman Church a manifesto from all the Eastern bishops. Ought those, he wrote to the Patriarch of Antioch, who lead the same life as the Latins, who are brought up in their customs, and who abandon themselves to illegal, prohibited, and detestable practices, to remain in the ranks of the just and orthodox? I think not. Nothing demonstrates better than this text the real wish of the Patriarch for final schism. The legates then decided to take the decisive action for which Michael Cerularius was waiting. On Saturday, 15th July, 1054, at the 3rd hour, they repaired to St. Sophia at the moment when all the congregation was assembled for the celebration of the daily service. After haranguing the crowd and denouncing the obstinacy of Michael Cerularius, they deposited a bull of excommunication on the altar and then left the church, shaking the dust off their feet. In this bull, which the Patriarch caused to be translated into Greek and inserted in his synodal edict, the legate said that they had received from the Roman Church a mission of peace and unity. They rejoiced at having found in Constantinople, as well as in the emperor, as among the clergy and people, perfect orthodoxy. On the other hand, they had detected in the Patriarch 10 heretical tendencies. In virtue of their powers, therefore, they pronounced the anathema against the Patriarch Michael Cerularius, against Leo, Archbishop of Achrida, and against the Sacralarius Nicephorus and their followers. Thus the legates, unable to induce the Patriarch to submit, and not venturing to take steps to depose him, appealed to public opinion. In order to render their triumph more complete, they consecrated before leaving some churches of Latin ritual. Constantine IX continued to give proofs of his goodwill and heaped splendid presents upon them. The triumph of the legates was, however, short-lived. Hardly had they started on 17 July for their return journey to Rome, when the patriarch asked for an interview with them. They had already reached Silivri, on 19th July, when a letter from the emperor recalled them. They turned back and reached the Palace of the Springs, where they attended the imperial orders. Constantine IX, however, distrusting the intentions of the patriarch, did not consent to authorize the interview of Michael Cerularius and the legates in St. Sophia, except in his presence. The patriarch refused this condition, and the emperor ordered the legates to continue their journey. Subsequently, Cardinal Herbert asserted that Michael Cerularius wanted to draw the legates into a snare and assassinate them. However that may be, the emperor's answer exasperated the patriarch. Enjoying unbounded popularity at Constantinople, he seems to have had at this epoch a devoted party. A riot soon broke out in the streets of the town. Constantine IX, in alarm, sent to the patriarch a veritable embassy of the principal dignitaries of the palace, who were charged to appease him and to represent to him that the emperor could not offer any violence to the legates on account of their ambassadorial rights. This answer did not satisfy the patriarch, but soon a second mission, in which the Council of the Philosophers, Cellus, figured, arrived with a new message from the emperor. Constantine made truly humble excuses for what had occurred, and threw the blame on Argyrus. Two citizens, Paulus and Spartacus, guilty of having translated the bull into Greek, and of having circulated it, were handed over to him after having been scourged. The emperor affirmed that he had given the order to burn the bull, and had committed to prison the son and the son-in-law of Argyrus. But this bold farce, the emperor surrendered to the will of the patriarch and gave him a free hand for the future. It only remained for Michael Cerularius to consummate his triumph by a sensational rupture with Rome. With the authorization of the emperor, he convened a council on which were represented all the provinces of the Greek Church. 12 metropolitans and 2 archbishops signed the acts of it. The opening sections of the synodal edict, published in connection with this assembly, contained a reproduction of the encyclical sent by Photius to the Eastern bishops. Michael Cerularius recapitulated in it all the grievances of the Greeks against the Roman Church: the double procession of the Holy Ghost, use of unleavened bread, the Saturday fast, celibacy of priests, shaving the beard, etc. He then complained of the profanation of the altar of St. Sophia by the legates, gave a biased account of their stay at Constantinople, transcribed their bull of excommunication, fulminated an anathema against them, and lastly produced as a trophy of victory the pitiable letter which the emperor had addressed to him. Finally, on 20 July 1054, the patriarchal tribunal, in the presence of 7 archbishops or bishops and of the imperial delegates, judgment was pronounced not only against the impious document, but also against all those who had helped in drawing it up, whether by their advice or even by their prayers. 5 days afterwards, all copies of the bull were solemnly burned before the eyes of the people. 1 copy only was preserved in the archives of the Patriarchate. By the solemn ceremonial with which he had invested these proceedings, Michael Cerularius had wished to show that it was no longer the question of a temporary schism, like that of Photius, but of a final rupture. This schism was indeed his personal achievement, and due to his strong and domineering character, but it also reflects the opinion of the Greek episcopate, which lent little support to the power of the supreme jurisdiction claimed by a bishop foreign to the empire, and had only an intolerant contempt for the peculiar uses of the Latins. This separation was, as we have seen, rendered possible by the weakening of the prestige of Rome in the East in the course of the 10th century. directly after the dispute about image worship. There had been in Constantinople an ecclesiastical party which saw no salvation for the Eastern churches accepting communion with Rome. This party had been strong enough to resist Photius himself, and upon it the emperors had relied to re-establish unity. But a century later, this Roman party was non-existent in Constantinople, the scandals of which Rome had continuously been the theater during this period, and the equivocal decisions on the marriage of Leo VI had discouraged its supporters. Michael Cellularius did not meet with that opposition that had checked Photius. Notwithstanding wide divergencies, the mass of the faithful followers of the two churches shrank from schism and were satisfied with compromises which guaranteed the maintenance of normal relations between Rome and Constantinople. Nevertheless, after the events of 1054, although outside Constantinople no act of religious hostility between Greek and Romans can be shown, the members of the two churches soon regarded each other as enemies, and from this epoch dates the definitive rupture between the churches of East and West. The results of this schism could not but be disastrous to the Byzantine Empire. It took place precisely when the West was beginning to lay aside barbarism. The highly organized states, which were being formed there, lost no time in turning these religious divergencies to profit against the Byzantine Empire. The first consequence of the schism was the final loss of southern Italy. The papacy, no longer able to reckon upon the Byzantine Empire, made terms with the Normans. But this schism was fated to have far more widely reaching effects, and when the empire fell on evil days, it was to prove a heavy burden and a constant check on the goodwill of the West. For the Patriarch of Constantinople, the schism had been unquestionably a great victory. His authority had been established without dispute over the Slav world and the Eastern Patriarchates. Liberated from fear of subordination in Rome, he had finally defended the autocephalia of his own church. But this victory of the Byzantine clergy was in reality a check for the statesmen who, like Argyrus, looked solely to the interest of the empire. After this epoch there are clear traces of that antimony, which was henceforward to dominate all the history of Byzantium, between the political and the religious interest of the empire. It was the schism which, by rendering fruitless all efforts at conciliation between the emperors of Constantinople and the West, paved the way for the fall of the empire. End of section 39. Section 40 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. Muslim Civilization during the Abbasid period, Part 1 by Thomas W. Arnold. When the Abbasids wrested from the Umayyads in 750, the headship of the Muslim world, they entered into possession of an empire stretching from the Indus to the Atlantic and from the southern shore of the Caspian Sea to the Indian Ocean. It had absorbed the whole of the Persian Empire of the Sasanians and the rich provinces of the Roman Empire on the eastern and southern shores of the Mediterranean. But though Constantinople itself had been threatened more than once, and raids into Asia Minor were so frequent as at certain periods to have become almost a yearly occurrence, the ranges of the Taurus and the Anti-Taurus still served as the eastern barrier of Byzantine territory against the spread of Arab domination. In Africa, however, all opposition to the westward progress of the Arab arms had been broken down, and the whole of the peninsula of Spain, with the exception of Asturia, had passed under Muslim rule. For 90 years, Damascus had been the capital of the Arab Empire and the mainstay of the Umayyad forces in the time of their greatest power had been the Arab tribes domiciled in Syria from the days when that province still formed part of the Roman Empire. But the Abbasids had come into power mainly through support from Persia and their removal of the capital to Baghdad, founded by Mansur, the second caliph of the new dynasty in 762, on a site only 30 miles from Ctesiphon, the capital of the Sasanian Shahanshah, marks their recognition of the shifting of the center of power. From this period, Persian influence became predominant, and the chief offices of state came to be held by men of Persian origin. The most noteworthy example is that of the family of the Barmecides, Barmakids, which for half a century exercised the predominant influence in the government until Harun destroyed them in 803. It was probably due to the influence of the old Persian ideal of kingship that under the Abbasids the person of the caliph came to be surrounded with greater pomp and ceremony. The court of the Umayyads had retained something of the patriarchal simplicity of early Arab society, and they had been readily accessible to their subjects. But as the methods of government became more centralized, and the court of the caliph more splendid and awe-striking, the ruler himself tended to be more difficult to access, and the presence of the executioner by the side of the throne became under the Abbasids a terrible symbol of the autocratic character of their rule. A further feature of the new dynasty was the emphasis it attached to the religious character and the dignity of the caliph. In their revolt against the Umayyads, the Abbasids had come forward in defense of the purity of Islam, as against those survivals of the old Arab heathenism, which was so striking a feature of the Umayyad court. The converts and descendants of converts, whose support had been most effective in the destruction of the Umayyads, were animated with a more zealous religious spirit than had ever found expression among large sections of the Arabs, who, in consequence of the superficial character of their conversion to Islam and their aristocratic pride and tribal exclusiveness, so contrary to the spirit of Islamic brotherhood, had been reluctant to accord to the converts from other races the privileges of the new faith. The Abbasids raised the standard of revolt in the name of the family of the Prophet, and by taking advantage of the widespread sympathy felt for the descendants of Ali, they obtained the support of the various Shia fractions. Though they took all the fruits of victory for themselves, they continued to lay emphasis on the religious character of their rule, and theologians and men of learning received a welcome at their court, such as they had never enjoyed under the Umayyads. On ceremonial occasions, the Abbasid Caliph appeared clad in the sacred mantle of the Prophet, and titles such as that of Khalifa of Ali, Vice-Regent of God, and Shadow of God upon earth came to be frequently applied to him. As the power of the central authority grew weaker, so the etiquette of the court tended to become more elaborate and servile, and the Caliph made his subjects kiss the ground before him, or would allow the higher officials either to kiss his hand or foot, or the edge of his robe. The vast empire into the possession of which they had entered was too enormous, and made up of elements too heterogeneous to be long held together under a system, the sole unifying principle of which was payment of tribute to the Caliph, a prince of the Umayyad family, Abd ar-Rahman, who had succeeded in escaping to Spain when practically all his relatives had been massacred, took advantage of tribal jealousies among the Arab chiefs in Spain to seize this country for himself and to detach it from the empire in 756. North Africa, which had been placed by Harun under the government of Ibrahim ibn al-Aghalab, became practically independent under this energetic governor, who established a dynasty that lasted for more than a century, 800 to 909. Though his successors contented themselves with the title of Emir, the Caliph in Baghdad appears to have been powerless to interfere with their administration. Harun himself seems to have realized that the breakup of the Arab Empire was inevitable, since in 802 he made arrangements for dividing the administration of it between his sons Amin and Mamun. But on the death of their father in 809, civil war broke out between the two brothers. The Arabs lent their support to Amin, and under his leadership made a last effort to regain for themselves the control of the caliphate. But in 813, Tahir, Mamun's brilliant Persian general, defeated him, and as a reward for his successful siege of Baghdad, was appointed by Mamun to the government of Khorasan, where he and his descendants for half a century were practically independent. Egypt broke away from the empire when a son of one of Mamun's Turkish slaves, Ahmad ibn Tulun, having been appointed deputy governor of Egypt in 868, succeeded in making himself independent, not only in Egypt but also in Syria, which he added to his dominions and ceased sending money contributions to Baghdad. This breaking away of the outlying provinces of the empire was rendered the more possible by the weakness of the central government. Mamun's brother and successor, Mutasim, 833 to 842, made the fatal mistake of creating an army composed almost entirely of Turkish mercenaries. Their excesses made life in Baghdad so intolerable that the Caliph, in order to be safe from the vengeance of the inhabitants of his own capital, moved to a site 3 days' journey up the Tigris to the north of Baghdad, and from 836 to 892, Samarra was the Abbasid capital where 9 successive caliphs lived, practically as prisoners of their own Turkish bodyguard. While the Turkish officers made and unmade caliphs as they pleased, the country was ruined by constantly recurring disorders and insurrection. In 865, while rival claimants were fighting for the crown, Baghdad was besieged for nearly a year, and the slave revolt for 14 years, 869 to 883, left the delta of the Euphrates at the mercy of undisciplined bands of marauders who terrorized the inhabitants and even sacked great cities, such as Basra, Ahwaz, and Wasit, showing the weakness of the central power even in territories so close to the capital. A further disaster was soon to follow in the great Carmathian revolt, which takes its name from one of the propagandists of the Ismaili Shia doctrine in Iraq during the latter part of the 9th century. His followers for nearly a century, 890 to 990, spread terror throughout Mesopotamia and even threatened Baghdad. They extended their ravages as far as Syria, murdering and pillaging wherever they went. In 930, they plundered the city of Mecca, put to death 30,000 Muslims there, and carried off the Black Stone together with immense booty. These movements represent only a part of the risings and revolts that brought anarchy into the Caliph's dominions and cut off the sources of his revenue. In the midst of this period of disorder, the Caliph Muhammad, shortly before his death in 892, transferred the capital once more to Baghdad, but the change did not bring the Caliph's deliverance from the tutelage of their Turkish troops, and they were as much at their mercy as before. Deliverance came from Persia, where the Bohemians, who claimed descent from one of the Sasanian kings, had been extending their power from the Caspian Sea southward through Persia, until in 945 they entered Baghdad, normally as deliverers of the Caliph from his rebellious Turkish troops. For nearly a century from this date, the Caliph were mere puppets in the hands of successive Buwaylid emirs, who set them upon the throne and deposed them as they pleased. The Caliph Mustaki, whose deliverance from his mutinous Turkish soldiery had been the pretext for the Buwaylid occupation of Baghdad, was in the same year dragged from his throne and cruelly blinded. So low had the office of Caliph sunk by this period that there were still living 2 other Abbasid princes who, like Mustafa, had sat upon the Abbasid throne, but blinded and robbed of all their wealth were now dependent upon charity, or such meager allowance as the new rulers cared to dole out to them. His cousin Muti was set up to succeed him, but though he held the office of Caliph for 28 years, 946 to 974, he had no voice in the administration and could not even nominate any of the ministers who carried on the business of the state in his name. Helpless in the hands of his Bréhier master, he lived upon a scanty allowance. He was compelled to abdicate in favor of his son Ta'i after a riotous outburst of religious intolerance in Baghdad, and Ta'i for 17 years, 974 to 991, suffered similar humiliations. He was deposed at last in favor of his cousin Kadir, 991 to 1031, of whose reign of 40 years hardly any incident is recorded, because political events pursued their course without any regard to him. Meanwhile, in Upper Mesopotamia, an Arab family, the Hamdanids, at first governors of Mosul, extended their authority over the surrounding country, and one member of the family, Saif el-Dullah, made himself master of Aleppo and bought the whole of northern Syria under his rule in 944. In North Africa, a rival caliphate had arisen under the Shia Fatimids, who annexed Egypt in 969, and after more than one attempt occupied Syria in 988. By the beginning of the 11th century, the power of the Buwayhids was on the decline, and they had to give way before the Ghaznavids and the Seljuqs, the latter a Turkish tribe which made its first appearance in history about the middle of the 10th century. In 1055, the Seljuk chief, Turkle Beg, after having conquered the greater part of Persia, entered Baghdad and delivered the caliph from subservience to the Buwayhids. From Baghdad, Tughril Beg marched to the conquest of Mosul and Upper Mesopotamia, and when he died in 1063, he left to his successor Alp Arslan, an empire which 8 years later stretched from the Hindu Kush to the shores of the Mediterranean. Alp Arslan died in 1072, and his son Malik Shah still further extended the empire by the conquest of Transoxiana. One of the Seljuk generals, Atsiz, drove the Fatimids out of Syria and Palestine and occupied Jerusalem in 1071 and Damascus in 1075. Under the protection of the Seljuks, the Caliph in Baghdad enjoyed at the hand of these Orthodox Sunnis a certain amount of respect such as he had failed to receive at the hand of the Shia Buwayhids, but his political authority hardly extended beyond the walls of the city. The death of Malik Shah in 1092 was followed by a period of confusion, during which his 4 sons fought one another for the succession, but in 1117 the supreme authority passed to his 3rd son, Sanjar, the last of the great Seljuks to exercise a nominal sovereignty over the whole empire. Before his death in 1155, it had split up into a number of separate principalities, some of them ruled over by Seljuk princes, others by officers who, acting first as guardians or atabegs to minors, later assumed the reins of power and founded dynasties of their own. One permanent result of the rise of the Seljuk Empire was that the way they had been open for Muslim domination in Asia Minor. During the whole of the Abbasid period, the ranges of the Taurus and Anti-Taurus had formed the frontier line between the Roman and the Arab empires, and though incursions had frequently, and during certain periods annually, been made by the Muslim troops into Anatolia, no permanent result of these military expeditions into the Great Plateau of Asia Minor had been achieved beyond the temporary occupation of some fortresses, but the Seljuks made their way into Asia Minor from northern Persia through Armenia, and before the end of the 11th century had occupied all the center of Asia Minor, leaving only the kingdom of Lesser Armenia and the coastline which was held by Byzantine troops. This western movement of the Seljuqs and the consequent alarm of the Emperor of Constantinople, who appealed for help to the Christian powers of Europe, were among the causes of the Crusades. When the Crusaders entered Syria in 1098, the Seljuk Empire had already begun to break up. The greater part of Mesopotamia and Syria had been parceled out into military fiefs in which the military officers of the Seljuks had made themselves independent. The political situation of the Muslim world was but little affected by the establishment of the Kingdom of Jerusalem in 1099, and the most important effect of the Crusades upon Muslim history was the rise of the Ayyubid dynasty established by Saladin in his long conflict with the Crusaders, culminating in the Battle of Hittin and the conquest of Jerusalem in 1187. Farther east, the fratricidal struggle still went on between rival Muslim houses, fighting one another for the possession of the fragments of the Seljuk Empire. For a brief period, the Caliph in Baghdad succeeded in exerting some authority in the neighborhood of his capital, and Nasir, 1180 to 1225, freed from the tutelage of the Seljuks, restored to the Caliphate some of its old independence, though the narrow territory over which he ruled extended only from Tikrit to the head of the Persian Gulf. His most formidable rival was the Khwarezm Shah, whose kingdom, founded by a descendant of one of the Turkish slaves of the Seljuk Sultan, Malik Shah, had been gradually extended until it included the greater part of Persia. Under Alauddin, 1199 to 1220, the kingdom of Khwarezm embraced also Bukhara and Samarkand, and in 1214 Afghanistan, but his career of conquest was short-lived, for on his eastern border appeared the Mongol army of Genghis Khan, which soon involved in a common devastation and ruin the greater part of the various Muslim kingdoms of the East. Muslim civilization has never recovered from the destruction which the Mongols inflicted upon it. Great centers of culture such as Herat and Bukhara were reduced to ashes, and the Muslim population was ruthlessly massacred. With the Mongol conquest of southern Russia and of China, we are not concerned here, but their armies, after sweeping across Persia, appeared in 1256 under the command of Hulagil before the walls of Baghdad, and after a brief siege of 1 month, the last caliph of the Abbasid house, Mu'tasim, had to surrender and was put to death together with most of the members of his family. 800,000 of the inhabitants were brought out in batches from the city to be massacred, and the greater part of the city itself was destroyed by fire. The Mongol armies then moved on into Syria, where first Aleppo and then Damascus fell into their hands. But when they advanced to the conquest of Egypt, they met with the first check in their westward movement. Egypt, since 1254, had been under the rule of the Mamluk sultans, and the Egyptian army in 1260 defeated the Mongols at Jalut in Palestine, and following up this victory drove them out of Syria altogether. After the death of Genghis Khan in 1227, the vast Mongol Empire had been divided among his 4 sons. Of Muslim territories, Transoxiana fell to the lot of his second son, Jugati. One of his grandsons, Hulagu, the conqueror of Baghdad, founded the Ilkhan dynasty of Persia and included in his kingdom the whole of Persia, Mesopotamia, and part of Asia Minor. The Seljuks of Asia Minor had managed to maintain a precarious existence as vassals of the Mongols by making a timely submission, and under the rule of the Mamluk sultans of Egypt, Syria kept the Mongols out. Such remained the general condition of the eastern provinces of what had once been the empire of the Abbasid caliphs during the remainder of the 13th century. The Abbasid epoch has dazzled the imagination of the Muslim world with the vision of a period of great wealth and splendor, and the degradation of its latter days was blotted out by the remembrance of its earlier glories, though these lasted barely 83 years. The shadowy Abbasid Caliphate of Cairo bore witness for 2 centuries and a half, 1261 to 1517, to the impressive character, the ideal of a united Muslim empire, under the leadership of the Imam Caliph, regarded as the source of all authority, in spite of the fact that the disruptive influence of national movements and the self-assertion of provincial groups had irremediably destroyed the reality centuries before. As the rule of the Caliph was an absolutism, tempered only by the divinely inspired law, to which he, with every other Muslim, had to submit, the state perished within him, for Muslim political theory contained no principle of growth to provide for the development of self-governing institutions. No attempt had been made to widen the basis of government or train the subjects to cooperate with the state and the continuity of city life, so characteristic a feature of political life in the West, was unknown in the Muslim East. By its elaboration of systems of law, however, the Abbasid period bequeathed to succeeding generations authoritative codes, which were still in operation in various parts of the world. But the theocratic origin of this law, based as it is on the unalterable, eternal Word of God, has continuously hampered its adjustment to the changing conditions of political and social life and other branches of intellectual activity, notably mathematics and medicine. Permanent results were attained, of which some account is given in the following sections. End of section 40. Section 41 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. Muslim Civilization During the Abbasid Period, Part 2, by Thomas W. Arnold. The foundation for the political theories that find embodiment in the organization of the Abbasid Empire was laid during the period of the Umayyads. These theories were in the main the outgrowth of 2 definite factors. In the first place, the conquering Arabs were faced with the problem of administering the vast empire that, in the brief space of a few decades, had fallen into their hands, while their past history had given them no experience of organized methods of government and administration, and their tribal system had ill-prepared them for any large outlook upon material problems. But they found in Palestine, Syria, and Egypt a large body of trained officials, accustomed to the smooth working of the traditional method of administration in the Roman Empire, and familiar with the departmental routine of Bureau of Government. Similarly, within the Persian Empire, in spite of the anarchy that had prevailed after Khosrow II, the administrative machinery of the Sassanids, with its large body of officials for the collection of taxes, was still available. There is abundant evidence to shew that in the provinces of both these empires, the Arabs made very little change in the methods of administering the country. Accordingly, at a time when Muslim theory was formless and inchoate, it came under the powerful influence of one of the greatest attempts to systemize social and political life that the world had ever seen. And just as Muslim law bears the imprint of the Roman legal system, and the earliest systematic treatises of Islam appear to have been modeled on catechisms of Christian doctrines, so the fiscal system of the Arabs followed the lines that had been laid down centuries before by Roman administrators. On the other hand, during the whole of the Umayyad period, They had been living in Medina, the representatives of the apostolic age of Islam, engaged in attempts to reduce to order the incoherent materials for a Muslim theory of life based upon the ordinances of the Quran, and the traditionary sayings of the Prophet. As these legistant theologians viewed with horror the heathenish ideals and manners of the Umayyad court, and accordingly kept aloof from practical concern with the details of political life, the theories of the state and of legislation which they worked out very largely ignore the more stable development of the Arab state. Muslim political and legal theories have consequently never been able wholly to shake themselves free from the unreality that marked their beginnings in the rarefied atmosphere of speculation in which early Muslim thinkers lived in Medina. When the Abbasids came into power, largely with the help of an orthodox reaction against the alleged heathenism of the Umayyad house, and with the support of Persian converts, whose theological zeal was unknown to the latitudinarian Arabs, they attracted to their new capital, Baghdad, the legates and theologians of Medina, and lavished a generous patronage on students of theology. At the same time, they exercised control over these thinkers and, while helping orthodoxy to triumph in the state, the Abbasids took care to make use of it for their own selfish ends. According to Islamic theory, religious dogma, maxims of statecraft, legal ordinances, and the details of the social life of the believer all have their source in the revealed text of the Quran and in the traditionary sayings and practices of the Prophet. Where these fail to provide the required guidance, the consensus of the community is decisive, and most Muslim thinkers have allowed also an analogical deduction from the first two sources to particular cases not expressly mentioned in either of them. During the 3rd century of the Muslim era were compiled the 6 great collections of traditions that are held to be authoritative in the Sunni world. These fix definitely the theories that had grown out of the experience of preceding generations of Muslims. These traditions gave final expression to the theory of the caliphate, according to which the head of the Muslim community, as successor, Khalifa, of the Prophet, carried on the same functions that he had performed, with the exception of the exercise of the prophetic office, which was held to have come to an end with him. Accordingly, the Caliph was supreme administrator, judge, and general. The legate summed up his functions as comprising the defense and maintenance of the faith, war against those who refused to accept Islam or submit to Muslim rule, the protection of the country of Islam and the provisions of troops regarding the frontiers, the decision of legal disputes and the punishment of wrongdoers, the collection and disbursement of taxes, the payment of salaries and the appointing of competent officials. The holder of the office had to be a member of the tribe of the Quraysh, to which the Prophet himself had belonged, and had to possess the physical and intellectual qualities necessary for the performance of the duties above mentioned. In theory, the office was elective, but the first caliph of the Umayyad dynasty had made it hereditary, and generally each caliph nominated his successor during his life. It was not necessary that the succession should follow in the direct line. Of the 14 Umayyad caliphs, only 4 were succeeded by a son, and of the first 24 caliphs of the Abbasid dynasty, only 6 had a son as his successor. And though later direct succession became more common, out of the total number of 36, the office passed from father to son in 16 cases only. The fiction of election was kept up by the institution of the Oath of Allegiance, which was taken by the highest officials and great nobles of the state to the Caliph on his succession and sometimes also to the heir apparent. The Caliph was also at the same time imam, or leader of the faithful, in public worship, and though he often delegated this religious function to an ordinary imam, there were even up to the latter days of the Abbasid dynasty solemn occasions on which the Caliph came forward as leader of the faithful in this public act of divine worship. The last Abbasid Caliph who kept up this practice was Radi, 934 to 940, though the Sunni doctrine never attached such mysterious significance to the office of the Imam as was characteristic of the Shia sect. Yet a certain degree of reverence became attached to this office, even among the Sunnis, and the theorists maintained the necessity of an Imam as leader of the whole body of believers. It was he alone who could declare a general jihad, calling upon all the faithful, both men and women, to join in war against the unbelievers, and he was held to be the source of all legitimate authority, both in the state and in the administration of justice. In theory, every governor was appointed by the Imam Khalifa, and even when the separate provinces of the empire had become independent, and the Caliph was a helpless puppet, this fiction was still maintained, and a sultan or emir, though he might have carved out a kingdom for himself by force of arms, would apply to the Abbasid Caliph for a diploma of investiture. The organization of the administrative machinery is traditionally attributed to Omar, 634 to 644, who established a divan, or public register of income and expenditure, the original purpose of which was the division of the revenues of the state among the various members of the Muslim community. But Omar's fiscal system soon broke down, and the machinery of government gradually became more complicated by the establishment of separate administrative departments, the number and designation of which during the Abbasid period varied from time to time. Among the most important were the Treasury, Divan al-Kharaj, which kept an account of the taxes, in the state chancery, Divan al-Taqi, which issued the decrees of the Caliph and exercised control over provincial governors. There were also separate departments for official correspondence, for the administration of the crown lands, for the army, for the postal service, for accounts, for general expenditure, and for the freedmen and slaves of the imperial house. In the centralization of government, so characteristic of the new dynasty, the institution of the vizier, came into prominence, whereas the Umayyads, following the traditionary methods of primitive Arab society, were surrounded by an aristocracy made up of chiefs of their own race, whom they would consult on special occasions. The more autocratic government of the Abbasids placed the great army of officials under the control of a minister, the vizier, to whom the Caliph delegated a large portion of the details of administration. When the Caliph, as was often the case, did not wish to be disturbed in his pleasures by the chaos of state, the vizier acquired almost autocratic powers and could amass immense wealth. All officials, even the great provincial governors, owed their appointment to him, and he controlled the whole machinery of the state. But his was a perilous position, and the annals of the Abbasid dynasty are full of stories of sudden ruin that destroyed great and prosperous ministers. One of the most important departments was that of the state post, Divan al-Barid, an institution that the Arabs took over from the Romans, and the very designation indicates, Barid being a loan word from the Latin veritas. But the story that Harun's great Persian minister, the Barmecid Yahya, reorganized the postal system on a new basis, probably indicates that the Arabs incorporated also into their system the old organization of the Persian Empire. Like the Roman cursus publicus, this department was designed only to serve the interest of the state, by keeping the central government in touch with the outlying provinces and providing secret information of the doings of the various governors. Relays of swift mounts were kept at post stations on the great highways and made possible the rapid communication of information and official orders. In every large province, the postmaster had to keep the caliph informed of every event of importance, to report on the state of the finances and the administration of the crown lands, the behavior of the officers of the state, and the condition of agriculture and the peasantry. The cost of keeping up this large establishment of postal officials, together with the various stations and the camels and horses required, was very heavy, but as it constituted the only possible means of controlling the administration of such a vast empire, the caliphs rightly attached much importance to it, and the chief postmaster at the capital had to communicate dispatches to the caliph immediately on their arrival. Pigeons also appear to have been used for transmitting news. Further, this organized control of the great highways, where these postal stations were established, facilitated the movements of the high officials and of the troops. In addition to this department, there was a large force of the detective police, and an elaborate system of espionage became a characteristic feature of the administration, whereby a caliph set spies to watch his officials and even the members of his own family, while they in return employed their own spies to report upon his movements and utterances. For this purpose, in addition to regular members of the postal service, persons of every social grade, merchants, peddlers, physicians, and slave girls were employed. It was in harmony with this inquisition into the affairs of private persons that the mutasib, or prefect of police, should not only be concerned with preventing breaches of the civil and religious law, but also act as a censor of morals. One of his most important duties was to inspect weights and measures and control commercial transactions by preventing fraud in sales and the counterfeiting of goods, or the making of extortionate charges. He forbade the public sale of wine and the playing of musical instruments in public places. In regard to the practices of religion, it was his duty to see that the correct ritual observances were followed. For instance, to prevent the utterance of religious formulae not sanctioned by authority, or the repetition in a loud voice of those that would be uttered in low tones. He could stop a man from taking part in public worship who had not performed the prescribed rites of ablution, or had not carried them out according to the strict prescriptions of the ritual law. He could also punish a man who was detected breaking the fast of Ramadan. He found suitable husbands for widows and took care that no divorced women married before the expiration of the legal period. He protected slaves from having tasks imposed upon them that they were not strong enough to perform, and punished the owners of beasts of burden if they did not provide their animals with sufficient provender or overworked them. His authority even extended to the inspection of dolls, to see whether they bore any resemblance to idols or served any other purpose than that of accustoming little girls to the care of infants. Unless he had received express authority, the prefect of police could not interfere with the office of the magistrate, for if an accused person denied his guilt, the matter had to be brought before the judge. The judges were appointed either directly by the caliph or an official, such as the vizier, or by a governor to whom authority had been delegated. In the appointment of a judge, the locality in which he could exercise jurisdiction had to be expressly stated, and his authority was either general or restricted. In the former instance, he not only tried cases, but, among other duties, appointed guardians for minors, lunatics, and others who could not manage their own property, administered religious endowments, and saw that wills were carried out according to the directions of the testator. There was a special court of appeal in which were heard complaints of the miscarriage of justice in the administrative and judicial department. The early Abbasid caliphs received such complaints in public audience, but after the reign of Mu'tadi, 869 to 870, this office was put into commission and a special officer appointed as president of the board for the investigation of grievances. In the reign of Muqtadir, 908 to 932, his mother, who controlled the administration, appointed to this post her mistress of the robes. The organization of the army varied at different times in Muslim history. By the Abbasid period, the troops were divided into two classes. The regular Arab army kept on a permanent footing and paid out of the state treasury, and the volunteers who were not entered on the register and received no fixed pay. The latter received grants out of the poor tax and took part in the annual raids into Byzantine territory or into the neighboring countries of the unbelievers. As the Abbasids came into power largely through the assistance of troops from Khorasan, these formed a separate division of the army recruited from that part of their dominions. Later on, Mutasim, 833 to 842, added another separate army corps made up of Turks, and also enrolled a contingent of slaves mainly from North Africa. The favor which Mutasim extended toward these foreign troops, and the disaffection excited by the excesses they committed on the citizens of Baghdad, was one of the reasons that determined him to transfer his capital to Samarra in 836. Here he built enormous barracks for his Turkish troops and encouraged Turkish chieftains to come and live under his protection. He assigned separate sections of the vast city that grew up around his palace to the Turkish troops, according to their tribes in their original habitat. And in order to keep them apart from the surrounding population, he purchased numbers of Turkish slave girls, whom he compelled his troops to marry. Fixed stipends were assigned to these slave girls, and registers were kept of their names. These Turkish guards came gradually to outnumber every other section of the army, and they grew in wealth and influence as the number of posts conferred upon them increased, until gradually the administration passed from the hands of the Persians into those of the Turks, and the Caliph became quite at the mercy of his Turkish guard. Things came to such a pass that more than one Caliph was put to death by his own troops, and the election of his successor was determined by his Turkish officers. Still greater confusion arose when rival factions among the Turks themselves came to blows with one another. The administration fell into disorder. The provinces ceased to remit revenue to the capital, and the troops mutinied and clamored for their arrears of pay. It was to escape from such an intolerable position that the Caliph Batamid, in 892, abandoned Samarra as a capital. As the central authority declined, and the empire broke up into a number of independent states and fiefs, the character of the military organization changed, and in place of the great standing army under a single command, a system of military fiefs grew up, according to which different members of a ruling house or separate chiefs were given charge over a town or a district, on condition that they paid an annual tribute and supplied at their own cost a fixed number of troops to their overlord. But in all these separate bodies of troops, the presence of Turkish soldiers became a common feature, since fresh accessions to their number were continuously coming from the east as the Turkish troops learned of the wealth and power that their fellow tribesmen could gain by service within the Muslim Empire. Many of these Turkish soldiers were slaves, and one reason for the dependence of the caliphs upon them was the belief that security could be obtained by the possession of a bodyguard, entirely dependent on the favor of the sovereign, without any ties of family or relationship with the rest of the population. When the caliphs became disillusioned at the notion that loyalty could be purchased in this manner from the Turks, they still continued to place reliance upon their slaves, and Muqtadir, 908 to 932, in his desire to maintain his authority against the troublesome Turkish troops, acquired as many as 11,000 slaves, some of whom he promoted to high office and placed in command of his army. Slavery from the outside had been a recognized institution of Muslim society, but from the reign of this caliph, the tenure by slaves of some of the highest offices of the state became an increasingly characteristic feature of the social organization. Conquests and raids had, from the earliest days of the expansion of the Arab Empire, added to the slave population of the great cities. But a constant supply was kept up later through the well-organized slave trade, which brought such enormous numbers of black slaves from Africa that their armed risings were at times a source of serious disorder. The white slaves were brought in thousands from various Turkish tribes in Central Asia, and also from Mediterranean ports, especially from Spain and Italy. Many of these slaves were employed by their masters in trade and commercial enterprises of various kinds. End of section 41. Section 42 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. Muslim Civilization during the Abbasid Period, Part 3 by Thomas W. Arnold. The transference of the capital to Iraq by the Abbasid caliphs was followed by a period of great commercial expansion. Not only did the possession of enormous wealth create a demand for costly articles, such as silks from China and furs from northern Europe, but trade was promoted by certain special conditions, such as the vast extent of the Muslim Empire, the spread of Arabic as a world language, and the exalted status assigned to the merchant in the Muslim system of ethics. It was remembered that the Prophet himself had been a merchant and had commended trading during the pilgrimage to Mecca. Not only did the great trade routes through the empire facilitate commercial relations, but under the Abbasids navigation received a great impulse. For the eastern trade, Basra, a Muslim creation, was one of the most flourishing ports. In the west, the Arabs entered into the inheritance of the great Mediterranean ports of the Roman Empire. To the seafaring inhabitants of the coasts of Syria and Egypt, the Arabs were indebted also for the building up of their fleet, which became so formidable a rival of the Byzantine navy. The theory of the Arab state was that of a community of believers, holding the primitive faith revealed by God to Adam and successive prophets, and occupying the heritage of the earth that God had given to Adam and his descendants. But from the very outset there was a recognition of persons who did not accept the faith of Islam, and the Quran enjoins toleration towards the people of the book, i.e., the Jews and the Christians, who were looked upon as professing a religion that is a corrupted form of God's original and oft-repeated revelation. According to the theory of Arab logists, based on the practice of the Prophet and his immediate successors, religious toleration was granted to the Jews, Christians, and Zoroastrians, on condition that they paid tribute. The non-Muslim living under Arab rule was technically called dhimmi, literally one with whom a compact has been made, and the theory was that agreements were made by the Arab conquerors as they extended their authority over different cities and districts. The Arab historians record several examples of such agreements, but by the Abbasid period the actual practice appears to have become uniform, modified only by the idiosyncrasies of local governors. Under the influence of the communistic theory of the young Muslim community, in accordance with which the immense wealth poured into the public treasury, as the Arab conquests were extended in the Roman and Persian empires, was divided among the faithful. Some attempt appears to have been made to prevent the Arab Muslims from settling down in conquered territory, with the intention that they might constitute a permanent army. Consequently, the payers of taxes were the original inhabitants of the conquered territories, and recent investigations go to prove that the taxes they paid to the Arabs were much the same as those they had been accustomed to pay the former governments. But according to the theory of the legists, the non-Muslims paid jizya as a poll tax, in return for which they received a protection for life and property, an exemption from military service. The system broke down when the first conquest was followed by the conversion to Islam of large sections of the newly acquired subjects. They claimed to be exempted from the land tax they had been accustomed to pay, threatened the state with financial ruin, and the government was compelled to levy land tax for Muslims and non-Muslims alike. The jizya, in some form or another, continued to be levied upon the members of the protected religious communities that refused to accept Islam. It is very doubtful, however, whether the accounts given in legal treatises on the subject correspond to the actual practice found in the collection of this tax. In the Quran, the only people of the book expressly mentioned were the Jews and the Christians. When the conquest of Persia brought a large Zoroastrian population under Arab rule, it was conveniently remembered that the Prophet had given orders that the Zoroastrians were to be treated just like the people of the book, and that jizya might be taken from them also. A similar policy of religious tolerance was extended to the heathen Iranians and Mandaeans, though, according to the strict letter of the law, they should either have been put to death or compelled to embrace Islam. The Manichaeans likewise were not entitled to toleration according to Muslim law, but they survived as a separate sect up to the 10th century, and during the reign of Ma'mun, 813 to 833, the leader of this sect held a public disputation with the Muslim theologians in Baghdad in the presence of the Caliph himself. But even on this occasion, the Caliph had to furnish this religious teacher with a bodyguard to prevent his being exposed to insult from the fanatical populace, and in later reigns, the persecution of the Manichaeans became so severe that those who escaped fled into Turkestan. During the period of the Umayyads, the religious indifference that characterized most of the rulers of this dynasty, with the exception of Omar ibn Abd al-Aziz, 717 to 720, lent support to this theory of toleration, and the condition of the Christians and the Jews appears to have been tolerable, except, of course, that like all the subject peoples, they were always exposed to the exactions of rapacious tax gatherers. There was a change for the worse with the advent of the Abbasids, in consequence of the emphasis that this dynasty laid upon religious considerations, and its zealous patronage of orthodoxy. Harun, 786 to 809, passed an edict compelling Jews and Christians to adopt a different costume to that of the Muslims, but it appears to have been put into force only in the capital, and even there to have soon ceased to be applied. This temporary change of attitude was very possibly the result of the treachery which the Emperor Nicephorus shewed in his dealings with this caliph. A more serious persecution broke out in the reign of Mutawakkil, 847 to 861. This fanatical caliph lent the support of the state to the strong orthodox reaction that had set in against the rationalistic tendencies which had free play under former rulers, and he came forward as the champion of the extreme Orthodox party to which the mass of the Muslim population belonged. He persecuted the Mutazilites, whose doctrines had been in the ascendancy in the court during the reign of Ma'mun, and branded with ridicule their doctrine that the Quran was created. He shewed a similar persecuting zeal against the Shia sect, the members of which were imprisoned and scourged, and he pulled down the tomb of the martyred Hussein at Karbala and forbade pilgrimages to its site. The Christians suffered equally during this period of intolerance. They were ordered to wear a distinctive dress, dismissed from their employments in government offices, forbidden to ride on horses, and harassed with several other restrictions. The churches that had been built since the Arab conquest were ordered to be pulled down, and the dwellings of some of the wealthier Christians were turned into mosques. To the reign of this fanatical ruler belongs the restrictive ordinances, which were traditionally ascribed to Omar, the companion and successor of the Prophet. But these intolerant regulations appear to have been enforced spasmodically only, and during the confusion into which the administration fell, it was not possible to put them into force any more than any other statutes. After each fanatical outburst of persecution, the Christians returned to their posts in the government offices. Indeed, the administration could not do without them, for it had depended upon their special knowledge and skill from the very beginning of the Arab conquest. Despite the complaints repeatedly made by fanatics, the caliphs persisted in bestowing high offices on non-Muslims. On one occasion, when objections were made to the Caliph Mu'tadid, 892 to 902, against a Christian being governor of the important city of Anbar, on the Euphrates about 42 miles from Baghdad, he claimed the right to appoint a Christian to any office for which he might be fitted, and added that such a man might be more suitable than a Muslim, since the latter might possibly show undue consideration to his co-religionists. That such a high administrative office should have been entrusted to a Christian was probably a rare occurrence, but the Ministry of Finance seems to have been generally filled with them. As physicians, too, the Christians exercised great influence at court and acquired considerable wealth. Gabriel, the personal physician to the Caliph Harun, was a Nestorian Christian and is said to have amassed a fortune of more than £3.5 billion sterling. In trade and commerce, too, the Christians attained considerable affluence. Indeed, it was frequently their wealth that excited against them the jealous cupidity of the mob. The wealth possessed by the Christians may be estimated by the magnificent churches erected under Muslim rule, though according to the theory of the legists, it was not permissible to build any new churches in Muslim territory after the conquest. In addition to the record of the building of many churches under the Umayyads, several such foundations are mentioned in the Abbasid period. For instance, in 759, the Nestorian Bishop Cyprian completed a church in Nisibis, on which he had expended the sum of 56,000 dinars. In the reign of Mahdi, 775 to 785, a church was built in Baghdad for the use of the Christian prisoners taken captive during the numerous campaigns against the Byzantine Empire, and his son Harun gave permission for the erection of new churches, including a magnificent building in which the Jacobite Bishop of Bardin enshrined the bodies of the prophets Daniel and Ezekiel. The Christian Prime Minister of the Bumawad Prince Abd Abdullah, 949 to 982, who administered southern Persia and Iraq, also built a number of new churches, and the building of churches and monasteries is recorded as late as the reign of Mustadi, 1170 to 1180. Some evidence of the wealth in Christian hands is given by the large sums which are expended in bribes, e.g., in 912 the Nestorian Patriarch in Baghdad spent 30,000 dinars, gold coins, in intrigues against a rival patriarch of the Orthodox Church. The Nestorian Patriarch Ishoyab, in 1190, secured his appointment by means of a bribe of 5,000 dinars. A century later, another patriarch spent 7,000 dinars for a similar purpose, and his successor did the same. Of the literature produced during the Abbasid period, It is only possible to give a brief sketch here. Not only was the number of individual authors very great, and the output of many of them enormous, e.g. as many as 70 works by Ghazali, are recorded in the writings of Avicenna. 99 have survived to us. But they left hardly any subject of human interest untouched. Some estimate of the immense literary activity of this period may be formed from the index compiled in 988 by Nadim of the Arabic books on every branch of knowledge extant in his day. It was in this period also that Arabic began to take on the characteristics of a world literature and became the literary medium of expression for others, besides the Arabs themselves. Some of the most noteworthy contributions to this literature were made by Persians, and the decline of Syriac literature marks the ascendancy of Arabic. Not only did the Nestorian and Jacobite Christians tend more and more to refer Arabic to Syriac as a literary language, but the heathen of Haran translated into Arabic much of the wisdom of the Greeks, and nearly all the scientific and philosophic works by Jews between the 9th and 13th centuries were written in the same language. Of the poetry of the Abbasid period, only brief mention is possible here. While some poets continue to imitate the ancient models set in the pre-Islamic odes and followed by writers of the Umayyad period, there were many more who grew weary of these antiquated conventions and poured scorn on what they considered to be the barbarisms of the desert. The most famous representative of the new school of poetry was Abu Nuwas, died circa 810, one of the court poets of Harun. His poems in praise of love and wine made him notorious, and he took the lead among the licentious poets of that reign. In striking contrast to his rollicking contemporary was another poet who enjoyed the patronage of Harun, Abu Latiya, died 828, whose poetry is marked by a profound skepticism and a philosophic spirit of asceticism. The growing interest in religious and ethical problems and the encouragement given by the Abbasids to theological studies were not without their influence on poetry, and a great quantity of pietistic verse was produced. But with the widening intellectual interest, poetry came indeed to reflect every aspect of the many-sided culture of this period. Two more names must be mentioned. That Amutanabi died 965. In the judgment of most of his fellow countrymen, the greatest of the Muslim Arab poets, who is the panegyrist of the Hamdanid prince, Saif ad-Dullah, the generous patron of Abu al-Faraj, Ishfahani, Farabi, and many other writers, and that Abu Lala Marala died 1058. The skeptical blind poet, to whom Dr. Nicholson has devoted an erudite and illuminating monograph. Of the vast literature of the Abbasid period, a large part is connected with those various branches of study that grew out of the efforts to elucidate the Quran. Tradition ascribes the composition of the earliest work on Arabic grammar to the fact that a learned scholar heard a man quoting a verse of the Quran makes such a gross grammatical blunder as to turn the sense of the passage into blasphemy. But apart from the need of a scientific exposition of the language for an intelligent understanding of the Quran, Arabic was rapidly adopted, at least for purposes of literary expression, by the subject races and even the Arabs themselves, belonging to different tribes and speaking various dialects in a foreign country, were in need of guidance if the purity of their speech was to be preserved. A school of grammarians sprang up during the Umayyad period in Basra, which had been founded just after the conquest of Iraq, as a great military station to command the approach from the sea. An rival school arose later in the city of Kufa, founded about the same time as a permanent camp on the desert side of the Euphrates. Two representatives of these schools may be mentioned here. Sibawaihi, died 793, wrote the first systematic exposition of Arabic grammar and had a long line of imitators in the Basra school. To the school of Kufa belonged Kisa, died 805, whom Harim appointed tutor to his sons. Both he and Sibawaihi were Persians by birth, and there is a record of their having met in controversy on points of grammar. By the early part of the 9th century, these rival schools had lost their importance, and the leading grammarians were to be found in Baghdad. The study of the Quran also gave a stimulus to the study of history, preeminently the life of the prophet, and then of earlier prophets mentioned in the sacred text, to law, the primary source of which was the Quran, and to other branches of learning. The exegesis of the text of the Quran itself began as a branch of the science of tradition, and the oldest systematic collections of traditions, such as those of Bukhari, died 870, and Cbteddy, died 892, contain comments on the subject matter of the Quran. Tabari died 923. Monumental commentary was epoch-making. It not only embodies the work of its predecessors in an exhaustive enumeration of traditional interpretations and lexicographical notes on the text, supported by quotations from pre-Islamic poetical literature, but discusses difficulties of grammar and deals with questions of dogma and law. The commentaries produced by succeeding generations are without number, but among these special mention must be made of the Kashaf of Shari, died 1143, one of the greatest Arabic scholars of his time, though by birth a Persian. His work was exploited by succeeding generations of commentators, and their tribute to his erudition was the more remarkable, since the author was a Mustalite and had embodied in his work some of the heretical opinions of his sect. This great work formed the basis of the most widely studied commentary in the Muslim world to the present day, that of Baidawi, died 1286. The Muslim system of law claimed to be based on the Quran, but owing to the scarcity of material provided by the sacred text, a distinct branch of Muslim study with an enormous literature of its own grew up, technically known as fiqh. This deals not only with legal matters in the narrower sense of the term, i.e. criminal and civil law, the law of property and inheritance, constitutional law, and the principles of administration of the state and the conduct of war, but also with ritual and religious observances and the innumerable details of the daily life, falling under the consideration of a legal system that makes no distinction between the civil and the religious life of the believer. This system of laws was developed largely under the influence of the Roman law, which the Arabs found operative in Syria and Mesopotamia. In matters of ritual, there were borrowings also from the Jewish law. The religious character of the Abbasid dynasty gave an impulse to the systematic codification of Muslim law, and produced a vast literature embodying the different standpoints of the various schools of legists that grew up within the Sunni sect to which the government belonged. By the end of the Abbasid period, these had become narrowed down to the 4 that survived to the present day, but there had been others which became obsolete. These various schools differed mainly according to the place the legist allowed to independent judgment and the use of analogical deduction. In addition to the Sunni schools, the other sects, particularly the Shias, developed legal systems of their own. Dogmatic literature is distinct from exegesis, and fiqh appears first to have grown up in the connection with the problems of the divine unity and its harmony with the attributes of God, and of the divine justice in relation to the problem of the freedom or determination of the human will. This dogmatic literature tended more and more to take on a metaphysical form as Muslim thinkers came under the influence of Greek thought, brought to their knowledge through versions of Neoplatonic and Aristotelian treatises, translated into Arabic either from Syriac or directly from Greek. The writings of the earliest school of speculative theologians, the Mutasilites, have almost entirely perished, but the teachings of another liberal movement in theology, which endeavored to harmonize authority with reason and seems to have been connected with the Ismailian propaganda, have been preserved to us in the treatises of the so-called Brethren of Sincerity, made accessible to the European reader by TriciaG. They wrote towards the end of the 10th century and put forth an encyclopedic scheme of human knowledge, dividing learning into three branches: the preliminary, the religious, and the philosophic studies. Under the last heading, they grouped propaedeutics, consisting of arithmetic, geometry, astronomy, and music, logic, physics, and theology. This group of thinkers appears to have been obliged to meet in secret for the Orthodox reaction, which received the support of the government under Mutawakil, 847 to 861, and found expression in the writings of Ashari, died 933. The founder of Orthodox Scholasticism effectually crushed liberal movements in theology. Ashari had been brought up as a Mustalite, but when he became converted to Orthodoxy, he adapted the dialectic methods of the philosophers to the defense of the Orthodox position. A more popular exposition of the Ashariite system of theology was given by Ghazali, died 1111, who, in the reaction from Arab scholasticism, took refuge in Sufism and gave mystical experience a place in his reasoned exposition of Orthodox doctrines. His literary activity was enormous, his best-known works being the autobiography of his spiritual experience and his deliverer from error, and the vast compendium of his religious system, the revivification of the sciences of the faith. End of section 42. Section 43 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. Muslim Civilization during the Abbasid Period. Part 4 by Thomas W. Arnold. Mysticism in Islam had a long history before Ghazali embodied it in a system of orthodox theology. Beginning as a purely ascetic movement, it came under foreign influences, notably Neoplatonic and Gnostic, and so took on more theosophic forms of expression. The teachings of the early Sufis were expressed in sayings handed down by their disciples. One of the oldest systematic treatises was The Sustenance of the Souls by Abu Talib al-Maki, Ovid 996, which was followed by a vast number of writings too numerous to be recorded here. Historical literature had its origin in biographies of the Prophet and his companions. The foundations of this literature were laid in the Umayyad period, but the oldest extant biography of the Prophet, written by Ibn Ishaq, who died in 768 during the reign of the second Abbasid Caliph, has only survived to us in a recension of it made by Ibn Hisham, Ovid 834, a distinguished grammarian. Another biographer of the Prophet, Katty, Ovid 822, enjoyed the patronage of Harun and wrote the Book of the Wars, a detailed account of the campaigns of the Prophet and the early successes of the Arab conquerors. His contemporary Ibn Sa'd, Ovid 844, wrote an immense biographical work containing a life of the Prophet and of the various classes of his companions and those who immediately followed them. Baladori, Obit 892, also wrote an account of the early Arab conquest, which is one of the most valuable sources of this early period, and began a vast biographical work on the life of the Prophet and his kinsmen, among whom the Abbasids are reckoned. Other historians took a larger range. Dinawari, Obit 895, in his book of the Long Histories, paid especial attention to the history of Persia, and Yaqibi, his contemporary, wrote a manual of universal history. But all these works were surpassed in extent by the monumental Annals of the Apostles and the Kings by Tabari, whose commentary on the Quran has already been mentioned, a history of the world so far as it was of interest to a Muslim historian, from the creation to the year 915. His work was abridged by a later writer, Ibn al-Athir, Obit 1234, who likewise wrote a history of the world, but from the beginning of the 10th century gives an independent record. He also wrote a history of the Arabics of Mosul and an alphabetical dictionary entitled Lions of the Jungle, biographies of 7,500 companions of the Prophet. Other biographers confined their attention to limited groups, e.g. the philosophers, scientists, physicians, or distinguished citizens of particular cities. But none of these equal the interest that attaches to the Book of Songs, composed by Abu al-Faraj Ifsani, Obit 967, beginning merely with the collection of songs composed by the most famous musicians at the court of the Caliph Harun. It contains not only detailed and graphic accounts of poets and singers, but incidentally is one of the most important of our sources for the history of the culture of the Muslim world up to the 9th century. An entirely new form of literary activity was introduced in a highly artificial form of rhymed prose, known as the muqaddimah. The use of rhyme is characteristic of the earliest works in Arabic prose known to us, the Quran, and as a literary device it runs through Arabic prose literature, finding special expression in pulpit oratory and the elevated epistolary style of official correspondence. But this style of composition gave rise to a distinct department of literature when Badi Zaman Hamadani, Ovid 1007, conceived the idea of popularizing it in a narrative of the adventures of a vagabond scholar who suddenly appears in gatherings of wealthy persons and learned assemblies, and by the display of his erudition gains for himself ample reward. The author makes such compositions an occasion for displaying his erudition by an abundant use of rare and obsolete words and recondite phrases, illustrating now the idiom of the Bedouins of the desert and now that of typical examples of the townsfolk. Though clad in a garb of out-of-the-way learning, these compositions are full of humor and pointed satire against various classes of contemporary society. The fame of this work was, however, eclipsed by that of Hariri, Ovid 1122, whose maqamat are regarded as a masterpiece of Arabic literary style, full of all manner of rhetorical devices, verbal conceits, and verbal puzzles, intelligible only to trained students of grammar and philology. Hariri recounts wanderings of a learned knave, who also suddenly appears in all kinds of unexpected circumstances, and after a witty declaration, often in verse, as mysteriously disappears again. Hariri claimed that his work was not intended merely to amuse, it had also a deeper moral purpose, and there are indeed passages in which his hero utters sentiments of the loftiest morals in language of great dignity and beauty. Prose literature developed also in various other forms of belles letters, notably in translations, such as the stories of Kalila and Dinmah, largely under the stimulus of the varied foreign influences that met in the cultured society of Baghdad. Intellectual interest was widened until men of letters left no subject untouched. Typical of such a wide intellectual outlook is the Mutazilite theologian Jahiz, Obit 869, who in his numerous writings ranged over such subjects as theology, rhetoric, natural history, as in his Book of Animals, anthropology, and treatises that discuss the relative merits of the Arabs and the Turks, and studies of contemporary society, as in his Book of Misers, of young gallants, of scribes, of singers, etc. The influence of Jahiz on Arabic prose literature was considerable. His pupil, Mubarak, Obit 898, collected in his Camille historical notices and examples of early poetry and prose, and such compilations became a recognized form of literary activity to which several writers of genius devoted themselves. Akin to such writers in their wide intellectual outlook were the encyclopedists, of whom Masudi, Obit 956, may be taken as an example. He spent a large part of his life in travel and visited almost every part of Muslim Asia, from Armenia to India and from the Caspian to Zanzibar. Everything that he saw interested him, and his reading was extensive and profound. In his latter years, he composed a universal history from the creation up to his own period, but his range was not confined to the conventional circle of Islamic learning, where he studied the beliefs of rival creeds and the wisdom of the Indians, and inquired into puzzling problems of natural history, such as the source of the Nile and the phenomena of tides, and described the sea serpent and the rhinoceros. Masudi is typical of the mental curiosity which produced a rich scientific literature during the Abbasid period. The practical needs of administrators gave an impulse to the scientific study of geography, and the oldest geographical work in Arabic that has survived is an official handbook of roads and countries by a Persian postmaster, Ibn Qurtubi, who lived in the first half of the 9th century. The geographical literature that followed forms an important section of Arabic literature, written by eager and close observers. Maqdisi, who wrote in 985, embodied in an attractive style the accumulated experience of 20 years of travel from Sind and Sistan in the east to Spain in the west. But the greatest of the Arab geographers was Yaqut, Obit 1229, a Greek slave whose master had educated in Baghdad. He lived a wandering life, finally settling down in Aleppo. Among his other writings, he wrote a vast geographical dictionary and a biographical dictionary of learned men. Zachariah of Kazan, Obit 1283, summed up the geographical knowledge of his time in a comprehensive cosmography, a kind of geographical encyclopedia that deals not only with geography proper, but also with astronomy, anthropology, and natural history. This book, translated into Persian, Turkish, and Urdu, was held to be the standard work on geographical sciences until the knowledge of Western learning penetrated the Muslim world. Philosophy, as distinguished from theological scholasticism, begins with Kindi, Obit Circuit 873, one of the few writers of pure Arab descent who acquired distinction in letters during this period, but he was a translator rather than a constructive thinker, and among the 200 treatises he wrote on such different subjects as astronomy, geometry, music, politics, and medicine, there are translations of parts of Aristotle's works and abridgments of others. For his pupil Ahmad, a son of a caliph Muttasim, he prepared a version of the first work of Greek philosophy translated into Arabic, though this was actually made up of portions of the Enneads of Plotinus. It bore the misleading title of the Theology of Aristotle, and this absurd designation is responsible for much of the confusion prevailing in Arabic philosophy when attempts were made to expound Aristotelian and Platonic doctrines. A more permanent influence on Muslim philosophic thought was exercised by Farabi, Obit 950, a Turk, who pursued his studies in medicine, mathematics, and philosophy in Baghdad, but spent the last years of his life in Aleppo under the tolerant patronage of the Hamdanid prince, Saif ad-Dawla. Like Kindi, his literary activity was enormous and included a number of commentaries upon Aristotle, as well as independent expositions of metaphysical problems. He certainly presented a fuller exposition of Aristotelian doctrine than had hitherto been available in the Arabic language, but as he, like Kindi, believed in the authenticity of the theology of Aristotle, and wrote several books to establish the agreement between the doctrines of Aristotle and Plato, his exposition of Aristotle is often incorrect. The brief, aphoristic form in which he composed many of his treatises, and the mysticism that interpenetrates his thought, makes his system somewhat obscure. The Aristotelian doctrine received a much clearer and more methodical exposition in the writings of Ibn Sina, Avicenna, Obit 1037, whose philosophical development was first stimulated by the study of one of Farabi's works. He was more concerned than his predecessor to attempt to reconcile the Aristotelian metaphysic with Muslim theology. The philosophy of Avicenna, however, belongs almost as much to Western medieval thought as to that of the Muslim East, and will be dealt with in another part of this work. Henceforth, two distinct streams of philosophic thought manifest themselves. The Spanish philosophers, Ibn Baya, Avenpas, Obit 1138, Ibn Tufali, Abu Basir, Obit 1185, and Ibn Rushd, Averroes, Obit 1198, continued to work out philosophic problems in the West, but their influence was more profoundly felt in Christian Europe than in the Muslim East. Here, particularly in Persia, under the stimulus given to speculation by Ghazali, the philosophers tended more and more to become orthodox. They studied Greek philosophy assiduously and were profoundly influenced by Greek logic, but they carried on a persistent attack upon separate Aristotelian doctrines in their defense of Muslim dogma. Fakhr-ud-Din Razi, Obit 1209, the author of the great commentary on the Quran, The Keys of the Unseen, was interpenetrated with Greek ideas, but both here and in his numerous philosophical works, he developed the orthodox Asherite doctrines with a strong element of mysticism. A strain of mysticism also characterizes the idealistic philosophy of Shihab ud-Din Suhrawardi, Obit 1191, who attacked the position that truth could be attained by pure reason in his unveiling of the Greek absurdities, and in his philosophy of illumination, sought to reconcile with the theology of Islam the ancient Persian doctrine that identified light and spiritual substance. He founded a school of Persian metaphysics in which speculation and emotion were united and harmonized. During the next century, Nasir-ud-Din Tusi, Obit 1273, also expounded Greek philosophy in the spirit of Orthodox Muslim dogma, and had numerous commentators who followed him in making similar use of Greek metaphysics and psychology. His contemporaries, Kowunji, Obit 1248, Abari, Obit 1264, and Katibi, Obit 1276, wrote compendiums of logic, which have been textbooks for centuries and have been commented upon by generations of scholars. In the science of medicine also, the Arabs were the pupils of the Greeks. The medical system of the Greeks had been studied in the great school of Yundishapur during the Sasanian period, and from the day when the second Abbasid Caliph summoned Georgios, the son of Bukashu, from Yundishapur to Baghdad in 765. This Nestorian Christian family remained in high favor at the court for more than 2 centuries and a half. Either from Syriac or the original Greek, Christian physicians translated into Arabic the works of Hippocrates, Galen, Dioscorides, and other authorities on medicine. Of these translators, one of the most active was Human ibn Ishaq, Obit 873, known to medieval Europe as Johannitus. He belonged to a Christian Arab tribe and studied first in Baghdad and later in Jundishapur. Another city that produced translators from the Greek was Haran, the seat of a sect known as the Sabaeans, to which belonged an active translator, Abid ibn Qara, Obit 901, whose sons and grandsons were also men of learning. Some knowledge of the Hindu system of medicine also appears to have reached Baghdad, and a summary of the Indian medicine is given by Ali ibn Rabban, who in 850 compiled one of the earliest comprehensive works on medical science in Arabic, The Paradise of Wisdom. Arabic medical literature, however, is by no means limited to translations, and one of the most prolific contributors to this literature, Razi, who died in the early part of the 10th century, was a skilled clinical observer and made distinctly original contributions to medical science. Out of the 50 works from his pen that are known to us, representing less than half of his writings, 2 were translated into Latin during the Middle Ages under the titles of the Continens and Liber Almansoris. The first, the Hawi, is a work so enormous that only wealthy persons could afford to have copies made of it, and it consequently became rare. The other book takes its name from his patron, one of the Samanid princes of Khorasan, to whom it was dedicated. Another comprehensive system of medicine known to the Middle Ages as the Liber Regius of Hali Abbas was written by Ali ibn al-Abbas, a Persian, for the Buhrid prince of Udullah, 949 to 982. It was diligently studied until its fame was eclipsed by the canon of Avicenna, who was as great a physician as he was a philosopher, and out of his 99 works that have survived, this was the one most widely studied, not only in the East but also in the West, since Gerard of Cremona translated it in the 12th century. Professor Brown says of this book, its encyclopedic character, its systematic arrangement, its philosophical plan, perhaps even its dogmatism, combined with the immense reputation of its author in other fields besides medicine, raised it to a unique position in the medical literature of the Muslim world, so that the earlier works of Al-Razi and Al-Majusi, in spite of their undoubted merits, were practically abrogated by it, and it is still regarded in the East by the followers of the old Greek medicine, the Tib-i-Yamani, as the last appeal on all matters connected with the healing art. From the 10th century onward, Spain produced a number of great physicians, who of course wrote in Arabic, while in Persia, the birthplace of the Arabic authors above mentioned, Razi, Ali ibn al-Abbas, and Avicenna, a vast medical literature in the Persian language began with an encyclopedia by a physician named Sam-ud-Din Ismail, entitled the Dakkari-i-Khwarashami, in honor of his patron who was governor of Khwarassan, or Khiva, under the Seljuk Sultan Sanjar. In the Middle Ages, students of science often endeavored to be encyclopedic, and several of the philosophers and physicians mentioned above devoted their attention to other branches of learning. As in the case of philosophy and medicine, the first impulse came from translations. These were for the most part made from Greek writings by Syrian Christians or by the so-called Sabinians of Haran. But Sanskrit literature provided the earliest material for an Indian in 771 brought to Mansour, the founder of Baghdad, a work on astronomy, which his caliph ordered to be translated into Arabic, and shortly afterwards, astronomical tables compiled under the Sasanians were translated from the Pahlavi. A great impulse to this work of translation was given by the Caliph Ma'mun, 813 to 833, who organized it by establishing a special translation bureau, to which skilled translators were attracted by offers of large salaries and were employed in rendering into Arabic works on geometry, astronomy, engineering, music, and the like. The names of several of the translators who worked for him are known. Among them was Muhammad ibn Musa al-Qasami, one of whose works, translated into Latin at the beginning of the 12th century, under the title Algoritmi di Numera Indorum, introduced the Arabic numerals into Europe, while his treatise on algebra was in use in the West up to the 16th century. These men were not translators merely. Their own writings gave an impulse to mathematical and astronomical studies, which produced fruitful results in the advancement of these branches of knowledge. Astronomy especially was zealously studied, not only for its own sake but because of its connection with astrology, and astronomers continued to enjoy the patronage of the more barbarous Turkish and Mongol dynasties that dispossessed the Arab Caliphate. Among these may be mentioned Omar Khayyam, known in modern times for his Persian poetry, who reformed the calendar in 1079, while as an astronomer he was in the service of the Seljuk Sultan Ali Shah. Among astronomers may also be mentioned one of the great intellects of the 11th century, Biruni, Albert 1048. He dedicated to the Sultan Masoud ibn Mahmud of Ghazna a complete account of the science of astronomy, and wrote a number of smaller astronomical treatises dealing with the astrolabe and the planisphere. His profound knowledge of astronomy also reveals itself in his work on the calendars of different nations, but perhaps the greatest monument of his erudition that this remarkable man has left in his book on India, in which he gives an account of the religion, philosophy, astronomy, and customs of the Hindus, based upon a wide acquaintance with Sanskrit literature and upon his own personal observations. Nasir-ud-Din Tusi, to whom reference has already been made as philosophical writer, was in charge of an observatory at Maga, several of the instruments in which he himself had invented. In 1270 he dedicated to his patron the Mongol prince Seljuqs astronomical tables based on observations of the planets for 12 years. For in the midst of the appalling devastation that the Mongols inflicted upon Muslim culture, a ruin from which it has never recovered, they extended their patronage to one science at least, astronomy. End of section 43.
Section 44 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Booker. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire, The Seljuqs, Part 1, by Herbert M. J. Loewe. Parenthesis, B, close parenthesis, The Seljuqs. The rise of the Seljuk power and the history of the various dynasties which were established by princes of that family deserve attention for more than one reason. Not only were the Seljuks largely responsible for the consolidation of Islam during the later days of the Abbasid Caliphate, but it is from this revival of power, which was in no small degree due to their efforts, that the failure of the Crusaders to make any lasting impression on the East may be traced. Further, it is not alone in politics and warfare that the Seljuqs achieved success. They have laid mankind under a debt in other spheres. Their influence may be observed in religion, art, and learning. Their love of culture was shown by the universities which sprang up in their cities, and in the crowds of learned men fostered at their courts. Under them appeared some of the shining lights of Islam: the philosopher and statesman Nizam al-Mulk, the mathematician-poet Omar Khayyam, warriors like Zangi, sultans like Malik Shah, Nur ad-Din, and it is right to include Saladin himself, were the product of the Seljuk Renaissance. To the Seljuk princes there can be ascribed, to a great extent, not only the comparative failure of the Crusades, but an unconscious influence of East upon West, springing from the intercourse between Frank and Saracen in the Holy Wars. The rise of the Seljuk power imparted fresh life to the Orthodox Caliphate, with which these princes were in communion, ultimately reunited the scattered states of Islam, and laid the foundations of the Ottoman Turkish Empire in Constantinople. It is impossible to give more than an outline of the important events and characters. The object of the present pages is merely to sketch the rise of the Seljuk power and to mention the states and dynasties by which the territories under Seljuk sway were ultimately absorbed. So numerous were the various Atabegs who supplanted them that sufficient space could not be allotted to their enumeration, which would in most cases prove both wearisome and superfluous. Subheading: Decay of the Caliphate. The period covered by these dynasties lies between the 11th and 13th centuries. The territory in which their rule was exercised extends over large districts of Asia, chiefly Syria, Persia, and Transoxiana. The name by which they are known is that of their first leader, from whose sons the different rulers were descended. This leader, Seljuk ibn Yakak, is said to have sprung in direct line from Afrasiab, king of Turkestan, the legendary foe of the first Persian dynasty, but this descent is not historical. Seljuk was one of the chiefs under the Khan of Turkestan, and with his emigration from Turkestan to Transoxiana and the subsequent adoption of Islam by himself and his tribe, his importance in history may be said to begin. At the time of the appearance of the Seljuqs, Islam had completely lost its earlier homogeneity. The Umayyad Caliphate had been succeeded in 750 by the Abbasid, a change of power marked by the transference of the capital from Damascus to Baghdad. The latter caliphate actually survived until the Mongol invasion under Hulagu in 1258, but at a very early period schism and decay had set in. Already in 750, when the Abbasids ousted the Umayyads, Spain became lost to the caliphate, for Abd al-Rahman, escaping thither from the general slaughter of his kinsfolk in Syria, made himself independent, and his successors never acknowledged the Abbasid rule. The establishment of the Idrisid dynasty in Morocco, parentheses 788, close parentheses, by Idris ibn Abdallah of the Aghlabids in Tunis, parentheses 800, close parentheses, by Ibrahim ibn Akhlab at Kairouan, the supremacy of the Tulunids, parentheses 868 to 905, close parentheses, and Ikshidids, parentheses 935 to 969, close parentheses, in Egypt, were severe losses to the caliphate in its western dominions. Nor was the East more stable. In Persia and Transoxiana, as a consequence of the policy pursued by the Caliph McMahon, parentheses 813 to 833, close parentheses, there arose a great national revival, resulting in the formation of several quasi-vassal dynasties, such as the Safarid (867 to 903), and the Samanid (874 to 999). From the latter, the Ghaznavids developed, for Alptigin, who founded the last-named line, was a Turkish slave at the Samanid court. Many of these dynasties became extremely powerful, and the ascendancy of the heterodox Buwayhids cramped and fettered the caliphs in their own palaces. All these kingdoms nominally acknowledged the spiritual sovereignty of the caliph, but in temporal matters they were their own masters. The chief visible token of the caliph was the retention of his name in the khutbah, a, quote, bidding prayer, close quote, recited on Fridays in the mosques throughout Islam, and on the coins. It is extremely probable that even this fragment of authority was only allowed to survive for reasons of state, principally to invest with a show of legitimacy the claims of the various rulers who were, theoretically at least, vassals of God's vice-regent on earth, the Caliph at Baghdad. Subheading: The Shiites. It was not alone in politics that the decay of the caliphate was manifest. In religion also its supremacy was assailed. The unity of Islam had been rent by the schism of, quote, Sunnah, close quote, parenthesis, quote, way, close quote, or, quote, law, close parenthesis, and, quote, Shia, close quote, parenthesis, quote, sect, close parenthesis. The former was the name adopted by the Orthodox party, the latter the title which they applied to their opponents. The Shiites believed in the divine imamship of Ali, the son-in-law of Muhammad and the fourth caliph after him. In consequence, they rejected all the other caliphs and declared their succession illegitimate. But they did not, on this account, support the Abbasids, although at first they sided with them. The Abbasids made skillful use of the Shiite Alids in undermining the Umayyad throne. Indeed, by themselves the Abbasids could hardly have hoped to succeed. Once in power, the allies fell apart. The Shiite doctrine contained numerous elements repugnant to a Sunni, elements which may be regarded as Gnostic survivals perhaps, but certainly borrowed from non-Semitic sources. Many held the Mu'tazilite opinion, which denied the fundamental proposition that the Quran is eternal and uncreated. They were noted for the number of their feasts and pilgrimages, and for the veneration with which they practically worshipped Ali, since they added to the profession of faith, quote, there is no God but God, and Muhammad is his apostle, close quote, the words, quote, and Ali is his vice-regent, parenthesis, wali, close parenthesis, close quote. In course of time, numerous sects grew out of the Shia, perhaps the most famous being the Ismailia, the Fatimids, the Druzes of the Lebanon, and, in modern times, the Babi sect in Persia. The kingdom of the Safavids, parenthesis, 1502 to 1736, close parenthesis, known to English literature as, quote, the Sofi, close quote, was Shiite in faith, and Shiite doctrines found a fertile soil in India and the more eastern provinces of Islam. On the whole, it may be said roughly that the Turks were Sunnis and the Persians Shiites. At the time of the Seljuqs, when the political authority of the caliphate was so much impaired, two of the most important Muslim kingdoms subscribed to the Shiite tenets. Of these kingdoms, One was that of the Buwayhids, who ruled in southern Persia and Iraq. The dynasty had been founded in 932 by Buwai, the head of a tribe of mountaineers in Dailam. The Buwayhids rose in power until the caliphate was obliged to recognize them. In 945, the sons of Buwai entered Baghdad and extracted many concessions from the caliph Mustakfi. In spite of their heterodoxy, they soon gained control over the caliph, who became absolutely subject to their authority. The other Shiite kingdom, to which reference has been made, was that of the Fatimids in Egypt, parentheses 909 to 1171, close parentheses. As their name implies, these rulers claimed descent from Fatima, the daughter of the Prophet, who married Ali. It is therefore easy to understand their leanings toward the Shia. The dynasty arose in North Africa, where Ubayd Allah, who claimed to be the Mahdi, conquered the Aghlabid rulers and gradually made himself supreme along the coast as far as Morocco. Finally, in 969, the Fatimids wrested Egypt from the Ikhshidids and founded Cairo, close to the older Fustat of Amr ibn Alas. By 991, they had occupied Syria as far as and including Aleppo. Their predominance in politics and commerce continued to extend, but it is unnecessary to trace their development at present. It is sufficient to recall their Shiite tendencies and to appreciate the extent to which the caliphate suffered in consequence of their prosperity. Subheading: Islam saved by the Seljuqs. It will thus be seen that at the end of the 10th century the position of the caliphate was apparently hopeless. The unity of Islam, both in politics and in religion, was broken. The caliph was a puppet at the mercy of the Buwayhids and Fatimids. The various Muslim states, it is true, acknowledged his sway, but the acknowledgment was formal and unreal. It seemed as though the mighty religion framed by the Prophet would be disintegrated by sectarianism, as though the brotherhood of Islam were a shattered ideal, and the great conquests of Khalid and Omar were destined to slip away from the weakening grasp of the helpless ruler at Baghdad. In such a crisis it would seem that Islam was doomed. It is useful also to recollect that within a very few years the Muslim world was to encounter the might of Europe. The pomp and chivalry of Christendom were to be hurled against the Crescent with, one would imagine, every prospect of success. At this juncture Islam was reanimated by one of those periodical revivals that fill the historian with amazement. The Semitic races have proved to be endowed with extraordinary vitality. Frequently, when subdued, they have imposed their religion and civilization on their conquerors, imbued them with fanaticism, and converted them into keen propagators of the faith. Islam was saved from destruction at the hands of the Crusaders by one of these timely ebullitions. The approach of the Seljuqs towards the west produced a new element in Islam which enabled the Muslims successfully to withstand the European invaders. Their intervention changed the subsequent history of Asia Minor, Syria, and Egypt. The Seljuqs crushed every dynasty in Persia, Asia Minor, Mesopotamia, and Syria, and united, for certain periods, under one head the vast territory reaching from the Mediterranean littoral almost to the borders of India. They beat back successfully both Crusader and Byzantine, gave a new lease of life to the Abbasid Caliphate, which endured until its extinction by the Mongols in 1258, and to their influence, the establishment of the Ayyubid dynasty in Egypt by Saladin may be directly traced. Subheading: The Dynasty of Seljuk. It has already been stated that the Seljuqs derived their name from a chieftain of that name who came from Turkestan. They were Turkish in origin, being a branch of the Guz Turks, whom the Byzantine writers style Uzes. An interesting reference is made to the Guz in the famous itinerary of Benjamin of Tudela, whose extensive travels in the Orient took place about 1165. Benjamin speaks of the, quote, Guz, the sons of the Kafar al-Turak, close quote, by which description he means the Mongolian or infidel Turks, as the title Kafar, parenthesis, plural of kafir, heretic, close parenthesis, implies. He says, quote, they worship the wind and live in the wilderness. They do not eat bread nor drink wine, but live on uncooked meat. They have no noses, and in lieu thereof they have 2 small holes through which they breathe. They eat animals both clean and unclean, and are very friendly toward the Israelites. Footnote. A circumstance also mentioned by Rawandi. End footnote. 15 years ago they overran the country of Persia with a large army and took the city of Rai, Rai, close bracket. They smote it with the edge of the sword, took all the spoil thereof, and returned by way of the wilderness, close quote. Benjamin goes on to describe the campaign of Sanjar ibn Malik Shah against the Guz in 1153, and his defeat. Seljuk had 4 sons, Mikhail, Israel, Musa, parenthesis, Moses, close parenthesis, and Yunus. The names are recorded with certain variants by different writers. They came from the Kirghiz steppes of Turkestan to Transoxiana and made their winter quarters near Bukhara and their summer quarters near Sugd and Samarkand. They thus came under the suzerainty of Mahmud of Ghazna, parenthesis 998 to 1030, close parenthesis, and they embraced Islam with great fervor. The Ghaznavid dynasty was then at the zenith of its power, chiefly through the genius and success of the great Mahmud. He was the son of Sabak-Tagin, who ruled under the sovereignty of the Samanid dynasty. Mahmud asserted his independence and established himself in undisputed supremacy over Khurasan and Ghazna, being recognized by the caliph. A zealous follower of Islam, he made 12 campaigns into India and gained the title of the, quote, breaker of idols, close quote. But it is as a patron of learning that he is best known. He established a university at Ghazna and fostered literature and the arts with a liberal hand. Under him, Ghazna became a center to which the learned flocked. The poet Firdausi wrote his Shahnameh under the auspices of Mahmud. The migration of the Seljuqs took place at a somewhat earlier period. It is clear that they were already employed in military service by Sabak-Tagin, parenthesis 976 to 997, close parenthesis, the father of Mahmud, and before the accession of the latter, parenthesis, about 998, close parenthesis, they had begun to play an important part in the political life of the neighboring Muslim states. Finally, they entered into negotiations with Mahmud in order to receive his permission to settle near the frontier of his kingdom, on the eastern bank of the Oxus. According to Rawandi, Mahmud unwisely gave the required permission and allowed the Seljuqs to increase their power within his dominions. The emigrants were then under the leadership of the sons of Seljuk. Ultimately, Mahmud became alarmed at their growing strength, and seizing Israel, the son of Seljuk, caused him to be imprisoned in the castle of Kalanjar in India, where he died in captivity. Kutalmish, the son of Israel, escaped to Bukhara and instigated his relatives to avenge his father's death. Accordingly, they demanded leave from Mahmud to cross the Oxus and settle in Khurasan. Against the advice of the governor of Tus, this was accorded, and during the lifetime of Mahmud there was peace with the Seljuqs. Before the death of the Sultan, Chagrebeg and Turulbeg were born to Mikhail, the brother of Israel. Mahmud was succeeded by his son Masud, who was very different from his father in character. The conduct of the Seljuqs caused him serious alarm. Presuming on their strength, they made but slight pretense to acknowledge his sovereignty. Their independence was thinly veiled, and many complaints against them poured in on the Sultan from his subjects and neighbors. They defeated the governor of Nishapur and forced the Sultan, then engaged in an expedition to India, to accept their terms. Afterwards, Masud decreed the expulsion of the tribe, and the governor of Khurasan was instructed to enforce the command. He set out with a large force, but met with a crushing defeat, and the victorious Seljuqs, entering Nishapur in June 1038, established themselves in complete independence and proclaimed Turilbeg their king. In the previous year, the name of his brother Chagrebeg had been inserted in the Kutba, or bidding prayer, with the title of, quote, King of Kings, close quote. From this time forward, the tide of Seljuk conquests spread westward. The Ghaznavids expanded eastward in proportion as their western dominions were lost. The Seljuk brothers conquered Balkh, Jurjan, Tabaristan, and Khwarazm, and gained possession of many cities, including Rai, Hamadan, and Ispahan. Finally, in 1055, Turulbeg entered Baghdad and was proclaimed Sultan by the Caliph. Shortly after the defeat of Masud near Merv, (1040), close parenthesis, dissension broke out among the Seljuk princes. While Turilbeg and Chagrebeg remained in the east, Ibrahim ibn Inal, or Niyal, close parenthesis, went to Hamadan and Iraq Ajami. Ibrahim became too powerful for Turilbeg's liking, and his relations with the Caliph and with the Fatimids in Egypt boded no good to Turilbeg. Turilbeg overcame Ibrahim, but the latter was incapable of living at peace with his kinsman. The affairs of the caliphate were controlled by the Isfa Salar Basasiri, who was appointed by the Buwahid ruler Khusrau Firuz al-Rahim. The Caliph Qaim was forced to countenance the unorthodox Shia, and when Turilbeg came to Baghdad in 1055, his arrival was doubly welcome to the Caliph. Before the approach of Turilbeg, Basasiri fled. He managed to prevail on Ibrahim ibn Inal to rebel, and receiving support from the Fatimids, marched to Baghdad, which he reoccupied in 1058. Turilbeg overcame his foes and freed the caliphate. Ibrahim was strangled and Basasiri beheaded. The grateful caliph showered rewards on Turilbeg, and finally gave him his daughter in marriage. But before the nuptials could take place, Turilbeg died, 1063, close parenthesis. He had received from the caliph, besides substantial gifts, the privilege of having his name inserted in the Kutba, the title Yamenu Amiril Muminin, right hand of the commander of the faithful, close parenthesis, which was used by Mahmud of Ghazna himself, and finally the titles Rukn ad-Dawla and Rukn ad-Din. These decorations from the caliph were of the greatest value. They added legitimacy to his claim and stability to his throne. From being the chief of a tribe, Turilbek became the founder of a dynasty. Turilbek, having left no children, was succeeded by Alp Arslan, the son of his brother Chagrebek. For nearly 2 years before the death of Turil, Alp Arslan had held important posts, almost tantamount to co-regency. He was born in 1029 and died at the early age of 43 in the height of his power. The greatness that he achieved, though in some degree due to his personal qualities and the persistent good fortune that attended him in his career, was in the main to be ascribed to his famous vizier, Nizam al-Mulk. As soon as he was seated on the throne, Alp Arslan dismissed the vizier of Turilbek, Abu Nasr al-Kunduri, the Amid al-Mulk, who was accused of peculation and other malpractices. The Amid had exercised great influence in the previous reign. Both the Sultan and the Caliph held him in high esteem. He was extremely capable, and the sudden change in his fortunes is difficult to explain. Alp Arslan was not given to caprice or cruelty, at all events in the beginning of his reign, and whatever may be urged against the Sultan, there is little likelihood that Nizam al-Mulk would have acquiesced without reasonable grounds. According to Rawandi, Nizam al-Mulk was the real author of the overthrow of the Amid, having instigated Alp Arslan. He states that Alp Arslan carried the Amid about with him from place to place, and finally had him executed. Before his death, he sent defiant messages to the Sultan and to his successor in the Vizierate, Nizam al-Mulk. End of section 44. Read by Tom Booker, Knoxville, Tennessee, September 24, 2024. Section 45 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Booker. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire, The Seljuqs, Part 2, by Herbert M. J. Loewe. Subheading: The Vizier Nizam al-Mulk. Nizam al-Mulk was one of a triad of famous contemporaries who were pupils of the great Imam Muwaffaq of Nishapur. His companions were Omar Khayyam, the poet and astronomer, and Hassan ibn Sabah, the founder of the sect of the Assassins, one of whom ultimately slew Nizam al-Mulk. The vizier was noted for his learning and his statesmanship. A work on geomancy and science has been attributed to him, but his most famous literary achievement was his treatise on politics, in which he embodied his wisdom in the form of counsels to princes. Nizam al-Mulk gathered round him a large number of savants and distinguished men. Under his influence, literature was fostered and the sciences and arts encouraged. In 1066, he founded the well-known Nizamiya University at Baghdad. To this foundation students came from all parts, and many great names of Islam are associated with this college as students or teachers. Ibn al-Habariya, the satirist, (OB 1110), whose biting sarcasm neither decency could restrain nor gratitude overcome, was tolerated here on account of his wit and genius by Nizam al-Mulk, who even overlooked most generously a satire directed against himself. Among the students were the famous philosopher Ghazali, (1049), to 1111, close parenthesis, and his brother Abul Futu, parenthesis, OB 1126, close parenthesis, the mystic and ascetic, author of several important works, the great poet Sa'di, author of the Gulistan and of the Bustan, parenthesis, 1184 to 1291, close parenthesis, the two biographers of Saladin, Imad al-Din, parenthesis, 1125 to 1201, close parenthesis, in whose honor a special chair was created, and Baha ad-Din, parenthesis, 1145 to 1234, close parenthesis, who also held a professorial post at his old university, the Spaniard Abdallah ibn Tumart, parenthesis, 1092 to 1130, close parenthesis, who proclaimed himself Mahdi and was responsible for the foundation of the Almohad dynasty. Mention must also be made of Abu Ishaq ash-Shirazi, parenthesis, 1003 to 1083, close parenthesis, author of a treatise on Shafi'ite law called Muhadhadab, of a Kitab al-Tanbi, and of other works. He was the first principal of the Nizamiya, an office which he at first refused to accept. Another noted lecturer was Yawa ibn Ali at-Tabrizi, parenthesis, 1030 to 1109, close parenthesis. Such are a few of the names that rendered illustrious not only the Nizamiya University at Baghdad, but its founder also. At Nishapur, Nizam al-Mulk instituted another foundation similar to that at Baghdad, and also called Nizamiya after the vizier. It will be easily understood that, with such a minister, the empire of the Seljuqs was well governed. Not only in the conduct of foreign affairs and military expeditions, but in internal administration was his guiding hand manifest. Subheading: Alp Arslan. Alp Arslan, on embracing Islam, adopted the name of Muhammad instead of Israel, by which he had formerly been known. Alp Arslan signifies in Turkish, quote, courageous lion, close quote. The title of Iz ad-Din was conferred on him by the Caliph Qaim. Alp Arslan ruled over vast territory. His dominions stretched from the Oxus to the Tigris. Not content to rule over the lands acquired by his predecessors, he added to his empire many conquests, the fruits of his military prowess and good fortune. As overlord, his commands were accepted without hesitation, for he united under his sway all the possessions of the Seljuk princes and exacted strict obedience from every vassal. The first of his military exploits was the campaign in Persia. In 1064 he subdued an incipient but formidable rebellion in Khwarazm and left his son Malik Shah to rule over the province. Shortly after, he summoned all his provincial governors to a general assembly, at which he caused his son Malik Shah to be adopted as his successor and to receive an oath of allegiance from all present. The next exploit of the Sultan was his victory over the Emperor Romanus Diogenes, parenthesis 1071, close parenthesis. The Byzantines had gradually been encroaching on the Muslim frontiers. Alp Arslan marched westward to meet the enemy and fought with Romanus, who had a great numerical preponderance at Manzikert. The Byzantines sustained a crushing defeat, and the emperor was taken captive. Alp Arslan treated his royal prisoner with kindness, though at first he ordered rings to be placed in his ears as a token of servitude. After a short period, Romanus was released on promising to pay tribute and to give his daughter in marriage to the Sultan. To this victory is due the establishment of the Seljuk dynasty of Rum, while, in the loss of the provinces which provided the best recruits for its armies, the Byzantine Empire experienced a calamity from which it never recovered. Finally, in 1072, Alp Arslan undertook a campaign against the Turkomans in Turkestan, the ancient seat of the Seljuqs, in order to establish his rule there. It was in this campaign that he met his end. An angry dispute took place between the Sultan and Yusuf Barzami, a chieftain of a fortress captured by the Seljuqs. Stung by the taunts of the Sultan, Yusuf threw himself forward and slew him in the presence of all the guards and bystanders, whose intervention came too late to save Alp Arslan. Subheading: Malik Shah. Malik Shah succeeded his murdered father. He was known by the titles Jalal ad-Din and Muiz ad-Dunya wa-ad-Din. He ascended the throne, which he occupied for 20 years, when he was 18, being born in 1053 and dying in 1091. The great vizier, Nizam al-Mulk, remained in power and for long maintained his influence. As soon as Alp Arslan died, Malik Shah was recognized by the caliph as his successor and invested with the title of Amir al-Mu'min, Commander of the Faithful, hitherto jealously preserved by the caliphs for themselves. Malik Shah had left Khurasan on his way to Iraq when he was met by the tidings that his uncle, Kawurd, had raised a revolt against him and was on his way from Kirman. Malik Shah promptly set out to meet him, routed his army, and took Kawurd captive. As his own troops showed signs of disaffection and preference for Kawurd, Malik Shah, on the advice of his vizier, had him put to death in prison, either by poison or by strangling. The execution was announced to the populace as a suicide, and the troops returned to their loyalty. Soon after this, Malik Shah sent his cousin Suleiman ibn Kutalmish on an expedition into Syria, and Antioch was captured. Subsequently, 1078, the Sultan himself captured Samarkand. This expedition was marked by an incident which shows how greatly Nizam al-Mulk was imbued with the imperial idea. After Malik Shah had been ferried over the Oxus, the native ferrymen received drafts on Antioch in payment of their services. When they complained to the Sultan, who asked the vizier why this had been done, the latter explained that he had taken this course in order to afford an object lesson in the greatness and unity of the Sultan's realms. At this time, Malik Shah espoused Turkan Khatun, daughter of Tamhaj Khan. She became, later on, an implacable foe to the vizier. Thus Malik Shah extended his dominions to the north and west. He rode his horse into the sea at Laodicea in Syria, and gave thanks to God for his wide domain. It is related that, during one of his progresses in the north, he was, while hunting, taken prisoner by the Byzantine emperor, by whom, however, he remained unrecognized. Malik Shah contrived to send word to Nizam al-Mulk, who adroitly managed to rescue the Sultan without revealing his master's rank. Soon afterwards the tide turned, and the Byzantine emperor was a captive in the Muslim camp. When brought into the presence of Malik Shah, he remembered his late encounter and made a memorable reply when the Sultan asked him how he wished to be treated. Quote, "If you are the king of the Turks," returned the emperor, quote, "send me back. If you are a merchant, sell me. If you are a butcher, slay me." The Sultan generously set him at liberty. Peace was made and lasted until the death of the Byzantine emperor, when, after hostilities, Malik Shah made Suleiman ibn Kutalmish ruler over the newly conquered territory. Malik Shah appointed a commission of 8 astronomers, among whom was Omar Khayyam, to regulate the calendar, and a new era was introduced and named Tariq Jalali, or Era of Jalal, after the title of Malik Shah. Similarly, the astronomical tables drawn up by Omar were called Ziji Malik Shahi in honor of the Sultan. Malik Shah was noted for the excellent administration of justice that prevailed in his reign, for his internal reforms, for his public works such as canals and hostels and buildings, for the efficiency in which he maintained his army, and for his piety and philanthropy. To his nobles he made liberal grants of estates. He undertook the pilgrimage to Mecca, and his wells and caravanserais for pilgrims are abiding memorials of his good works. He made even his pleasures productive of charity, for whenever he engaged in the chase, to which he was passionately addicted, he made it a rule to give a dinner to a poor man for every head of game that fell to him. Subheading: Intrigues of the Turkan Khatun. Towards the end of his reign, Nizam al-Mulk began to decline in favor. This was due to the intrigues of the Turkan Khatun, who desired to secure the succession for her son Mahmud, while the vizier favored the eldest son Barhi Yaruk, who was not only entitled to be recognized as heir apparent on the ground of birth, but, moreover, was far better fitted to rule. The constant efforts of the Khatun, coupled with the fact that Nizam al-Mulk had placed all his 12 sons in high offices in the state, for which indeed they were well qualified, had their effect on the Sultan. He dismissed the aged vizier, who had served both him and his father before him, and installed in his stead a creature of the Khatun, Taj al-Mulk, Abul Ghanaim. Shortly afterwards, Malik Shah went on a visit to the Caliph, and Nizam al-Mulk followed his court at a distance. At Nihawand, Nizam al-Mulk was set upon and murdered by one of the assassins, instigated by Taj al-Mulk. The late vizier lingered long enough to send a message to the Sultan, urging his own loyalty in the past and offering that of his son for the future. He was buried at Ispahan. He may probably be considered as the most brilliant man of his age. Shortly afterwards, the Sultan himself died at Baghdad. He was one of the greatest of the Seljuqs, and the policy by which he placed his kinsmen over conquered territories is in keeping with his private liberality. He was succeeded, after a civil war, by his son Barhi Yaruk. Subheading: Barhi Yaruk, Civil Wars. The Sultan received the name of Qasim at circumcision, and the title of Rukn ad-Dawla wa ad-Din, parenthesis, column of the state and the faith, close parenthesis, from the Caliph Muqtadi. He was born in 1081, succeeded to the throne at the age of 13 in 1094, and died in 1106. During his reign he experienced a series of vicissitudes of fortune, being sometimes at the height of power, and once at least in imminent danger of execution, when a captive in his rival's hands. The unexpected death of his father at Baghdad, and the presence of his enemies at the caliph's court, were serious obstacles to his accession. His chief partisan, Nizam al-Mulk, had been murdered. His stepmother, the Khatun, was importuning the caliph to alter the succession in favor of her son Mahmud. The newly appointed vizier was a supporter of the Khatun. Bréhier Yaruk himself was away in Ispahan, and the caliph was wavering in his decision. Finally, Muqtadi was won over by the Khatun and declared Mahmud, then aged 4, successor to Malik Shah. At the same time, Bréhier Yaruk proclaimed himself at Ispahan. Within a week, the envoys of the Khatun arrived in order to seize Bréhier Yaruk, who was, however, saved by the sons of Nizam al-Mulk. The sons of the late vizier were, like their father, pledged to Bréhier Yaruk's cause, and their own safety was bound up with his. They escaped with the lad to Gumush Tagin, one of the Atabegs appointed by Malik Shah, who offered generous protection and help. At Rai he was crowned by the governor, Abu Muslim, and 20,000 troops were enrolled to protect him. Turkan Hatun had by this time seized Ispahan, and she, with Mahmud, was besieged by Bréhier Yaruk. After some time, peace was made. The Khatun and her son were to be left in possession of Ispahan on giving up half of the treasure, parentheses, 1,000,000 dinars, close parentheses, left by Malik Shah. Bréhier Yaruk retired to Hamadan. Within a few months, however, war again broke out. Hamadan was then ruled by Ismail, the maternal uncle of Bréhier Yaruk, and the Khatun opened negotiations with him, proposing to marry him if he would overcome her stepson. The governor agreed and marched against Bréhier Yaruk, by whom, however, he was defeated and slain. Nevertheless, the Sultan had no respite from his enemies, for another uncle, Tutush, the son of Alp-Arslan, rose against him and pressed him hard. Parentheses, 1094, close parentheses. Bréhier Yaruk had the Turkan Hatun executed, but eventually was forced to surrender to his uncle and to Mahmud, his stepbrother. At this stage, his life was in great peril. Mahmud, who had received Bréhier Yaruk with every appearance of friendship, soon had him imprisoned. His life hung by a thread. Finally, Mahmud gave orders to put out his eyes in order to render him permanently incapable of ruling. This command would have been carried out but for the sudden illness of Mahmud, who caught the smallpox. Thereupon the sentence was suspended while the issue of the illness was in doubt. In point of fact, Mahmud died, and Bréhier Yaruk was restored to the throne, only to be attacked by the same malady. The Sultan, however, recovered, and at once proceeded to restore his authority. He made Muayyid al-Mulk, a son of Nizam al-Mulk, vizier, and led an army against his uncle Tutush, who was beaten and slain. Parentheses, 1095. Close parentheses. Bréhier Yaruk was attacked by one of the assassins, but the wound was not fatal, and the Sultan led an expedition to Khurasan, where his uncle Arslan Arghun was in revolt. The latter was murdered by a slave, and the Sultan, victorious over the enemy, placed his brother Sanjar in authority over Khurasan. The next struggle that awaited Bréhier Yaruk arose from the intrigues of Muayyid al-Mulk. The latter, who had been replaced in office by his brother Fakhar al-Mulk, prevailed on one of the late Turkan Hatun's most powerful supporters, the Isfa Salar Unru Bulka, to rebel. The plot came to nothing as Unru Bulka met his death at the hands of an assassin emissary. Muayyid al-Mulk fled to Bréhier Yaruk's brother Muhammad and renewed his intrigues there. Finally, in 1098, war broke out between the two brothers. Bréhier Yaruk was weakened by a serious outbreak among his troops, and had to flee to Rai with a small retinue, while Muhammad and Muayyid al-Mulk reached Hamadan, where Muhammad was acknowledged as king. Bréhier Yaruk was driven into exile, but at length succeeded in raising a force and captured Muhammad and Muayyid al-Mulk. The latter actually proposed that Bréhier Yaruk should accept a fine and reinstate him in his office, and at first the Sultan consented. But when he heard that his leniency was the subject of ridicule among his domestics, he slew the traitor with his own hand. Peace was made with Muhammad, and the empire divided. Muhammad received Syria, Babylonia, Media, Armenia, and Georgia, while Bréhier Yaruk retained the remaining territories. In 1104, Bréhier Yaruk was traveling to Baghdad in order to confer with Ayaz, whom Malik Shah had previously appointed governor of Khuzestan. Ayaz had helped Bréhier Yaruk during his misfortunes and was now supreme at Baghdad, the caliph having lost all power. On the way, Bréhier Yaruk was taken ill and died. He declared his son, Malik Shah, as his successor and left him under the guardianship of Ayaz and Sadaqah. As soon as the death of Bréhier Yaruk became known, Muhammad, who now became the chief among the Seljuq princes, seized Malik Shah and deprived him of his dominions. Subheading: Muhammad. Muhammad, son of Malik Shah, was born in 1082 and died in 1119. His undisputed reign really began with the death of Bréhier Yaruk in 1104, and with the seizure of his nephew Malik Shah at Baghdad. Ayaz and Sadaqah, the adherents of Bréhier Yaruk and his successor, met their death and their armies surrendered to the new sultan. Muhammad received the support of the caliph Mustashir, who granted him the titles of Giyath ad-Dunya wa ad-Din and Amir al-Mu'minin. The sultan was noted for his orthodoxy. He reduced the castle of Diskuh near Ispahan. The Malalhida (assassins) had seized this fortress, which had been built in order to overawe Ispahan, and having established themselves in safety, began to make extensive propaganda for their heretical doctrines, gaining many adherents to their cause. The outrages of the assassins were fearful. Sa'ad al-Mulk, the minister, was among the disaffected, and so deeply had their intrigues permeated the government that it took Muhammad 7 years to reduce the sect. During this period he was in great danger of death, as the vizier conspired with the sultan's surgeon and prevailed on him to use a poisoned lancet. The plot was discovered and the guilty persons punished. It is said that Muhammad sent an expedition into India to destroy idols. His religious zeal was great. He is also accused of having been unduly economical, even to the point of avarice, but on the whole he was a prudent and beneficent prince. Before his death, he designated his son Mahmud as his successor, but the power passed to his brother Sanjar. End of section 45. Read by Tom Booker, Knoxville, Tennessee, October 3rd, 2024. Section 46 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Booker. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire, The Seljuqs, Part 3, by Herbert M. J. Loewe. Subheading: Sanjar, the last great Seljuk. Sanjar was the last sultan of a united Seljuk empire. After his death, the various provincial kings and rulers ceased to acknowledge a central authority. His reign was marked by brilliant conquests and ignominious defeats. Although he extended the boundaries of his dominions, his administration was ill adapted to conserve their solidarity. Yet the breakup of the imperial power must not be entirely attributed to him. For this result, other causes are also responsible. Sanjar's other titles were Muiz ad-Dunya wa ad-Din and Emir al-Mu'minin. He was born in 1086, parentheses, according to Bundari, in 1079, close parentheses, and he died in 1156. For 20 years previous to his accession he had been king in Khurasan, to which office he had been appointed by Bréhier Yaruk, and he ruled the whole of the Seljuk Empire for 40 years. He was the last of the sons of Malik Shah, son of Alp Arslan. His conquests were numerous. He waged a successful war with his nephew Mahmud, the son of the late Sultan, in Iraq Ajami, and wrested the succession from him. Mahmud was overcome and offered submission. Sanjar received him with kindness and invested him with the government of the province, on the condition that Mahmud should recognize his suzerainty. The visible signs of submission were the insertion of Sanjar's name in the Kutbah before that of Mahmud, the maintenance of Sanjar's officials in the posts to which they had been appointed, and the abolition of the trumpets that had heralded the entry and departure of Mahmud from his palace. Mahmud accepted the terms eagerly, and thenceforward devoted his life to the chase, of which he was passionately fond. In 1130, Ahmad Khan, the governor of Samarkand, refused tribute. Sanjar crossed the Oxus, invaded Ma-Wara an-Nar, parentheses, Transoxiana, close parentheses, and besieged Samarkand. Ahmad submitted and was removed from his post. Sanjar also made himself supreme in Ghazna, where he seated Bahram Shah on the throne as a tributary in Sistan and in Khwarazm. His nominal empire was much wider. It is said that, quote, his name was recited in the Kutbah, in the mosque from Kashgar to Yaman, Mecca and Taif, and from Mukran and Uman to Azerbaijan and the frontiers of Rum, and continued to be so recited until a year after his death. Yet he was simple and unostentatious in his dress and habits. He was, moreover, virtuous and pious, and in his day Khurasan was the goal of the learned and the focus of culture and science. Close quote. Subheading: Revolts of Atsiz of Khwarazm. The most eventful wars that occupied Sanjar were those against the Khata, parentheses, heathen from Cathay, close parentheses, and the Guz. In 1140, Sanjar set out from Merv to Samarkand, and was met by the news that the Khata had invaded Transoxiana and defeated his army. Sanjar himself was routed and his forces nearly annihilated. The Sultan fled to Balkh and rallied his troops at Tirmid, a strong fortress. Meanwhile, Taj ad-Din, king of Nimruz, after a protracted resistance had been overcome and captured by the Khata. Sanjar was beset with other troubles also, chiefly due to the rising of Atsiz, the third of the Khwarazm Shahs. His grandfather Anushtigin, from Ghazna, had been a Turkish slave, and finally was advanced by Sultan Malik Shah to be governor of Khwarazm. Anushtigin was succeeded in 1097 by his son Qutb ad-Din Muhammad, who was known by the title of the Khwarazm Shah, and who was followed in 1127 by his son Atsiz. This Shah greatly extended his dominions, partly at the expense of Sanjar. The dynasty came to an end about a century later, when Shah Muhammad and his son Jalal ad-Din were overthrown by the Mongols. At the time of Sanjar, Atsiz was sparing no effort to obtain independence. He stood high in Sanjar's favor on account of the services that he and his father had rendered. When Sanjar made his expedition against Ahmad Khan, Atsiz rescued him from a band of conspirators who had seized his person while hunting. As a reward, Sanjar attached Atsiz to his person and loaded him with honors and marks of distinction, till he roused the jealousy of the court. So strong did the opposition of his enemies become that Atsiz had to ask leave to retire to his governorship at Khwarazm, professing that disorders there required his presence. Sanjar allowed him to depart most unwillingly, for he feared that Atsiz would fall a victim to the hatred of his enemies. But the subsequent conduct of Atsiz was quite unexpected. Instead of quelling the disorders, he joined the malcontents and rebelled against Sanjar. In 1138, the Sultan took the field against Atsiz and his son Ilkilig, who were routed, the latter being slain. Sanjar restored order and, having appointed Suleiman his nephew to govern the province, returned to Merv. Atsiz was roused to fresh endeavors in spite of the defeat which he had sustained. Rallying his army and collecting fresh forces, he attacked Suleiman and forced him to abandon his post and flee to Sanjar, leaving Khwarazm open to the mercy of Atsiz. Finally, in 1142, Sanjar led a second expedition against this rebellious vassal and besieged him. Atsiz, reduced to despair, sent envoys to Sanjar with presents and promises of fidelity if spared. The Sultan, who was of a benevolent disposition and, in addition, was sensible of the debt of gratitude which he owed Atsiz, again accepted his submission and left him in possession of his office. But again was his generosity ill requited. On all sides reports reached Sanjar that Atsiz was fomenting disloyalty and preparing trouble. In order to find out the truth, he sent a notable poet, Adib Sabir of Termid, to make inquiries in Khwarazm. He found that Atsiz was dispatching a band of assassins to kill Sanjar. He succeeded in sending warning, for which act he paid with his life, and the plot was detected at Merv. The traitors were executed. So, in the end, Sanjar had to march against Atsiz for the third time, parenthesis 1147, close parenthesis, and again exercised his forbearance and generosity when Atsiz was nearly in his power. Hereafter Atsiz remained loyal, though practically independent. He extended his empire as far as Jand on the Jaxartes and died in 1156. In 1149 Sanjar recovered the credit which his defeat by the Kata had lost him. He gained a great victory over Hussein ibn Hassan Jahansuz, Sultan of Gur, who had invaded Khorasan. Hussein was joined by Falak ad-Din, Ali Chatri, Sanjar's chamberlain. Both were taken captive and the latter executed. Ultimately, Hussein was sent back to his post by Sanjar as a vassal. Subheading: The Guz, Death of Sanjar. In 1153 came the invasion of the Guz Turkomans. An interesting account, to which allusion has been made above, is that of Benjamin of Tudela, almost a contemporary visitor to the east. These tribes were goaded into rebellion by the exactions of one of Sanjar's officers. When the Sultan marched against them, they were seized with fear and offered to submit. Unfortunately, Sanjar was persuaded to refuse terms and give battle, in which he was utterly defeated and captured. The Guz came to Merv, plundered it, and killed many of the inhabitants. Then they marched to Nishapur, where they massacred a large number of persons in the mosque. The chief mosque was burned, and the learned men put to death. All over Khurasan the Guz ranged, killing and burning wherever they went. Herat alone was able to repulse their attack. Famine and plague followed them to add to the misery of the land. For 2 years Sanjar was a prisoner, and was then rescued by some friends. He reached the Oxus, where boats had been prepared, and returned to Merv, but he died soon after reaching his capital, of horror and grief. (1156). Subheading: The Atabegs and Local Seljuk Dynasties. Sanjar was the last of the Seljuqs to enjoy supreme imperial power. For a considerable time previously, the various provincial governors had acquired practical independence, and if, after the time of Sanjar, the reins of central authority were loosened, this change was effected by no violent rupture. It was the outcome, first, of the steady rise on the part of the vassals and viceroys to autonomy, and, secondly, the necessary consequence of the Atabeg system. A certain ambiguity in the method of succession frequently caused strife between uncle and nephew for the right of inheritance. Often, as for example in the case of Nizam al-Mulk, the office of vizier was practically hereditary. Hence the vizier developed into the position of tutor or guardian to the royal heir, thereby acquiring much influence and consolidating his position for the next reign. The name Atabeg or Atabey, (Father Bey), denotes this office. In many cases, the Atabeg forcibly secured the succession and displaced the prince. The reason for their employment and power, which is comparable to that of the Egyptian Mamluks, was the desire of the kings to possess, as their ministers, such officials as could be trusted implicitly, for reasons not only of loyalty, a quality not invariably present, but also of self-interest. So slaves and subordinates were raised to high positions in lieu of the nobility. The Seljuk public life was a carrière ouverte au talent. A vizier chosen from the grandees might have so much influence through descent, wealth, or family as to make his allegiance to the king a matter of choice. In the case of a slave or subordinate, loyalty was a matter of necessity, for such an official could not possibly stand on his own merits. If, on the other hand, the subordinate supplanted his master, as was often the case, this was due to the lack of discrimination displayed by the latter in the choice of his instruments. Frequently also an official who had been kept in check by a strong sultan succeeded, if the sultan's successor were weak, in becoming more powerful than his master and ultimately in displacing him. The Atabeg system was only possible when the head of the state was a strong man. By the end of Sanjar's reign, the weakness of this policy became manifest. From this time onward, the history of the Seljuqs becomes that of the groups into which the empire was now split. 4 of these groups need attention. Parentheses, Roman numeral 1, close parentheses. In Kirman, a line of 12 rulers, parentheses, including contemporary rivals, close parentheses, held sway from 1041 to 1187. This province, which lies on the eastern side of the Persian Gulf, was one of the first occupied by the Seljuqs. Imad ad-Din Kawurd, who was the son of Chagre Beg and thus great-grandson to Seljuk, was the first ruler, and from him the dynasty descended. Kawurd carried on war with Malik Shah, at whose hands he met his death, parentheses 1073, close parentheses. For a century the province was tolerably peaceful until the death of Tugril Shah in 1167, when his 3 sons, Bahram, Arslan, and Turan, brought havoc to the land by their disputes and warfare. Muhammad II was the last of his line. The invading hosts of Guz Turkomans and the Khwarazm Shahs displaced the Seljuk rulers in Kirman, parentheses, Roman numeral 2, close parentheses. The Seljuks of Syria are chiefly important for their relations with the Crusaders, on which subject more will be said later. The period of their independence was from 1094 to 1117. Tutush, the first of this branch, was the son of Alp Arslan, the second great Seljuk. He died in 1094 at Rai, being defeated by his nephew Barhi Yaruk. His 2 sons Ridwan and Dukap ruled at Aleppo and Damascus respectively. They were succeeded by Ridwan's sons, Alp Arslan Akras, parentheses 1113, close parentheses, and Sultan Shah, parentheses 1114, close parentheses. After this the dynasty was broken up and the rule passed into the hands of the Burids and the Urtukids. The former dynasty were Atabegs of Damascus and were descended from Tuktigin, a slave of Tutush, who rose to power and was appointed Atabeg of Dukak. From Buri, the eldest son and successor of Tuktigin, the line takes its name. Eventually the Burids were supplanted by the Zangids. Of the Urtukids, more will be said hereafter. Parentheses, Roman numeral 3, close parentheses. The Seljuks of Iraq and Kurdistan consisted of a dynasty of 9 rulers and were descended from Muhammad ibn Malik Shah. 4 of Muhammad's 5 sons, 4 of his grandsons, and 1 great-grandson formed this line of rulers, beginning with Mahmud in 1117 and ending with Tugril II in 1194, after which the Khwarazm Shahs became supreme. Subheading: The Seljuks of Rum. Parentheses, Roman numeral 4, close parentheses. The Seljuks of Rum, or Asia Minor, are perhaps the most important to the Western historian on account of their relations with the Crusaders and the Eastern emperors, and their influence on the Ottoman Empire. The first of these rulers was Suleiman ibn Kutalmish, a son of Arslan ibn Seljuk. This branch of the Seljuk family is thus distinct from the Great Seljuks, the Seljuks of Iraq, Syria, and Kirman. From the time of Suleiman I, parentheses 1077, close parentheses, until the period of the Ottoman Turks, parentheses 1300, close parentheses, 17 monarchs ruled, subject at certain periods to the dominion of the Mongols. The second of this line, Kilij Arslan ibn Suleiman, parentheses 1092 to 1106, close parentheses, made Nicaea his capital, and defeated the earliest crusaders under Walter the Penniless, parentheses 1096, close parentheses. In the next year he was twice defeated by Godfrey of Bouillon, and Nicaea was captured. Iconium then became the Seljuk capital. In 1107 he marched to the help of Mosul, which was besieged by a rebel. After raising the siege, he met with an accident while crossing the Khabur and was drowned. But the dynasty was consolidated by his successors and played an important part in the Crusades, for, in addition to the bravery of their forces, the Seljuqs possessed sufficient political skill to take advantage of the mutual animosity existing between the Greeks and the Crusaders and to utilize it for their own purposes. They also succeeded in supplanting the Danishmend, a minor Seljuk dynasty of obscure origin. It is said that the founder, Muhammad ibn Gumishtigin, was a schoolmaster, as the title Danishmend denotes. But everything connected with this line, which ruled from about 1105 to 1165, is doubtful. Their territory lay in Cappadocia, and included the cities of Siwas, parentheses, Sebastia, close parentheses, Caesarea, parentheses, Caesarea, close parentheses, and Malatia, parentheses, Melitene, close parentheses. Muhammad defeated and captured Bohemond in 1099, as the latter was marching to the help of Gabriel of Melitene against him. When Bohemond ransomed himself and became tributary to Muhammad, the two rulers formed an alliance against Kilij Arslan and Alexius, the Emperor of Constantinople, one of the instances which show that political considerations were more important than religious differences, not only among the Crusaders, but also among the Muslims. Besides the Seljuqs proper, mention must be made of their officers, the Atabegs, whose functions have been described. The power wielded by these vassals was very great, and in the course of the 12th and 13th centuries, many established themselves in virtual independence. The most powerful of these were the Zangids, or descendants of Zangi, and the Khwarazm Shahs. They deserve attention for their relations with the Crusaders, but details of their history, apart from this connection, cannot be given here. Subheading: Coming of the Crusaders. It now remains to deal with the relations between the Seljuqs and the Crusaders. In no small degree, the origin of the Holy Wars was due to the expansion of the Seljuk Empire. For as long as the Arabs held Jerusalem, the Christian pilgrims from Europe could pass unmolested. The Christians were, to all intents, left undisturbed, and the pilgrimages continued as before. The outbreak of persecution, parentheses 1010, close parentheses, under the insane Egyptian caliph Hakim, was temporary and transitory, and but for the coming of the Seljuqs, popular indignation in Europe would have slumbered, and the Crusades might never have taken place. The first of the Syrian Seljuqs, Tutush, the son of Alp Arslan, who ruled at Damascus, captured Jerusalem and appointed as its governor Ertuk ibn Aksab, who had been one of his subordinate officers. Ertuk was the founder of the Ertukid dynasty. His sons Sukman and Ilghazi succeeded him. The Seljuk power, which had been growing rapidly until the caliph was completely in their hands, was somewhat weakened. After the death of Malik Shah, the Great Seljuk, in 1092, in the dissension which ensued, Afdal, the vizier of the Egyptian Fatimid caliph, was enabled to capture Jerusalem from Sukman, parentheses 1096, close parentheses, who retired to Edessa, while his brother returned to Iraq. During the Seljuk domination, the Christians, both native and foreign, had suffered greatly, and the reports of their ill treatment and of the difficulties placed in the way of pilgrimages kindled the zeal which so largely stimulated the Crusades. When, however, the first band of Christian warriors reached Asia Minor after leaving Constantinople, they were completely routed by Kilij Arslan on the road to Nicaea (1096). It has already been described how the Seljuks pushed forward, step by step, until their expansion brought them into conflict with the Byzantine Empire. It was only the enmity between East and West and the scandalous behavior of the Crusaders that hindered a combined attack on the Seljuks. Although the Seljuks and the emperor were mutually hostile, and for the best of reasons, there was less ill feeling between them than between the Christian hosts, which, nominally allies, in reality regarded each other with scarcely concealed suspicion. When Godfrey of Bouillon reached Constantinople in 1096, he found a cold welcome at the court. No sooner had he crossed the Bosphorus than the feuds developed into open antagonism. When Nicaea was invested (1097), and it was found that no hope remained for the city, the garrison succeeded in surrendering to Alexius rather than to the Crusaders, and thus avoided a massacre. Kilij Arslan retired to rouse the Seljuk princes to their danger. At the capture of Antioch, interest is centered on Kawam ad-Dawla Karbuka, or Karboka, prince of Mosul, who, in 1096, had wrested Mosul from the Ukailids and founded a Seljuk principate there. He and Kilij Arslan were the most noteworthy of the earlier opponents of the Crusaders. The line of Urtuk ibn Aksab produced many heroes, beginning with his sons Sukman and Il-Ghazi. The former, who founded the Kaifa branch of the Urtukids (1101 to 1231), was famous for his wars with Baldwin and Joscelin. This branch became subject to Saladin and was ultimately merged in the Ayyubid Empire. Il-Ghazi was made governor of Baghdad by the great Seljuk Muhammad in 1101 and captured Aleppo in 1117. His descendants were the Urtukids of Maridin (1108 to 1312). Several of the officers of the great Seljuk Malik Shah rose to fame during the Crusades. Of these the most important were Tutush and Imad ad-Din Zangi. The latter was made governor of Iraq, and after conquering his Muslim neighbors, became a dreaded foe to the Christians. He found the Muslims dispirited and completely prostrate. At his death he had changed their despair to triumph. He took Aleppo in 1128, Hama in 1129, and then began his wars against the Franks. In 1130 he took the important fortress of Atarib, and in 1144 achieved his greatest glory by capturing Edessa. He followed this up by taking many important towns in northern Mesopotamia, but in 1146 he was murdered. He had turned the tide of victory against the Franks, and his capture of Edessa called forth the Second Crusade. His son Nur ad-Din succeeded to his Syrian dominions and was also prominent in the battles against the Crusaders. Among his officers was Ayyub (Job), whose son Salah ad-Din (Saladin), became the great protagonist of the Crescent against the Cross. Subheading: Conclusion. The Seljuk power began and ended gradually. 7 great Seljuqs are usually reckoned as constituting the dynasty, ruling over a united empire in Persia, Transoxiana, Mesopotamia, and Syria. After Sanjar, disintegration set in, but although the empire was split into small parts, the separate kingdoms preserved in many cases their power and authority. The empire of the Khwarezm Shahs encroached on the east and gradually absorbed the Seljuk territory. The center was divided among the Atabegs, whose various destinies cannot be treated here, and in the west the Seljuqs of Rum remained in power until the rise of the Ottomans. End of section 46. Read by Tom Booker, Knoxville, Tennessee, October 6, 2024.
Section 47 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. The Earlier Comneni, Part 1 by Ferdinand Chalandon. Isaac I, 1057 to 1059. Alexius I, 1081 to 1118. Among the great families of the aristocracy whose names recur on every page of Byzantine history in the 11th century, that of the Comneni was destined to be the most illustrious. In all probability, we should reject the comparatively recent hypothesis connecting the family with an ancient Roman house, which had followed Constantine to Byzantium, and abide by the testimony of the Byzantine chroniclers, who represent the Comneni as coming originally from the little village of Gagné, in the valley of the Turnia, close to Hadrianople. At a later time, large possessions acquired in Asia Minor in the Kastamon district secured to the Comneni an important place among the nobility of Asia Minor. The name Comnenus makes its first appearance in the writings of the Byzantine historians during the reign of Basil II, 976 to 1025. 2 personages bearing the name are mentioned by the chroniclers: Nicephorus, governor of Vespasian, i.e., district of Van, and Manuel. The latter, the servant and friend of Basil II, is often spoken of under the name of Herodotus. He left 2 sons, Isaac and John, the former of whom was to lay the foundations of the future greatness of his house. In order to understand the causes of the military revolution, which in 1057 raised Isaac Comnenus to the Byzantine throne, it is necessary to go back to the events which followed the death of Basil II. His successor, Constantine VIII, 1025 to 1028, dismissed the greater number of the imperial officials and put the administration in the hands of a new set of functionaries, chosen from among the companions of his debauches, freedmen, eunuchs, and foreigners. Thenceforward, the whole business of governing was in the hands of the palace officials, who retained a position of preponderating importance up to the end of the 11th century. 2 classes were equally hateful to the new staff of administrators: the heads of the aristocratic families and the military leaders, whose ambition they feared, and both found themselves entirely excluded from the government. The ministers were enabled the more easily to carry out this definitely anti-militarist policy, as for a considerable time the empire had had no attacks to fear from its neighbors. Besides, when the latter grew too presumptuous, the central authority always preferred to buy a peace rather than encounter the risks of a war, which might enable some military leader to increase his prestige and popularity. The generals, drawn from the most part from the nobility of Asia Minor, whose power had been markedly increased by the war with the Muslims, endured for many years the ill will shown them by the imperial court. The reason for their patience may be found in the fact that legitimist ideas were rapidly making way in the public mind. The people of Constantinople were deeply attached to the Macedonian family. Because she was the legitimate heiress, the Empress Zoe was suffered to place the supreme power in the hands of her three husbands successively: Romanus Aegirus, 1028 to 1034, Michael IV, the Paphlagonian, 1034 to 1041, Constantine IX, Monomachus, 1042 to 1054, and in those of her adopted son Michael V, Caliphadius, 1041 to 1042. When the last attempted a sudden overthrow of the aged empress by force, and sent her into exile in one of the Princess Islands, after having caused her to take the veil. Rebellion thundered through the streets of the capital, nor were the people pacified until the legitimate heiress was recalled. The state of feeling which this reveals made it particularly difficult for the military chiefs to attempt a revolt. During the brief reign of Zoe's sister Theodora, 1054 to 1056, the influence of the palace functionaries grew even greater, and with it their fear that the army would become too powerful. While engaged on an expedition, Isaac Comneni received letters from the court ordering him to halt and recommending him to be on his guard against the arrogance of a victorious army. The future emperor, then domestic of the Scoli of the East, i.e. commander-in-chief of the troops in Asia, found himself deprived of this post by the suspicious advisers of the empress. The Macedonian dynasty came to an end with Theodora. Michael Stratioticus, her successor, was appointed heir by the empress on her deathbed. Before being chosen, he was obliged to bind himself by a solemn oath to do nothing against the will and counsel of the ministers and other advisers of the empress. The new emperor, who was much advanced in years, was not long in making himself unpopular by the unfortunate measures which he adopted, and also in raising up powerful enemies for himself, chief among whom must be placed the patriarch Michael Celularius. The patriarch, whose prestige had been enormously increased by the events of 1054, had only sought in the breach with Rome the means of rendering the church independent. He now dreamed of placing the state under the yoke of the church. Around him, drawn together by common interest in forming a powerful party, stood the clergy and the monks. Theodora had already had reason to dread the secret influence of Celularius. She had not dared to attack him openly, but had attempted to destroy his popularity by throwing suspicion upon his orthodoxy, and by having some of his most notorious partisans proceeded against for heresy. Michael VI and his counselors continued to exclude him from the business of the state. The patriarch did not forgive the emperor for adopting this attitude, and on a favorable opportunity shortly afterwards presenting itself, he determined to make his power felt. The number of the discontented was increased by the fact that men of senatorial rank found themselves excluded from the greater and more lucrative financial posts, which were thenceforward reserved for professional officials. But it was the openly anti-militarist position taken up by the emperor and his advisers, which brought about the catastrophe in which his power finally disappeared. Angry at having had no part in the shower of favors which had followed the accession of the new sovereign, and sore at seeing the palace officials preferred to them in the distribution of high commands, the leaders of the army, during the Easter festival of 1057, tried the effect of making united representations to the emperor. Chief among them, Catacalon Comneni, the Duke of Antioch, Isaac Comneni, Constantine and John Ducas, and Michael Bertzus. Admitted by the emperor to an audience, the generals made their wishes known. The emperor refused all their requests, and violently denounced Catacalon Comneni. The latter's comrades, having attempted to raise their voices in his defense, The emperor silenced them with an intemperance of language in which he spared nobody. The chief officers of the Byzantine army went out from the interview with bitterly wounded feelings. Nevertheless, before proceeding to an open breach, they tried the effect of an application to the Patriarch's vicar, Leo Peripondylus, the chief counselor of Michael VI. This step had no better success than the former. On this fresh failure, the generals decided upon enforcing their demands by violence and overthrowing the emperor, supported in secret by Michael Seljuqs, who thought the opportunity favorable for attempting to carry out his ambitious projects. The military leaders met in the church of St. Sophia, and after the crown had been offered in vain to Katty, the choice of the assembly fell upon Isaac Comnensis. As soon as the final arrangements had been made, the conspirators left Constantinople and crossed over into Asia Minor. The arrest and execution of one of their number, Nicephorus Byrrhenius, after he had been suddenly deprived of his command of Cappadocia, accelerated the course of events. Hastily, and in fear lest their conspiracy had been discovered, the plotters gathered their contingents together and joined Isaac Comnenus, who had fled for refuge to his estates in Paphlagonia. On 8 June 1057, on the plain of Gagné, Isaac Comnenus was proclaimed emperor, and soon after, the rebel forces having been increased by the arrival of Katty and his troops, the usurper set out on his march towards the Bosphorus. He captured Nicaea without much difficulty, and his authority was promptly recognized throughout the eastern part of the empire. The pretender made steady progress, the discipline and order which he always maintained among his troops, winning him many supporters. The soldiers, though in revolt, never behaved like revolutionaries, and, as it has been said with perfect justice, the proclamation of the new emperor was generally regarded not as a usurpation, but as the setting up of a genuine imperial government, basing itself upon the support of the army in contradistinction to the civil elements of the capital. To make head against the rebels, Michael VI hastily collected all the troops at his disposal in the European provinces of the empire and dispatched them to Asia Minor under the command of the eunuch Theodore and Aaron the Bulgarian. On 20th August 1057 at Hades, not far from Nicaea, the imperial troops were defeated by those of Isaac Comnenus. The news of the disaster soon reached the sacred palace, where it spread terror. Michael VI, panic-stricken, exacted from the senators a written promise never to recognize Isaac Comnenus as emperor. At the same time, he himself opened negotiations with him. The history of the negotiations is chiefly known to us through the deliberately obscure account left by one of the ambassadors, Michael Psellus. One thing alone seems certain, that from the very beginning of the transaction, Michael VI was betrayed. The imperial ambassadors who reached Nicomedia, where Isaac Comnenus then was on 24 August, were charged to offer him the title of Caesar with the promise of succeeding to the throne, the better to hoodwink his opponent and give time for his own partisans to take action in Constantinople. Isaac spun out the negotiations tediously, and then pretended to accept the proposals of Michael VI, to whom the ambassadors returned to give an account of their mission. During their stay at Constantinople, they came to an understanding with the partisans of the pretender, among the most important of whom were the Patriarch and a certain number of great personages. When Psellus and his colleagues again set out, bearing fresh proposals from their master, the conspiracy had been fully organized. On 30 August, an outbreak took place at Constantinople. The ringleaders complained of the conduct of Michael VI, who, after having forced them to take the oath not to acknowledge Isaac Comnenus, had turned them into perjurers by his own offer in the negotiations. They seized the Patriarch, who in reality was in sympathy with the leaders of the movement, and demanded that he should reclaim the written oaths which the emperor had exacted from the senators. Then soon after, by the advice of Cellularius, the rioters burst out in acclamation of Isaac Comnenus. In a few hours, they were masters of the capital. The patriarch sent orders to the emperor to cut off his hair and put on the monastic habit. Michael VI made no resistance, and thus, thanks to the intervention of Cellularius, who had undertaken the direction of the movement, the capital acknowledged Isaac Comnenus. The news of the success of the rising was brought by the messengers to the camp of the rebels. Isaac Comnenus, who had reached Chrysopolis, made his solemn entry into Constantinople, and at St. Sophia received the imperial crown from the hands of the patriarch, 1 September 1057. Born early in the 11th century, circa 1005, the new emperor was about 50 years old when he mounted the throne. By his marriage with Catherine, daughter of the Bulgarian prince, John Batislav, he had had 2 children who died before him. There is little to be said as to the foreign policy of Isaac Comnenus. An attack by the Turks upon Melitene and Sebastia, uninterrupted progress made by the Normans in Italy, an attack by the Hungarians, a Patzinak invasion which required the emperor's presence on the Danubian frontier 1059. Such are the principal external events of the reign, the chief interest of which centers in home policy. The reign of Isaac Comnenus, raised to the throne as he was by the army, was a period of reaction against the reigns that had gone before it. From his first reception of the great officials, the emperor treated them with marked coolness, and instead of making them the usual speech, conveyed his orders to them by his secretaries. The army was handsomely rewarded for the help it had afforded the emperor, who, however, was careful to avoid committing affairs of state to his soldiers, and hastened to send them back to their garrisons. To shew plainly the character which he intended to impress on his government, the emperor caused himself to be represented on the gold coinage, holding in his hand not the labarum, the imperial standard, but a drawn sword. Isaac Comnenus was not wanting in the qualities which go to make a ruler. He was prudent in conception, says an anonymous chronicler, but more prompt in action. He was devoid of credulity and desired to judge of men rather by experience than by flatteries. Sellus writes of him, like a lofty and unshakable column, he, in a fashion hitherto unknown, bore on his shoulders the burden of power committed to him. Isaac brought to the business of the state administration the military methods to which he was accustomed. The situation of the empire, the treasury being exhausted by the preceding reigns, necessitated financial measures of such a character that universal clamor quickly arose against the new sovereign. The payment of taxes was exacted with merciless rigor. The allowances attached to official posts were cut off. The donations bestowed by the last emperors were re-examined, and many confiscations decreed. Finally, the convents were deprived of a large part of their property. All these measures gave offense to so many different interests that they made the new emperor thoroughly unpopular and created a large body of disaffected subjects. These soon found a leader in the patriarch. Michael Cellularius had taken a decisive part in the revolution which raised Isaac Comnenus to the throne. The latter shewed himself grateful and made an important concession to the patriarch, giving up to him the nomination of all the officials of St. Sophia, which up to this time the emperors had kept in their own hands. By so doing, the emperor, as Michael of Italia expresses it, renounced all rights over the ecclesiastical affairs which up to then had come within the imperial province. From thenceforth the palace was completely excluded from ecclesiastical administration. Neither the post of treasurer nor the care and expenditure of the church's landed property came for the future within the jurisdiction of the imperial agents. They depended on the will of the patriarch, who now obtained the right both of the nomination of persons and of the administration of affairs. It would be impossible to lay too much stress on the importance of these measures, for it was by means of them that the patriarch, already the emperor's superior from the spiritual point of view, attained to temporal independence. These advantages did not satisfy the patriarch, who dreamed of uniting the spiritual and temporal power in his own hands, of being at once patriarch and emperor. The more Seljuqs saw his position grow in importance, the more he sought to interfere in the business of the state, and the less he concealed his pretensions. Before long, he openly proclaimed them by adopting the purple buskins which in Constantinople formed a part of the imperial costume. Isaac Comneni was not a man to allow his rights to be encroached upon, and he pushed matters to the point of an open struggle with the patriarch. The relations between them soon became so strained that the emperor saw that he would risk his crown if he did not reduce Seljuqs to impotence. He therefore decided on the arrest of the patriarch, a measure not easy to carry out. But Michael had the support of a strong party and was besides very popular. The emperor was taxed with ingratitude and thus persecuting the man to whom he owed his crown. It was to be feared that the patriarch's arrest would be the signal for a riot. Isaac Comneni accordingly waited until Seljuqs had gone into retreat in November 1058 at the convent of the Nine Warders, situated outside the capital close to the Gate of the Holy Angels, and then caused him to be arrested by the Varangians of his bodyguard. Michael was at once imprisoned at Precondesis in the Propontis, and thence was transferred to the island of Imbros. Despite his captivity, he was still the rightful patriarch. A rising of the people of Constantinople in his favor was always to be dreaded. Comneni, therefore, endeavored to induce his adversary to abdicate. He failed, and Michael remained unshakable. Isaac then determined to procure his deposition. Seljuqs was charged with drawing up his indictment, which was to be read at a synod convoked to meet at a town in Thrace. The patriarch was accused of the heresies of Hellenism and Chaldaism, of tyranny, sacrilege, and finally of unworthiness for his office. Michael never appeared before his judges, for he died on the way at Matatus. The emperor thus found himself delivered from the most formidable of his adversaries, yet in spite of all the popularity of Seljuqs still remained so great that Comneni, fearing an outbreak at Constantinople, expressed the profoundest veneration for the dead man, going to weep before his tomb and to implore his pardon for the rigorous measures which had been taken against him. The successor of Seljuqs was a creature of Isaac, Constantine the Cudis, February 1059. The victory of Isaac Comneni over Seljuqs led to no results, and a few months after his adversary's death, the emperor was to lay down his power under circumstances which have always remained full of mystery. In the early months of 1059, Isaac had set out on a march to drive back the Hungarians who had invaded the imperial territory. Having reached Sardica, he found their ambassadors there and peace was arranged. In the course of the summer, he marched to the Danube to fight against the Patzinaks, who had crossed the river. The expedition was not a fortunate one, and Isaac was obliged to return precipitately to Constantinople on a false alarm that the Turks had made an attack in Asia Minor. During November, he fell ill after a hunting party, and in spite of the empress, resolved to abdicate in order to take the monastic habit and retire to the convent of Studion. After having vainly offered the crown to his brother John Comneni, he named as his successor one of his brother officers, Constantine Ducas, president of the Senate. Whatever were the reasons for this decision, we are absolutely ignorant of them. Seljuqs, who has a considerable share in these occurrences, has thought fit not to leave us too precise information. There is some reason to think that the opposition to which Isaac Comneni encountered did not come to an end of the disappearance of Seljuqs, and that the emperor must have found himself unable to cope successfully with the obstacles raised up against him. As has been very truly said, the situation was such that the different parties, applying pressure in different directions, paralyzed one another and stopped the wheels of the chariot of state. Seeing no way out of the difficulties with which he was struggling, Comneni preferred placing the imperial power in other hands and succumbed to the opposition of the bureaucracy. On the accession of Constantine Tiukas 1059 to 1067, the civil element regained all its old influence. The enterprise of Isaac Comneni had laid the army more than ever open to suspicion. Thus it became the policy of the government systematically to diminish the military forces of the empire. The army estimates were considerably reduced. The number of effective troops was cut down, and it was soon known that a military career no longer offered a man any chance of attaining to the higher administrative posts. Under this regime, the military system broke down, and the army was soon thoroughly disorganized. The result of this egregious experiment in statesmanship was quickly apparent, and under Constantine Tiukas and his successors, Romanus Diogenes, 1067 to 1071, Michael VII, 1071 to 1078, and Nicephorus Botieratus, 1078 to 1081. The empire, attacked all along its frontiers, was everywhere obliged to fall back before its enemies. In Italy, the Normans put a complete end to Byzantine influence. With the fall of Bréhier in 1071, the empire was to lose its last foothold there, and before long Guiscard was to be powerful enough to meditate the subjugation of Constantinople. On the other side of the Adriatic, Croatia succeeded in gaining her independence, which was formally consecrated on the day when the legates of Gregory VII set the crown upon the head of Svinimir. Dalmatia, too, profited by the course of events to secure practical independence, while soon afterwards the town of Ragusa was to ally itself with Robert Guiscard. Serbia was endeavoring to shake off Byzantine sovereignty, and the Great Rising of 1071 reduced Greek authority there to a very precarious position. In Bulgaria, which was only half subdued, the Greeks and the natives were violently at enmity. Here again the Normans were to find support in their attempt to conquer the empire. On the northern frontier, the Hungarians took advantage of the difficulties with which the emperors had to struggle to begin those profitable incursions into Greek territory, whence they used to return loaded with spoil. The wandering tribes along the Danube also went back to their old custom of making expeditions across the river, and their undisciplined bands even advanced as far as the suburbs of the capital. The Uzis and the Patzinaks took their share of the spoils of the empire, which, in order to purchase peace, was forced to pay them a tribute. End of section 47. Section 48 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4. The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. The Earlier Comneni, Part 2, by Ferdinand Chalandon. In Asia, the situation was far more seriously compromised by the conquests of the Turks. From 1062 onwards, the Muslims made steady progress. The Byzantine Empire lost Armenia and eastern provinces, while Syria was threatened. The Turks, already masters of Ani, Melitene, and Sebastia, ravaged the region about Antioch. To attempt to check their advance, Eudocia Macrombolitissa, widow of Constantine Tiukas, sent against them her co-regent Romanus Diogenes, whom she had just married. Despite the low level to which the Byzantine army had sunk, the emperor at first succeeded in driving back the enemy, but the Turks retaliated, and in the disastrous Battle of Manzikert, 1071, his forces were destroyed. Thereupon from all quarters arose pretenders to the imperial purple. Eudocia, who had shared her office with her son Michael VII, looked on helplessly at the ruin of the empire. The forward movement of the Muslims became irresistible, and soon the conquerors reached the western shores of Asia Minor. Nor was the situation within the empire any more hopeful. The army, neglected by the government, was discontented. The aristocracy bore with impatience its exclusion from power. Thence arose a whole series of outbreaks. Never perhaps were attempts at pronunciamento more numerous, but the nobility of Europe and that of Asia Minor, between whom was a deadly hatred, so neutralized each other as to hinder the majority of these attempts from coming to any result. It was at this moment, when the whole structure of the state seemed to be cracking in every direction and on the point of falling in ruins, that Alexius, nephew of Isaac Comneni, acquired supreme power. After the abdication of his brother, John Comneni had retired into obscurity. By his prudent conduct he was able to avoid the perils which in Constantinople usually threatened the members of a family which had occupied the throne. He died about 1067, leaving 5 sons and 3 daughters by his marriage with Anna Delicina. This lady had seen with regret her husband's refusal of the crown, and when the responsibility for the family interest fell upon her, she used every effort to obtain a repetition of the lost opportunity. In her eyes, the Dukas family, who had profited by the retirement of Isaac Comneni, were the enemies of her house. Her hatred of them dictated her political attitude. A friend and relation of the Empress Eudocia Magnum Politissa, Anna Delicina, attached herself to the fortunes of Romanus Diogenes, whose son Constantine married her daughter Theodora. Manuel, the eldest of the children of John Comneni, received a command in the army. On the fall of Romanus, Anna's position was shaken and she was for a short time exiled, but she regained favor under Michael VII, who perhaps stood in dread of the support which the Comneni, with their large estates in Asia Minor, might furnish to the Turks. Her son Isaac, now become the eldest by the death of his brother Manuel, married an Alan princess, a cousin of the Empress Maria, wife of Michael VII. The Comneni then found themselves supported in their position by the eunuch Nicephorezza, who relied upon their help to destroy the influence of the Caesar John Ducas, uncle of Michael VII. Isaac was employed in the war against the Turks and in suppressing the insurrection raised by the Norman leader, Roussel de Valois. His brother Alexius made his first essay in war under his command, winning great distinction. Being charged a little later with the task of resisting Roussel, Alexius succeeded in making him prisoner. The fortunes of the Comneni rose steadily. Honors and dignities fell to their share. The Caesar John Ducas, by this time fallen into disgrace and become a monk, realizing the advantages which an alliance with this powerful family would procure for his house, arranged a marriage between his granddaughter Irene and Alexius Comneni. The court opposed the match, which by uniting 2 of the most powerful families of the aristocracy would make their interests thenceforth identical. The marriage nevertheless took place about the end of 1077 or the beginning of 1078. On the abdication of Michael VII, Alexius Comneni, being charged with the defense of the capital, made his submission to the new emperor, Nicephorus Botiadatus, who rewarded him by appointing him domestic of the Scoli and by entrusting him with the suppression of the revolts by Irenaeus and Basilaces. The methods of government employed by the 2 ministers, Borellus and Germanus, to whom Nicephorus handed over the exercise of power, aroused general discontent. The treasury was empty. The Varangian Guard, being unpaid, mutinied. The army was dissatisfied and protested against having the eunuchs of the palace set over it. Among the people, the emperor was unpopular, for he had come into collision with the generally accepted ideas of legitimacism by not associating with himself in his office Constantine, the son of Michael VII. Besides this, he caused great scandal by contracting a third marriage with Maria, wife of Michael VII, who was still alive. Alexius Comneni, who had become popular on account of his successes, was exposed to the dislike and distrust of the party in power. On the other hand, besides his own family connections, he had the support of the Ducas family, which brought with it that of the clergy. He himself had contrived to gain the favor of the empress, who was perhaps in love with him. In her eyes, he appeared as the champion of Michael VII's son, Constantine, and he succeeded in persuading her to adopt him. Thenceforward his rights and Constantine's were merged. It is not without disquiet that the court watched the progress made by the Comnenian party. The situation became more and more strained, and soon it was apparent to everyone that the breaking point must before long be reached. Alexius determined to be first in the field, and under the pretext of repelling the Turks, who were occupying Seljuqs, he assembled troops at Seljuqs, on the road to Adrian Pole. Divining the intentions of the Comneni, the ministers of Bréhier resolved on their arrest. Alexius, informed of their design through the empress, hastily fled from the capital, 14 February 1081. At Colleen, he was joined by his partisans, chief among them the Caesar jonbuder, who had quitted his monastery. Once assembled, the rebels seem to have been doubtful as to what their course should be. It is almost certain that rivalries arose, and that a party among them wished to proclaim not Alexius but his brother Isaac. If finally Alexius carried the day, he owed it to the intervention of the Ducas family in his favor. Alexius, having been proclaimed by the army, marched upon Constantinople, the gates of which were opened to him by treachery. The victorious party pillaged the capital, while Nicephorus Botaniatus, not seeking to prolong a useless struggle, divested himself of the imperial robes and put on the monastic habit. Soon after, an agreement made between the new emperor and Nicephorus Abbasid, who had been proclaimed by the troops in Asia Minor, left Alexius sole occupant of the throne. The early days of the new reign were taken up with intrigues, which are only imperfectly known to us. The Ducas family, to whom Alexius largely owed his success, were fearful for a moment that the emperor would repudiate his wife, and indeed it appears that for a short time he entertained this project and had decided to marry the Empress Maria. The firmness of Cosmas, the patriarch, prevented the emperor from carrying out his purpose. In her hostility to the house of Ducas, Anna Delicina urged his resignation in order that Eustachius Caritas might be chosen in his place. Cosmas refused to retire until he had crowned Irene. It was found impossible to overcome his resistance, and Irene was crowned 7 days later than her husband. There is no doubt that Alexius's inclinations were all in favor of Maria, but from the point of view of policy it would have been ill-judged to alienate a faction so powerful as that of the Ducas. Cosmas prevented Alexius from committing this blunder. The Empress Maria was obliged to leave the palace. She took care first to have her son Constantine appointed joint emperor. The young prince, who was betrothed later on to Anna Comneni, daughter of Alexius, remained heir presumptive until in 1088 the birth of the emperor's son John enabled Alexius to set him aside. At the time of his accession, Alexius was about 33 years old. In person he was short and rather stout, deep-chested and broad-shouldered. Of cultivated mind and supple intellect, he had been very thoroughly educated. Passionately fond of philosophy and theology, He enjoyed taking part in the discussions on these subjects, which were so frequent during his reign. Accustomed to court life from his youth, he was well acquainted with men and knew how to make use of them. Very steady in pursuing his ends, he gave all possible care to elaborating his plans and made a point of never leaving anything to chance. Of a mild disposition, his reign was not stained by cruelties. With regard to religion, the emperor looked upon himself as entrusted with the duty of safeguarding the Orthodox faith handed down to him, which he felt bound to hand on intact to his successors, and more than once he personally took a share in the conversion of heretics. Comneni was perfectly aware of the general decadence of the empire. He exerted himself to remedy it by reforming the clergy, secular and regular, by founding and encouraging schools, and by reorganizing the army and the fleet. In addition to this, it must be said that Alexius was a diplomatist of the first order, thoroughly conversant with the political state of the surrounding countries. He knew how to profit by their divisions, and had a peculiar gift for inducing the enemies of his enemies to enter into alliance with him. Immediately upon his accession, Alexius had to meet a formidable danger, even more pressing than the Turkish peril. The Normans of Italy were preparing to invade the imperial territory, and the Duke of Apulia, Robert Guiscard, meditated no less an enterprise than an advance upon Constantinople itself. As early as the capture of Bari, which marked the definitive expulsion of the Byzantines from Italy, Guiscard had conceived the idea of assuming the imperial crown. Amid the dangers that threatened the empire, Michael VII had thought of a Norman alliance, and a daughter of Guiscard had been sent to Constantinople to marry Constantine, the heir to the throne. When Bautianus became emperor, Guiscard took up the role of champion of the deposed ruler, and in order to win the goodwill of the Greek populations, he spread abroad the rumor that Michael had come to seek help of him. A Greek named Rottger posed as the dethroned emperor. At the same time, the Duke of Apulia was seeking to win over supporters, even in Constantinople. The invaders were already at work when Alexius ascended the throne, and Bohemond, Guiscard's son, had occupied Avalona, Canina, and Hierco. In May 1081, the bulk of the Norman army crossed the Adriatic and concentrated at Avalona. Guiscard began by reducing Corfu, and thence proceeded to the siege of Durazzo. Though without money or troops, Alexius contrived to meet the danger. He came to an understanding with certain Norman lords, who had been driven from Italy by Guiscard and had taken refuge in Constantinople, and sent them to Italy to rekindle the spirit of revolt among the vassals of the Duke of Apulia. At the same time, Alexius tried, but in vain, to treat with Gregory VII, and entered into negotiations with Henry IV of Germany. To the latter he promised enormous subsidies if he would make a descent upon Apulia and attack Guiscard. The support of the Venetian fleet was secured by a commercial treaty, opening a long series of Greek ports to the merchants of the Republic. Finally, a treaty of peace was concluded with Suleiman, who, in the name of the Seljuq Sultan, Malik Shah, was leading the Muslim troops to the conquest of Asia Minor and had obtained possession of Nicaea. This allowed the emperor to devote his whole attention to the war with the Normans. The campaign began with a victory won by the Venetian fleet over the Normans at Cape Pally, but the Greek army, under the emperor's command, was beaten before Durazzo, October 1081, and Guiscard shortly afterwards became master of the whole of Illyria, for Durazzo fell into his hands. Recalled to Italy in the spring of 1082 by a revolt among his vassals, engineered by the agents of Alexius, Guiscard handed over the command of the expeditionary force to his son Bohemond, who occupied Castoria, besieged Joannina, and defeated Alexius. Okrida, Skopje, Skopje, Veria, Servia, Bodina, Oglina, and Tricloa, thus fell into the hands of the Normans, who pushed on into Thessaly as far as Larissa. Reduced to the necessity of confiscating church treasure in order to raise money, Alexius, with indefatigable patience, got together a new army, and while his allies, the Venetians, were retaking Durazzo, he succeeded in driving the enemy from Thessaly and recaptured Castoria, October and November 1083. Negotiations with Bohemond, begun through the mediation of the Patriarch of Jerusalem, Euthemius, led to no result. The year 1084 brought a fresh endeavor on the part of the Duke of Apulia, who, having restored order in his own dominions, renewed operations against Constantinople. He completely defeated the Venetian fleet off Corfu, and in the beginning of 1085 dispatched his son Robert to take Cephalonia. He himself was about to take the field when he was suddenly overtaken by death. The disturbances which consequently broke out in Italy for a time diverted the Norman danger from the Byzantine frontier. Hardly was the empire freed from the presence of the Normans when a new peril arose in the neighborhood of the Danube. The military contingent supplied by the Manichaean colony of Philoppolis, having proved treacherous during the campaign against Guiscard, Alexius had attempted to punish the offenders. A mutiny had broken out, the leader of which, Troilus, appealed for help to the Patzinak tribes. Though at first repulsed 1086, the Patzinaks returned to the charge the following year. Again defeated, they were pursued by the Greek army, which, however, they put to rout near Silistria. It was only by a war which broke out between the Cumans and the Patzinaks that the latter were prevented from profiting by their victory to invade the imperial territory. And in fact, the struggle was merely postponed. During the years 1088 to 1090, the Patzinaks settled down on Greek territory and occupied the country between the Danube and the Balkans. Thence they spread into the region around Philoppolis and Hadrianopole. It took Alexius several years before he could set on foot an army capable, with any chance of success, of undertaking the struggle with the barbarous tribes that threatened Constantinople. Finally, in the spring of 1091, the emperor, having called in the help of the Cumans, inflicted a severe defeat upon the Patzinaks by the river Liburnium, which for a time freed the empire from barbarian incursions, 29 April 1091. However, Alexius had not done with the nomad tribes living to the north of the Danube, and in 1094 to 1095, he was obliged to repel an attack by his late allies, the Cumans, who, under the command of his self-styled son, a Romanus Diogenes named Leo, had advanced as far as Hadrianopole. Leo was taken prisoner and blinded. A little before the time of the Cuman invasion, Alexius had succeeded in asserting his authority over the Serbs. Theoretically, these were vassals of the empire, to which they were obliged to furnish certain military contingents. At the time of Guiscard's expedition, the Serbian prince, Constantine Bodin, had deserted Alexius and had drawn off with his troops just as battle was joined. Since that date, he had made use of the difficulties with which the emperor had to struggle to extend his borders and make himself independent. His example had been followed by Bulgan, the Zupan of Russia. In 1091 and 1094, Alexius was obliged to interfere in Serbia, but the mountainous character of the country made military operations difficult, and the emperor, having taken hostages, contented himself with a submission which was rather apparent than real. In Europe, Alexius had successfully beaten off the attacks of the enemies of the empire. In Asia Minor, the state of things was also improved, although the last remnants of the Byzantine possessions in the Antioch province had fallen into the hands of Malik Shah. The death of Suleiman, 1085, left Asia Minor divided between a number of emirs, whose rivalries made them likely to play into the emperor's hands. Suleiman's dominions had been partitioned between Abdul Qasim, emir of Nicaea, Seljuqs, emir of Smyrna, formerly a favorite of Nicephorus Pothianatus, and Phocas, emir of Cappadocia. Alexis tried to profit by the internal dissensions of the Mohammedan rulers to reopen the struggle in Asia and to protect the last remaining possessions of the empire. He built the fortress of Cbteddy on the Gulf of Nicomedia, placing in it as garrison a body of soldiers of English origin. At some unspecified period, Nicomedia again fell into the power of the Greeks. End of section 48. Section 49 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4. The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. The Earlier Comneni, Part 3, by Ferdinand Chalandon. The relations between Constantinople and the Turkish emirs are very confusing. It appears that a common fear of Seljuqs, emir of Smyrna, drew together Alexius and Abu al-Qasim. As to Seljuqs, who had succeeded in creating a fleet, he dreamt of no less an enterprise than the conquest of Constantinople, and with this end in view had allied himself with the Patzinaks. The battle on the Liborium destroyed his hopes, and he was himself defeated by Constantine Gelicinus, an officer of Alexius, while Malik Shah sent his captain, Bouzan, to reduce the emirs of Asia Minor to obedience. This general began negotiations with Alexius. The emperor, while continuing the discussion till they were interrupted by the death of Malik Shah, remained constant to his alliance with Abu al-Qasim. When the latter had been defeated and slain by Bouzan, Alexius allied himself with his successor, Khalid Arslan, son of Suleiman, and together they fought against Seljuqs. The emperor profited by the general scramble which took place among all the vassals of Suleiman to attempt the recapture of Apollonia and Cyzicus, which the Greek general Opus succeeded in taking. At this time, with the exception of the coast towns, Alexius possessed nothing in Asia Minor besides the region lying between the Sangarius, the Black Sea, the Bosphorus, and the Propontis. Towards the south, the natural frontier was supplied by Lake Sulphon and by a wide fortified fosse, which supplied Nicomedia with water from the lake. While he was still fighting with the Turks, Alexius was called on to suppress a dangerous insurrection. Fiscal burdens had led to simultaneous revolts in Cyprus and in Crete, and two chiefs, Charissus and Rhapsodius, declared their independence. Order was restored by the Grand Ducas, and Alexius formed in Cyprus a base of operations for the Greek fleets. The Stratopatriarch, Eumenius Philocalus, was entrusted with the carrying out of the emperor's plans. For the first 18 years of his reign, Alexius had been obliged to maintain incessant warfare, and during the same period the situation in the interior had also presented great difficulties. Alexius, being held responsible for the complications bequeathed him by his predecessors, was for a time extremely unpopular. A large section of the clergy, in spite of the penance afterwards imposed on him, had never forgiven him the pillage of the churches which had followed the capture of the metropolis at the time of the fall of Pothianatus. While the Norman War was in progress, Anna Delicina, who acted as regent during the absence of Alexius with the army, had, in order to replenish the imperial treasury, confiscated the wealth of the churches. This measure caused universal discontent, which was utilized by the enemies of the dynasty for their own purposes. In order to pacify public opinion, Alexius was obliged to pledge himself to make reparation and assured the churches a certain sum of money to be a yearly charge upon the revenue. In 1086, at the time of the struggle with the Patzinaks, Alexius attempted to have recourse to a similar measure to relieve the pressure on the imperial exchequer, but a considerable body of the clergy, strong in the support of public opinion, with Leo the Metropolitan of Chalcedon at their head, prevented the emperor from carrying out his project. Alexius never forgave the leader of the resistance, and soon afterwards contrived to have him deposed. However, the affair did not end there, and in 1089, at a time when the exterior enemies of the empire were becoming bolder than ever, the emperor was obliged in some sort to make the amendi honorable for the way in which he had dealt with church property. He promulgated a novel forbidding his successors to dip their hands into the church treasuries. It is probable that the emperor's action was dictated not only by genuine scruples, but also by the necessity of satisfying public opinion, which looked upon the Byzantine defeats as a chastisement from heaven for the sacrilegious acts which had been committed. Persons with their own interests to serve attempted to profit by the unpopularity of Alexius to overthrow him, and the emperor had a whole series of plots to circumvent. Among the conspirators we find generals like the Armenian Arabes and the Norman leader Humbert Pullus, circa 1090, besides members of the imperial family such as the emperor's nephew, John Comneni, son of the Savocrator Isaac and governor of Durazzo, who engaged in an intrigue with the Serbs, circa 1092. But soon a much more serious conspiracy came to light. Alexius, after the birth of his son in 1088, had gradually deprived the young Constantine Ducas of his prerogatives, and had finally forbidden him to wear the purple buskins, which were an essential part of the imperial costume. For some time Alexius remained sole emperor, and it was only in 1092, after his victories over the Patzinaks, that he felt strong enough to associate his son John with him in the imperial dignity, and have him recognized as heir to the throne. These measures greatly irritated the Ducas family and their supporters. The discontented drew together round the Empress Maria, mother of Constantine, and a plot was formed with the object of assassinating the emperor. The conspirators occupied the highest posts about the court. Their leaders were Nicephorus, a son of the Emperor Romanus Diogenes, Catacalon Sicomenus, and Michael Taranides, brother-in-law of Alexius. The emperor escaped on several occasions when attempts were made upon his life, and in February 1094, during his expedition against the Serbs, he decided to have Nicephorus Diogenes, Catacalon, and Taranides arrested at his camp in Ceres. As to the other culprits, he chose to ignore them, whether because he was unwilling to compromise the Empress Maria, or because they were too highly placed for him to touch them, without endangering himself. It was just when the victories won by Alexius over domestic as well as foreign enemies seemed to promise a breathing space to the empire that the First Crusade came to plunge it into fresh uncertainties by the complete change which it brought about in the position of the states of the East. For long years, historians have indulged in cheap denunciations of the ingratitude and perfidy of Alexius Comneni, who, after having, particularly by a letter addressed to Robert, Count of Flanders, solicited help from the Western nations against the Turks, ceased not, throughout the crusade, to throw all kinds of obstacles in their way, so that his false and treacherous conduct was the cause of all the evils which fell upon the first Crusaders. A closer examination of the sources allows us, partially at least, to acquit the emperor of the charges brought against him, and to assert that Urban II, in preaching the crusade, by no means did so in response to a desire expressed by Alexius Comnenus. The Pope's action, in fact, had not been suggested to him by anyone, and had been inspired solely by a wish to secure the safety of Christianity in the East. It is no doubt true that during the early part of his reign, Alexius had sought for allies in the West. At the time of the Norman invasion, he had entered into diplomatic relations with Gregory VII, later in 1089 in connection with the measures taken against the Latin inhabitants of Constantinople. Pope Urban II had had some correspondence with the emperor. The relations between Rome and Constantinople had been becoming less strained, as is proved by the discourse upon the errors of the Latins by Theophylact, Archbishop of Bulgaria, which was composed about this time. Embassies had been exchanged. The reunion of the churches had been discussed. The Pope had relieved the emperor from the sentence of excommunication, so that in 1090 or 1091, during the struggle with the Patzinaks, Alexius begged Urban II to help him to raise mercenaries in Italy. About the same time, he addressed a similar request to Robert, Count of Flanders, praying him to dispatch to Constantinople the corps of cavalry, which Robert had promised to send him when, on his way back from the Holy Land in 1087, he had had a meeting with Alexius at Esquisagra. It was in these requests that the legend originated, according to which the crusade was preached in response to the demands for help made to the Western princes by Alexius Comnenus. The letters supposed to have been addressed with this object to the Count of Flanders is admittedly to a great extent apocryphal. It was very possibly composed with the help of the letter written by Alexius to Robert about 1089, at a time when no crusade was in contemplation. The legend circulated rapidly. The fact is that when the Western peoples came to know the difficulties of every kind which the Crusaders had had to overcome, when they saw how few returned of those who had gone forth in such numbers, when they learned how large a proportion had left their bones strewn along the road to Palestine, they refused to believe that incapacity and rivalry on the part of the leaders and total lack of generalship had been the cause of all the evils encountered by the army, and preferred to cast the whole responsibility on the head of the Greek emperor. The relations between the Latins and the Greeks, having been on the whole unfriendly, contributed to the growth of a tradition damaging to the emperor. This notion of Byzantine perfidy fitted in quite easily with all that was known of what had passed between the emperor and the Westerns, and of the support lent him by the Pope and the Count of Flanders in previous years. From thence to the idea of ingratitude there was but a step, and it was soon taken. From the very beginning, violent disputes took place between the Latins and the Greeks, and it may fairly be said that neither side was blameless. The undisciplined masses of crusaders, above all those who accompanied Peter the Hermit, behaved on their journey through the imperial territory like mere brigands, plundering, burning, and sacking wherever they went. Thus the Greeks looked upon them much as they did upon the Patzinaks or the Cumans who, a few years before, had devastated the European provinces. The object of the expedition and its character as a religious undertaking were completely overlooked by the Byzantines, who only saw its political side. To them it seemed an attempt at conquest much like that of Guiscard. The Crusaders themselves went out of their way to justify this estimate. There were two parties among the Crusaders, that of the religiously minded and that of the politicians. This statement of Kugler's is absolutely true. There is no denying that religious feeling played a large part in the First Crusade, but it was to be found chiefly among the rank and file, among humbler knights, among the less important leaders. If the principal barons were concerned for the interest of religion at the outset, such feelings had disappeared as soon as the various bands of crusaders were united. Then Bohemond, as well as Baldwin, the Count of Toulouse, and Godfrey, a Bulgarian alike, forgot the religious side of their enterprise to dwell solely on their private interests. One idea alone remained in their minds, that of carving out principalities for themselves. One need only recall Baldwin's settlement at Edessa and Tancred's at Tarsus, the rivalries of Bohemond, and Raymond of Toulouse at Antioch, and finally Godfrey's refusal to continue the march upon Jerusalem, conduct very little deserving of the laurels that had been breathed for him. Face to face with the powerful forces which from every side streamed in upon the territories of the empire, Alexius found the part he had to play all the more difficult, inasmuch as at that moment the Greek troops were dispersed among the frontiers and could not be recalled without danger. Constantinople was absolutely ungarrisoned. Moreover, the whole Byzantine army would have been quite unable to make head against the innumerable multitude of crusaders. Thus incapable of repelling the Latins by force, Alexius sought to turn them to account as mercenaries for the recovery of the Asiatic provinces which the empire had lost. He made no difference between the Latin princes and those barons who had come on various occasions to serve with their troops in his army. It was natural that this should be his opinion of them, when he found Bohemond, one of the chief leaders of the crusade, asking for the office of Grand Domestic of the Scoli. Alexius shared with his subjects the belief that anything might be obtained of the Latins by plying them with money, their obedience being merely a matter of barter and sale. He had greatly at heart the recovery of the former provinces of the empire in Asia, and the restoration of Byzantine authority as far as Antioch. Chance had supplied him with an army, the like of which the empire had never seen. The only question was by what means he could attach it to his service, to induce the Latins to acknowledge him as their lord, and to make use of them as mercenaries. Such was the emperor's plan. In order to bind the Latins more closely to him, the emperor adopted their customs and caused them to take the oath of fealty to him. It is fair to state, besides, that Alexius believed that by the considerable sums which he disbursed for the Crusaders, he had acquired certain rights over them, and the behavior of the leaders encouraged him in this belief. The haughtiest of the chiefs gave an eager welcome to Byzantine gold, which soon overcame their early reluctance to comply with the emperor's wishes. Their submission was rendered the easier by the conviction which very soon took possession of them, that their undertaking could not possibly succeed unless by the help of the emperor. In order to carry out his designs, Alexius employed all his skill as a politician. To attain his ends, he took advantage of all the faults and weaknesses of the Latins, and to bring them over to his views, he spared neither money nor promises. But once the treaty was concluded by which he promised his support, and a supply of provisions on a condition that the leaders of the crusade did homage and swore fealty to him, and engaged to restore to the empire any towns which had formerly belonged to it. Alexius observed his engagements. The Latins made it a special reproach against him that he did not follow up the crusade with an army as he had pledged himself to do. This complaint is not justified. Alexius did march upon Antioch, and if he stopped short, it was because he had been dissuaded from continuing his advance by those crusaders who, thinking all lost at the time of the attack on the town by the Turks, had shamefully taken to flight and informed the emperor that the Christian army had been wiped out. On looking into the question more closely, we find that all the difficulties arose from Bohemond's refusal to restore Antioch to the emperor as he had promised. Bohemond was the only crusader with whom Alexius broke off friendly relations. We can see that he remained on the best of terms with others of the leaders, notably with Raymond of Toulouse. But the purely political dispute which Alexius carried on with the Prince of Antioch resulted in the emperor appearing to Western eyes as the enemy of the Crusaders in general. for it was thus that Bohemond, on his visit to France in 1106, represented him to the knights who thronged to take service under him, by making out the Greek emperor to be the enemy of all Latins, instead of what he really was, his own private enemy. Bohemond, more than anyone else, helped to create a tradition adverse to Alexius. The first of the Crusaders to reach Greek territory were the companions of Peter the Hermit. Having quitted Cologne in the latter half of April 1096, these undisciplined bands gained the Greek frontier towards the end of June. At Nice, a collision took place with the Byzantine troops dispatched to keep down the excesses of the Crusaders, who, having acquired a taste for plunder by the sack of Semlin, were ravaging in all directions. In excuse for the Latins, it must be said that pillage was almost forced upon them, for as a matter of fact no measures had been taken for the victualling of this multitude, and they were obliged to live upon the districts through which their march lay. After the encounter at Nice, Peter the Hermit entered into communications with the envoys of Alexius, and the Crusaders resumed their march upon Constantinople, where they arrived by 1 August 1096. Peter the Hermit had an interview with the emperor, who recommended him to wait outside Constantinople for the other Crusaders and cause money and provisions to be distributed to the Latins. But at the sight of the pillage in which the Crusaders indulged in the neighborhood of the capital, Alexius changed his mind and determined to transport them across the Bosphorus. The passage began on 5 August, instead of remaining at Cbteddy, to await the arrival of the bulk of the crusading army. Peter the Hermit's bands penetrated into the interior of the country and began ravaging. When they had pillaged all around them, they were obliged to extend the scope of their operations and advanced as far as Nicaea. They there came into collision with the Turks who, after defeating them at Zeragordon on the banks of the Dacron, pursued them to Cbteddy itself. Here the Hermit's companions met with a fearful disaster. The greater number of them perished, and few indeed recrossed the Bosphorus in the ships sent by the emperor to bring them help. The wretched remains of these first bands awaited the arrival of the rest of the Crusaders at Constantinople, which had been fixed upon as the point of concentration by the Pope's legate, Adamar of Bréhier. With regard to the crusade under the leadership of the barons, Alexius took steps to secure some measure of order. He sent officers to meet each band, with promises of supplies during its march through the European provinces, and at the same time he posted troops so as to form, as it were, a channel to drain off the crusading torrent upon Constantinople. Thus the pilgrims, it was hoped, would be prevented from straying from the route marked out for them, and so from pillaging. Between these Greek troops and the Latins, fighting several times occurred, and in spite of the precautions taken, the districts traversed suffered severely. Hugh, Count of Vermandois, brother of Philip I, King of France, was the first of the leaders to reach Constantinople. Having coming through Italy, he landed at Tarazzo. After losing the greater part of his vessels, he was received with the more honor because the sorry plight in which he arrived made him less of a danger. Alexius, notwithstanding, detained him for some time as a hostage. At the end of 1096, Godfrey of Bouillon arrived at Constantinople with a numerous following. We have no precise information as to his journey through the European provinces of the empire, but the narrative of Albert of Aix, our only authority, is on many points of a biased and legendary nature. Alexius opened communications with Godfrey through the mediation of the court of Vermandois. From the very first, however, relations were unsatisfactory. The emperor, whose great fear was lest the Crusaders should concentrate outside his capital, did his utmost to persuade them to cross the Bosphorus. Godfrey, on the other hand, was at first quite determined to wait at Constantinople for Bohemond, who was on his way from Italy. He remained encamped in front of the capital up to the beginning of April 1097. To overcome the resistance of the Duke of Lorraine to his will, Alexius several times tried to cut off the food supply, which he furnished to the Crusaders, but nothing had any effect until the Emperor succeeded in inducing Godfrey of Bouillon to take the oath of fealty. Sometime after the departure of Godfrey's troops, Bohemond, son of Guiscard, reached Constantinople. Since the death of his father, Bohemond had found Italy too restricted a field for his ambition. He enthusiastically welcomed the idea of the crusade and set out with the plan of creating a principality for himself in the east. But at first, he designed to do this with the help of the Greeks. Bohemond's army landed at Avlona, and on its way to Constantinople was guilty of a certain amount of violence, which was avenged by the Greek troops. On arriving at Rusa, Bohemond, leaving his nephew Tancred in command, went forward alone to Alexius. He took the oath of fealty, was loaded with presents, and asked to be appointed Grand Domestic for the East. When Raymond of St. Gilles, Count of Toulouse, arrived at Constantinople by way of Dalmatia and Serbia, and refused to take the oath of fealty, Bohemond acted the part of mediator. Raymond persisted in his refusal, and would only consent to swear not to undertake anything against the life or honor of the emperor. Alexius, much irritated, bestowed few presents on him. With the other leaders, Alexius experienced no kind of difficulty. Tancred alone crossed into Asia, unfettered by any oath. A formal treaty was concluded between the emperor and the crusading chiefs. Alexius pledged himself to take the cross and place himself at the head of the crusaders, to protect the pilgrims during their journey through his dominions, and to furnish a body of troops to the expedition. The Crusaders, in turn, promised to restore to Alexius any towns they should take, which had formerly made part of the Greek Empire. This treaty was concluded in May 1097 through the mediation of Bohemond, who had for this purpose remained behind while the bulk of the crusading army, as early as the month of April, had set out to besiege Nicaea. On the surrender of Nicaea, the Crusaders faithfully carried out the treaty and left the town to the emperor. Alexius then had a fresh interview at Pelicanum with the leaders who, Tancred accepted, renewed their oaths. The expedition then resumed its march towards Jerusalem, accompanied by a corps of Greek troops under the command of Tatius. Once Iconium was reached, the greater part of the army pressed on towards Antioch by way of Caesarea and Marash, Germanicea, while Tancred and Baldwin reached Cilicia, where they disputed for the possession of Tarsus, which they ought to have handed over in due course to the emperor. As far as Antioch, the Greek troops had remained in company with the Latins. It was during the siege of that town, begun at the end of October 1097, that the rupture between them took place. This was due to the machinations of Bohemond, who, displeased at having failed to obtain the help of Alexius in carrying out his projects, did not scruple in order to get possession of Antioch to intrigue with Tatius, whom he persuaded to withdraw. Once the Greek contingent was gone, Alexius was accused of having failed to keep his engagements, and on the fall of Antioch, the town was handed over to Bohemond, to the great displeasure of the Count of Toulouse, who had been ambitious of securing it for himself. End of section 49. Section 50 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. The Earlier Comneni, Part 4, by Ferdinand Chalandon. While these events were taking place, Alexius was preparing to march to the help of the Crusaders. A preliminary expedition commanded on land by John Ducas and on sea by Caspus was winning back for the Empire Smyrna, Ephesus, and the whole territory belonging to the ancient Thracian theme. Alexis himself was setting out for Antioch at the head of considerable forces. He had reached Philomeilium when he was joined by a certain number of crusaders, among whom were men of importance, such as William of Grantmesnil and Stephen of Blois. These leaders, on the occasion of the Emir Gabruka's attack upon Antioch, had judged it prudent to take to flight. The picture which they drew for Alexius of the state of the crusading army was no doubt made more gloomy to provide some reasonable excuse which their conduct needed. They convinced the emperor of the uselessness of the succor which he was bringing to the besieged, and Alexius ordered retreat to Constantinople. The fugitives' forebodings were not realized, and the Emir Gabruka was defeated by the crusaders. Alexius received the news in a letter from the leaders brought to him by Hugh of Valentinois. The message must have caused the emperor keen annoyance, for from the moment that he learned that the town had been handed over to Bohemond, he cannot have been under much illusion as to the manner in which the crusaders would fulfill their promises. Alexius immediately made advances to the Caliph of Egypt, and tried also to arrange an understanding with Raymond, Count of Toulouse, who had been openly at feud with Bohemond since the failure of his designs upon Antioch. Apparently, the alliance between Alexius and the Count of Toulouse was brought about during the autumn of 1098. It first came to light when, in November that same year, Raymond demanded of the Council of the Crusaders that Antioch should be handed over to the emperor. The proposal was rejected. At the beginning of 1099, the Count of Toulouse transferred to the Greeks the towns of Laodicea, Maraclea, and Boulais, on the Syrian coast, which had been occupied by his troops. In the early months of 1099, Alexius replied to the message which the Count of Vermandois had brought him by a letter which reached the Council of the Crusaders about Easter, 10 April. The emperor announced that he would arrive by St. John's Day, 24 June, and that he was ready to keep his engagements provided that Antioch was surrendered to him. In spite of the Count of Toulouse, the Crusaders, who had just wasted 6 months in barren discussions, refused to wait for the Greek army, and resumed their march upon Jerusalem without concerning themselves about Alexius. The rupture was thus definite and complete. It is noteworthy that the emperor held Bohemond alone responsible for this breach of plighted faith. The latter, moreover, as early as the summer of 1099, was to begin hostilities against the Greeks by attacking Laodicea. He was assisted by a Pisan fleet on its way to the Holy Land under the command of Denber, Archbishop of Pisa. During the voyage, the Pisans attacked and pillaged several islands, dependencies of the Greek Empire. The Byzantine fleet pursued them in vain. However, they were repulsed from Cyprus, where they had attempted to land by force in spite of its duke, Euthamius Philocalus. One of the commanders of the Greek fleet, Eustathius, then occupied the Isaurian towns of Gorgos and Seleucia, and perhaps also Tarsus, Adana, and Mamastra. After the fall of Jerusalem, the rapprochement between Alexius and Raymond grew still more pronounced. The Count of Toulouse, who, since the army left Antioch, had been the real leader of the crusade, not only failed to obtain the crown as he had hoped, but was also refused Ascalon by Godfrey of Bouillon. No other means remained to him of forming a principality for himself in the east than to ask help of Alexius, and this course he took, making a journey to Constantinople during the summer of 1100. He there learned that Godfrey of Bouillon had died, 18 July 1100, and that Bohemond, who had been made prisoner by the Danish Mandate Emir Malik Ghazi, was temporarily replaced at Antioch by his nephew Tancred. Alexius was unable to turn these incidents to account, where he was detained to Constantinople by the coming of fresh bodies of crusaders. At the news that Jerusalem had been taken, the impulse which was carrying the West towards the East had become stronger than ever, and during the winter of 1100 to 1101, the Lombard Crusade, its numbers presently swelled by the followers of Stephen of Blois, exposed the Greeks to the same dangers that had resulted from the first expeditions. With regard to these new crusaders, Alexius took up the same attitude as he had towards the bands under Godfrey of Bouillon. He exacted the oath of fealty from the leaders, and in exchange he furnished them with provisions. The same untoward events occurred between the Greeks and the Crusaders. The same acts of violence were committed as in 1096. The emperor would have preferred that this expedition should take the same road as the first. The Crusaders refused, and marched towards the dominions of the great Seljuq, wishing, they said, to liberate Bohemond. They were shattered on the way between Amasia and Sabastia. Their defeat was not due to the treachery of the Count of Toulouse, who had taken the command, nor, as some have claimed, to Alexius. The real cause of their ill success must be sought for elsewhere. The arrival of these fresh bands of crusaders brought about that union among the Turks, which up to then had proved impossible of attainment. The Mussulmans understood that if they suffered these reinforcements to reach Syria, their own power there would be at an end. The united forces of Malik Ghazi, Kilik Arslan, and the Emir of Aleppo, Ridwan, cut the Crusaders to pieces. The survivors of the expedition reached Constantinople with difficulty in 1101. The failure of this expedition caused Alexius to be gravely suspected in the West, although he was not responsible, since the leaders had refused to follow out his plans. In 1102, at the Council of Benevento, very unfavorable reports were for the first time circulated with regard to him. The expedition of William, Count of Nevers, who was on the best of terms with Alexius while he was passing through Constantinople, proved no more fortunate. The Latins attacked by Kilik Arslan and Malik Ghazi met with a crushing defeat at Heraclea. A similar fate awaited William IX of Aquitaine and Belf, Duke of Bavaria, who were defeated by Kilik Arslan and Cuadra, the Emir of Haran, as they were endeavoring to reach Cilicia. In 1102, Constantinople saw the arrival of a new expedition, that of the Scandinavians under Eric the Good, and in the same year Alexius dispatched the remains of the Lombard contingent to the port of Antioch, Saint Simeon, with Raymond of Toulouse at their head. At this time there was perfect harmony between the Count of Toulouse and the Emperor, and it was with the help of the Duke of Cyprus that Raymond, as soon as he had been set free by Tancred, who on his landing kept him for some time a prisoner, undertook the siege of Tripolis. About the same time Bohemond returned from his captivity. Being again called upon by Alexius to fulfill the treaties which had been concluded, he declined. Alexius then decided upon an open struggle. He sent to Cilicia Monastris and Butamides, who occupied Marash, but next year this place was taken from the Greeks by Jocelyn, Count of Edessa. The disaster which the Crusaders met with at Hara in 1104 gave the Greeks an opportunity of occupying Tarsus, Adana, and Manastra. Bohemond, busy with the struggle against the Turks, was unable to hinder the advance of the Byzantines. The commanders of Alexius's fleet, sent to Sazine and Landulf, in a short time took Laodicea and the places along the coast as far as Tripolis. Closely hemmed in between the Turks and the Greeks, Bohemond saw that he could not escape from the double pressure. To defend Antioch against the Turks, he would need to be free from molestation by the Greeks, while to crush Alexius he would need to strike not in the east, but at Constantinople itself. The Prince of Antioch therefore decided on a journey to Europe to ask for help, and to organize an expedition against the Byzantine Empire. In January 1105, he landed in Apulia, and soon after, accompanied by a papal legate, he passed through Italy and France preaching a crusade against Alexius, whom he painted in the darkest colors. The emperor attempted to prove to the Latins by his actions that Bohemond's representations were unworthy of credence. He wrote to the republics of Pisa, Genoa, and Venice to put them on their guard against the son of Robert Guiscard. At the same time, he was negotiating with the Caliph of Egypt for the ransom of the Latin captives. During the 2 years spent by Bohemond in preparing for his expedition, 1105-7, Alexius, while organizing the defense of his dominions, did not lose sight of affairs in Asia. Thus, Raymond of Toulouse having died in February 1105, the emperor made great efforts to win over to his side William Jordan, Count of Cerdan, who was disputing the succession with Raymond's illegitimate son Bertrand. In another quarter, Comnenus gained an important advantage, getting into his power Gregory Taranides, Duke of Trebizond, who had broken out into revolt and was now made prisoner just as he was turning valve to Malik Ghazi. At about the same time, Alexius discovered that a vast plot was brewing at Constantinople to take advantage of the difficulties created for him by Bohemond and to depose him. At the head of the conspirators were the brothers Arninus, of Turkish origin, and also the representatives of a large number of noble families, Castamonides, Curticus, Basilucus, Sclerus, and Xerxes, who was then prefect of Constantinople, as well as Solomon, one of the leaders in the Senate. All the culprits were arrested and condemned to be blinded, but were pardoned at the intercession of the Empress. In the autumn of 1107, Bohemond's preparations were complete, and on 9 October the disembarkation of his army, which was 34,000 strong, began at Avalona. The plan of campaign adopted was that of Guiscard, but on this occasion the fate of the expedition was to be very different. When the enemy appeared, Alexius was ready. Having learned experience by the earlier warfare, he determined not to fight a battle. He contented himself with enclosing the Norman army in a ring of steel, while at the same time the Byzantine fleet prevented their obtaining supplies by sea. Bohemond succeeded in holding out to the spring of 1108, but by that time the sufferings of his army were so severe that, after having vainly attempted at Arico and at Canina to break through the circle which confined him, he was forced to admit himself worsted. Divisions were also rife in his ranks, for Alexius had arranged that certain compromising letters should fall into the hands of the Prince of Antioch, which might be understood as replies addressed by Alexius to overtures from the principal Norman commanders. Thenceforward, Bohemond was suspicious of everyone. At the interview which he had with Alexius at Diabolus, he was forced to accept very hard terms. In the first place, the compact of 1097 was annulled, and Bohemond, recognizing himself the liegeman of Alexius and his son, bound himself not to take arms against them, to serve them personally or by deputy against all their enemies, to undertake nothing against the imperial dominions, and retain for himself only certain districts enumerated below. He promised to restore to the empire all such of his conquests as had formerly belonged to it, not to make any treaty engagements detrimental to the emperor or the empire, to send back any subjects of Alexius who should desire to enter his service, and to cause any barbarians whom he should subdue to take the oath of allegiance to the emperor and his son. All conquests which he might make from the Turks or Armenians, though not formally belonging to the empire, should be held by him in fief from the emperor. All his vassals were to take the oaths to Alexius, and in case of treason on his part, should have the right after 40 days of going over to the emperor. The Patriarch of Antioch was to be of the Greek Church, and to be chosen by the emperor from among the clergy of St. Sophia. Alexius, on his part, made over to Bohemond Antioch, Suecia, Kalka, Lulum, Tolese, Maraj, Bagras, and Belitsa, a part of the Amanus Mountains and the valley of the Orontes. On the other hand, the following were restored to the empire: the theme of Pedandus, Tarsus, Adana, Amistra, Azaropus, Laodiceus, Kabbalah, Bolognius, Maraclea, and Tortosa. The emperor also promised to Bohemond 200 talents in Macchiolites, and granted him a certain number of towns in the interior of Syria and in the neighborhood of Edessa. Finally, Bohemond obtained the right of naming his heir. As soon as the treaty had been signed, the emperor loaded Bohemond with gifts and named him Sebastos. But the Prince of Antioch was crushed by the failure of his hopes. He left abruptly for Italy, where he died not long after, 1111. The treaty which ended the Norman War was a substantial victory for the emperor. The Principality of Antioch was no longer a danger to the empire, for the passes of the Amanus and Cilicia were now in the hands of the Greeks, who also commanded the seaports. Thus, for the future, assistance from Europe could only reach Antioch by permission of the Greeks. The treaty, however, was only of value insofar as its provisions were duly carried out, and when, upon the death of Bohemond, Alexius called upon Tancred to observe the convention made with his uncle, the Prince of Antioch refused. The emperor either would not or could not embark upon a war with Tancred. He confined himself to attempting to win over the Latin princes of Syria to support his cause. Butamides, dispatched with large supplies of money, negotiated fruitlessly with Bertrand, Count of Tripolis, and later with his son Pons. Nor was he more successful with King Baldwin, but in spite of everything, the Treaty of 1108 remained of essential importance, for it was the standard by which the relations of Antioch and Constantinople were regulated, and it was to securing its observance that all the efforts of Alexius, his son, and his grandson were directed. The last years of Alexius were to be occupied with fresh struggles against the Turks. The latter had for some years ceased to invade Greek territory, and nearly all the emirs were engaged in the struggle which took place between the two sons of Malik Shah, Bakayaruk, and Muhammad. Upon the victory of Muhammad, the country gradually settled down, and when one of the sons of Khalid Arslan, Malik Shah, had obtained possession of Iconium, war again began between the Turks and the Greeks. About 1109, Alexius ordered Eumathius Philocatus, who was appointed governor of Patalia, to relieve Adabitisium and to drive out the Turkish tribes from the neighborhood. The governor attacked the Muslims settled in the region of Lampi, and immediately Hassan, emir of Cappadocia, set out to ravage the Greek territories. Philadelphia, Smyrna, Nafinium, Clearia, and Pergamus were threatened, and once again the fruitful valleys along the coast of Rome were traversed by the swift Mussulman squadrons, dealing terror and destruction as they went. Though repulsed, they soon returned. After 1112, their incursions became continual. In that year, Alexius awaited them at Adramyttium, Constantine Gabras at Philadelphia, and Monastris at Pergamus and Cleara, the Turks being defeated by Gabras. In 1113, Nicaea was besieged, and Prusa, Apollonia, and Lephatium taken from the Greeks. The emir Analo ravaged Parium and Abydos, and the Greek troops with difficulty drove back the enemy. Next year, 1114, an invasion by the Cumans summoned Alexius to the northern frontier. From Philoppolis, where he spent his leisure time in discussions with the Manichaeans, who were numerous in that district, he kept watch upon the enemy and succeeded in driving them back. But of the circumstances of his victory little is known. Returning to Constantinople, Alexius again prepared to do battle with the Mussulmans, whose bands continued to harass the Greek frontiers. Alexius gathered a considerable force and decided on undertaking police operations on a large scale and on driving off the Turkish tribes as far as Iconium. Having repulsed the enemy, the emperor pushed on to Philomelium and Amorium. During his retreat, the Sultan of Iconium attacked the Greeks, but he was beaten near Ampun and obliged to make peace. According to Anna Comneni, he conceded the old frontier line of the empire as it had been at the time of Romanus Diogenes. This is highly doubtful, and it does not appear that the Greek possessions, with the exception of Trebizond and that part of the Armeniac theme which bordered upon the Black Sea, included anything except the country line west of a line drawn along Smyrna, Gangra, and Syra, Amorium, and Philomelium. To this must be added the coast towns as far as the borders of the Principality of Antioch. The chief result of this expedition of the emperor was the liberation of a throng of captives, whom he brought back to Greek territory. The Mussulman war did not monopolize the attention of Alexius during the last years of his life, for we find him attempting to play a part in the affairs of Italy. From this arose the treaty with Pisa in 1111, by which Alexius agreed no longer to interpose obstacles to the crusades set on foot by the Pisans, and to present rich gifts every year to the Archbishop and Cathedral of Pisa. The emperor also made important commercial concessions to the Pisans, to whom were allotted a wharf and a residential quarter at Constantinople. It is very probable that this agreement with Pisa was part of a project formed by Alexius to secure for Constantinople a preponderating influence in Italian affairs. The death of Roger Borsa, Duke of Apulia, left the Pope without a protector, just as he had embarked on a more violent contest than ever with the Emperor Henry V. It will be remembered that Pascal II, taken prisoner by the Emperor, conceded to him the right of investiture, but repudiated his concession as early as March 1112, acknowledging his weakness. In January 1112, Alexius wrote to Gerard, abbot of Monte Cassino, expressing his regret at the Pope's captivity, and at the same time he entered into communication with the Romans, whom he congratulated on their resistance to the emperor. He informed them that if they were still in the same mind as had been reported to him, he would accept the imperial crown for himself or his son. In reply to this message, the Romans in May 1112 dispatched a numerous embassy to the emperor in order to arrange an agreement with him. Alexius had to promise to come to Rome in the course of the summer, but he fell ill and was unable to fulfill his engagement. It is evident that Pascal II only continued these negotiations in the hope of bringing about the reunion of the churches and the ending of the schism. With regard to this, a letter written to Alexius by the Pope towards the end of the year is of the greatest importance. The Pope thanks heaven which has inspired Alexius with the idea of this much-desired union, but he does not conceal the difficulties which this scheme will have to encounter. The emperor, however, has the easier task, for he is in a position to command both clergy and laity. The Pope recognizes with pleasure the good faith of Alexius and of his envoy, Basil Mesomerius, but from the outset he makes a point of stating that there is but one means of reconciling all differences, and that is for the Patriarch of Constantinople to acknowledge the primacy of the See of Rome, and for the metropolitan sees and provinces which had formerly been subject to the papacy to return to their obedience and place themselves at its disposal. In conclusion, the Pope proposes the assembly of a council and makes no allusion whatever to the projects of the emperor regarding the imperial crown. It is plain that in his mind, these projects are dependent upon the recognition by the Church of Constantinople of the primacy of Rome. We know nothing of the further progress of these negotiations, which may, in all probability, be connected with the journey of the Archbishop of Milan, Peter Crasularis, to Constantinople in 1113. During his visit, he had a discussion with Eustratius, Bishop of Nicaea, on the subject of the errors of the Greek Church. This attempt by Alexius to restore the unity of the empire, although we know so little of it, is none the less curious. We shall find his idea taken up later by his grandson Manuel. The last days of Alexius were saddened by quarrels and divisions in his family. The emperor at one time had reason to fear that his life work would be destroyed by his nearest relatives. In the early part of his reign, Alexius had been under the influence of his mother Anna Delisena, but by degrees she had rendered herself unendurable to her son, and perceiving this, had not waited to be driven from court, but had retired of her own accord to the monastery of Pantopoptis, where she died circa 1105. Her daughter-in-law Irene succeeded to her influence. She had borne the emperor 7 children, 4 daughters, Anna, Maria, Eudocia, and Theodora, and 3 sons, John, Andronicus, and Isaac. The eldest of these children, Anna, a highly cultivated woman, mistress of all the learning to be acquired in her day, to whom we owe the Alexiad, having been for a moment heiress to the throne at the time of her betrothal to the son of Michael VII, was inconsolable for the frustration of her hopes by the birth of her brother John. Being very ambitious, she succeeded with the help of her mother and her brother Andronicus in forming a considerable party for herself at court, and strong in its support she endeavored to prepare the way for the succession to the throne of her husband, the Caesar Nicephorus Bryennius, as soon as her father's death should take place. John, whose rights were thus directly threatened, made every effort to gain over the people and the Senate. For several years an underground struggle went on between the two parties. The empress, whose influence over Alexius had grown to such a height that she accompanied him even on his campaigns, worked unceasingly to bring him to share her ill opinion of her son John, whom she represented as hopelessly dissolute. Alexius, however, held out against the insinuations of his wife, though by constantly postponing his decision, he led her to hope that it might prove to be in accordance with her views. End of section 50.